Okay, everybody, welcome to the final Sunday edition of This Week in Startups for 2022. And we thought it would be an interesting thing to do for the VC Sunday Schools segment to have Molly talk about her first year as a venture capitalist.
Yeah, it happened. We, of course, also, a thing that was pioneered as part of my first year here at launch, This Week in Climate Startups. So we have one last interview for you, and I'm excited because it's one of the big dogs, like one of the OGs of climate tech investing, G2 Venture Partners, which of course was a spin out from Kleiner's $1 billion green growth fund. And of course, John Doerr being one of the pioneers of this space. So it's really like kind of a perfect way to end This Week in Climate Startups.
Perfect bookend. Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
All right,
yeah.
It's going to be a great show.
Stick with us.
This Week in Startups is brought to you by MicroAcquire. MicroAcquire helps startups find buyers. They'll help you start conversations that can lead to an acquisition in just 30 days for free at try.microacquire.com/twist. And Crowdbotics. Great ideas can change the world, and Crowdbotics is the fastest way to turn those ideas into code. Get a free scoping session for your next big app idea at crowdbotics.com/twist.
All right, Molly. VC Sunday School is coming to an end. Year one. You're finished your freshman year, and you're going to be a sophomore next year. Sophomore year coming up. How was your freshman year?
I gained 15 pounds. I partied so hard. I ran up tons of credit card debt. I failed. No, I'm just kidding.
I told you to stay away from the waffle
I
station.
think after I max on my pistols, I'm going to shotgun it.
But did I listen? No. Yeah, we thought we could do a fun VC Sunday School learnings and surprises. And then also,
after I maxed on my pistols, I'm gonna finish whatever the fuck I got, and then go down more and get them long shots.
I've taken where they've referenced it, talked about learnings from it. Yeah, so I think
the other side of the table is interested, in their partner and how their partner is making decisions. I suppose.
Yep, I think it's just been super. It's really been interesting. Of course, it's been really fun to learn in public. And then also, I think it's really been useful for our audience. But yeah, so I wrote up some brief learnings, and I gotta say, my number one surprise is how much I like it.
Okay, say more. What is it about this profession, in your first year that you really have found interesting, joyful, and then maybe you could compare it to your previous gigs as a commentator, host.
Yeah, I think the primary part that I like about it is somewhat similar to journalism in that it's it's this massively wonderful variety of founders to talk to, different ideas, different ways that
I can't even move. As soon as I spawn, I die.
So it's got this. It's just exciting for a person like me who has a butterfly brain to get to have these varying conversations all the time and to be learning so much. The fire hose of knowledge is just like my preferred way to be living. So that is very exciting. But compared to journalism, it's, and I've said this before, it's not cynical. And that's not to say that we are relentlessly in anything. I've spent the year learning to be potentially less positive about everyone I talk to, because like every new VC, I felt I did the exact same cliche and wanted to invest in everyone. So
reasonable.
Yeah, I guess I'm not going to be that different from everyone else who comes to this job and
I got
gets
stunned 4 times and then drill charged.
Even when we decide not to invest, it's not rooted in skepticism in this kind of, it's not a teardown.
No.
Right? It's like, I did the math.
Yep.
I applied fundamental thinking.
Yep.
Yes, I evaluated the founder, but most of the time we just did the math. One of the top learnings for me was the math. The way to think about the ownership percentage and the valuation, the potential return, and just putting everything through a totally different lens. That's just been a real shift in thinking for me.
You're placing a bet. And so placing a bet is different than, hey, this person is somebody I like, or this idea is an idea I like, I love. You could love an idea, you could love a founder, you could love a product, but you could hate the deal. You could hate the bet, right? And so I would like to bet. I wish I could wake up every day and they said, oh, you could bet on this movie, this musician, this painting, this painter, and it could have the returns of venture capital. And the truth is that building game, not all companies are created equal. So I think it's that's an important lesson. Sometimes people play poker, they want to play every hand because every hand does have potential. Oh, what if I get the next 3 cards perfectly? But that's not how you would play poker or any other game. As Annie Duke would say to famous poker player, and she has a quote, very good, thinking in bets. So you're now starting to think in bets. I'm going to place 4, 5, 6 bets a year. When you do that, then over 10 years, I have 40, 50, 60, 70 companies. I have selectors and venture capitalists. I have to pick the best amongst all the ones I need. I don't get to invest in all.
I just wrote that down on my envelope, which is getting pretty full after a whole year of like little notes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, I think that's 100% true. And adopting and applying that mindset, which is different from like a patron mindset, right? There are ways to support a business or arts or movies or whatever it is. But yeah, thinking in bets, I think, was probably my sort of top learning, which on some level I expected, right? I told people very often,
Come, Beetle.
super worried about my ability to understand business models or evaluate founders or even correctly anticipate a market. But I said, I'm worried about the math. And that turned out to be the biggest thing, not how to do the math, but how to think in math.
We had many discussions here about things like the total addressable market, the pricing of the product, the cost of the goods being sold, i.e. hardware businesses versus software businesses. So the business model really matters, the market size matters, you know, and everybody likes to say it's about the founder. And to an extent, that is true, but, you know, if you force the founder to run a dry cleaner, you know, I don't know that they're going to turn it into Google. It's not possible. So you just have to, sometimes founders will pick something that is just not venture fundable. We see that all the time. Or we see something that, you know, the founder is going to have to learn a lot of hard lessons because they might have some very strong ideas or beliefs. And maybe we can see something they can't see. And then sometimes we don't see what they see and we miss the bet. Right? And so nobody's perfect, nobody got it awesome. The goal is to have a process, the goal is to learn and to get lucky. That is the nature of the game. Right? You have to get lucky sometimes. And, you know, sometimes people get lucky with a 50x, a 500x, or 5,000. All of those result in a good game.
There's 3 of them just sitting in the middle of the map in this
That
project.
actually is a good setup for one of the surprises. One of the things that sort of surprised me was the extent to which, and I mean this with all love and respect, founders are winging it. Like, especially first-time founders, like at the early stage, and first-time founders, in the beginning, I think, went into every meeting assuming some level of almost equal expertise.
Right.
And then, over the course of the year, realized every founder is doing it a little bit different. There isn't some, like, playbook that they all read. I mean, we are making that playbook for them. We can't wait for the Founder University podcast. Like, it exists.
Advice, strategy advice, yeah.
Super tactical strategy advice. But in the absence of that, people are constructing their businesses in all different kinds of ways. And so, you know, like small examples would be, not every founder has a data room.
Crazy.
Not every founder knows how to do accounting. Not every founder, I had one conversation where I said, what are your margins? And they didn't know what I meant.
Yes. So, what you've also learned here is it's not like there is a founder school, dare I say university,
perhaps,
where the absolute fundamentals of running a company are taught. It does not exist in the world, or it did not, and now it does. And I just want to say, for the people who are watching live, these poor people. These poor people.
Oh, it's a kid, isn't it? And he fell and he lost his board, and now they're having to like carry it up the hill.
Yeah, this happens sometimes.
Peanut,
You go for the deep pow.
I bet.
They're going for the deep pow, and they go for the deep powder. Sometimes those boards, they can get lost. There's 4 feet of powder out there. For people who don't know, I'm up in Tahoe. We set up a new studio, and we decided we would take this crazy risk of moving from the movie theater, you know, which was fine. But then I was in the movie theater producing podcasts for y'all. and then the kids couldn't be in the movie theater, and it was creating a little tension in the household. So now I literally put in my bedroom my studio, and I'm looking out on the mountain, and you get to see the mountain as well. So you'll see people ski by. I told people on a call yesterday.
And you really want to look this up because this is comedy. This poor two people who I assume are a parent and child are just struggling, trying to walk up the hill, and they keep going down. Oh, it's amazing.
Well, I mean, youtube.com/this weekend, or I think Spotify, you can just click and there's a separate feed on iTunes. This is Apple Podcasts, sorry. Some of the podcasting industry has to be standardized, which is the ability to just switch to video and audio. Anyway,
by the way, if you do go to YouTube /this weekend, we have made a playlist of all the Sunday episodes. So there is a nice little playlist that has all the BC Sunday schools and all the This Week in Climate startups. Yeah, so good way to get caught up on some of those.
MicroAcquire is a startup acquisition marketplace that cuts out everybody in the middle. Basically, that means they're going to help startups get acquired efficiently. If you're a founder looking to sell your startup, your project, your side hustle, well, you should know MicroAcquire is free, it's private, and there's nobody in the middle to screw it up. Trust me, I've seen so many times these brokers in the middle screw up a deal. You know why? They might be looking out for the buyers more than the sellers, because you sell your company once, maybe twice in a lifetime, but the buyers of companies might be buying 10 companies a year. It's the opposite of MicroAcquire. MicroAcquire has already helped hundreds of startups get acquired. This is such a great idea. I don't know why I didn't come up with this. And they facilitated hundreds of millions of dollars in closed deal volume. The platform includes over 120,000 buyers. Now, these buyers have skin in the game because they pay $390 a year for access to the database in this marketplace of companies looking to sell. And these startups are all vetted. So if you have thousands of vetted startups listed for sale and 120,000 buyers, what's going to happen? Successful acquisitions. And the founders get free access and instant access to these 120,000 trusted buyers who, they pay for access. I pay for it, and I'm interested in buying some newsletters right now. And buyers like me can browse the listings for free. And the platform, of course, is totally free for sellers. Sign up for a premium $390 a year access to all the deal info at try.microacquire.com/twist. Once again, try.microacquire.com/twist. And if you want to list your company, go to the same URL. Okay, so this was something that was shocking to you. You thought, hey, you'd have the filmmaker show up, and they knew how to use the camera, they knew how to use the lighting, they knew how to do sound, they knew how to write a screenplay, they knew how to direct actors. And the truth is, in our business, people are learning on the job. They're learning as they go. They don't know what insurance is. They don't know about board meetings. And so it's something we, as venture capitalists in the industry, we can be of great service. And that's why we created Founder University. Founder University, you can join it. And also, we do things like board meetings. Right? And so different VCs, different investors will do different levels of training. I'm curious, post-investment, these investments this year, congratulations for about $2 million. It's a good first year.
That's my plan.
And it's hard to buy. It's a new vertical, right?
Get on her, get on her.
Although there have been,
Nice.
sustainability companies and energy companies for a long time, China is just starting to get a large number of entrepreneurs into it.
Come on, got it. Get in there.
So I'd say it's still very early days for this, but post-investing, what have you learned? Have you had any lessons post-investing in terms of helping companies, or what happens after you make the investment?
Yeah, I think that is where a similar version of the founders are winging it. Learning has come into play, right? It's like, okay, you've been funded at anywhere from $100,000 to almost $1 million.
Right.
And there are huge chunks of this that you're still figuring out. That's where I have seen focus, a thing that we talk about constantly, become a very specific issue for founders, and have had to kind of say like, hey, maybe ixnay on this side quest, and are we sure about that? And it's been a matter of kind of figuring out what permission I do and do not have to offer that guidance. And realizing that it is actually our job to be like a little bit of a parent, because they're winging it.
Sometimes people are uncomfortable with the coach or parent analogy. But if you have been in business for 30 years and the person is in year one, pretty much you want to say big brother, big sister, parent, child, sensei, say Padawan, Jedi, you know, they're going to say coach, player, coach.
Yeah.
There are going to be, in the best of cases, VC or a former founder VC or a former journalist VC has seen in the world 30% founder, somebody who's got only a couple years, and also you're outside the business, so you have some objectivity. How to say things to a founder. If you're investing in the right founders, they should be open to having vibrant discussions. I'm using the word vibrant as a nice way of saying intense. They could be intense, they could be contentious, they could be drawn out, but let's just say, real talk. You gotta be able to have that real talk. And you don't want to be the director because they have to. You're not. You want to be the backseat driver, obviously. So I like to phrase it as, "Hey, do we have product market fit yet?" And it's like, "Yes, we do." And then, okay, so every month we're growing 20%, 10, 20%. No, we're not. So let me ask the question again: do we have strong product market fit? So you see, I'm kind of leading the witness. I know they don't have product market fit, but I'm walking in through my thinking. Okay, so we don't grow consistently. So maybe there's a lot more work to be done here on product market fit. And you're like, actually, when you say it that way, take out. Okay, great. I noticed the side quests. 3 of them. The podcast, the nonprofit, and the micro fund you asked me about starting. Until we have product market fit, when we put those, maybe, or have you considered putting those on the not right now list? And you can just make a not right now list, things you want to do in your life. And you just put those there so you don't forget them. And so you know that they're important to you. Put them on the not right now list. And then let's get product market fit because you've got how many months left? Oh, 14? What do you need to show in order to convince new investors, not me, because we made our thing. What do you have to show new investors to get them to invest, do you think? I haven't thought about that. What do you do? So this is how you have a conversation that isn't, you're not growing 20%, don't do anything if you grow 20%. If you try that with a child, you'll collapse.
Right.
You can't tell a teenager, like, no, get off, don't use your iPad. It's like, okay, tell me homework. Like I had this with the students. It's like, missed a couple days of school here. Summer school is going to be something you're going to have to start thinking about getting ready for. So this summer you're going to miss 4 or 5 weeks when we're maybe out with your sisters doing something your friends are out, because too many days off means you might not pass a class. I need to go to summer school to catch up. No, my daughter was like, what? Like, yeah, that's kind of how it works.
Like, yeah, it's a thing.
And
That's true.
That's what second year will be for you. Your sophomore year will be a lot about being on the boards of companies. And, would say, hey, you remember you gave us some money, we ran out. And you're like, okay. Give us more? I said, no. We couldn't get there. Don't invest in break ground. You have to get new money to mark the ground. So we're going to spend
well, that's what's so. I am certain that I will look back and say I was profoundly lucky to be learning this profession when a downturn arrived. Because there have already been a whole new slate of things to learn because of the conversations we're having now that the fundraising environment has completely closed.
Yep.
Right? That
Oh my goodness.
Investing has shut down in some ways. It's
going
much
south.
harder to raise. We already operated with, and I tell people this all the time, that when they ask me, like, one of the things, what is your biggest takeaway
literally
from going
spawning
to work and work
next
for
door.
Jason? I always say that the rigor with which we do our jobs is incredible and makes me proud to be here. Like, we are a rigorous firm, right? I'll say, like, I've seen people bring us a deal where every one of his friends is on it, and it's like, it's the hot new social game in town. He'll be like, that valuation makes no sense. No, we're not doing it. Like, discipline. We have discipline as a firm.
It's a good thing to have discipline.
Great thing.
Have some thoughtfulness about it. Now, that doesn't mean you can't get frisky once in a while. I am a fan of, if you want to take some wild things at that, and you earn it because you got a great track record. Yeah, sure. You can what do they call it in a basketball game when Steph Curry like takes a shot like 5 feet behind the line after he hit 3 in a row, takes a logo shot.
A logo shot. Is that what they call it? Heat check?
You know, like I just hit 3 in a row.
Funny.
Okay, screw it. I'm gonna take one from the logo. Let's just say exactly how much I am.
You're like, bang, yeah, no pressure.
All right, great ideas often fall in the planning phase, and the vast majority of successful plans utilize the existing best practices. This is especially true when you're talking about software and apps and products. Gives you access to all the best practices for your specific app. Products offers pre-built app templates to plan your builds faster. This means you can stop building from scratch and start using the same architecture of industry leaders. You can think about Crowdbotics as CTO as a service, you know, your chief technology office. If you're not sure where to start, well, Crowdbotics also offers professional scoping to help you flesh out your project at the MVP stage and beyond. So let the folks at Crowdbotics show you how it works. Schedule a free scoping session. This is where they tell you what it's going to cost and how you're going to build your MVP and product. And they're going to give you a free detailed build plan. So here's what you do. Crowdbotics.com/twist. That's Crowdbotics, BOTICS.com/twist to get your free scoping session.
But we have rigor.
Yeah.
And then we're now saying to companies, you need to have the same rigor, and our expectations are going up also. Yeah. So then now the conversations about valuation are totally different. The conversations about what's happening to companies is totally different. The advice that we're giving is totally different. And it's just it's like we took an already rigorous process and are adding another layer to it. And that is a whole next level learning that, you know, if I had come in 2020 or 2019 and just been like rolling through the bubble, I would have learned a lot, but now I'm going to learn even more, even faster.
You would have learned the wrong lessons, which would have been like, we would have a conversation like, oh my God, this deal's closing so fast, J-Cal. Oh, it closed. We missed it. We missed it again. And they just had another up round and we missed it. And, you know, and we would have had a 10X in 6 months. And it's like, and now the company's out of business. Okay. So,
but actually,
we missed FTX. We missed Luna.
Oh no.
You know, we missed WeWorks last round, whatever, you know, we missed Theranos. Like you can, sometimes missing is like a gift. Like sometimes missing is winning.
It's a really, patience is on my list as a learning. I'm not saying I have learned it, but a part of learning patience has been having to overcome my journalistic instinct to get there first. Like I hate getting beat. As a journalist, I always hate getting beat. Or I hate it when I wrote a story and then it shows up in the New York Times like, oh my God, look at this story. And I'm like, I wrote that story 6 months ago.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
There's this journalistic competition in me that I have had to overcome in terms of learning patience about startups. 100%. Like 100% I will cop to being like, I'm a cowgirl.
Pride. You want to win. It's all good. Those are good qualities to have. And patience also very good. A lot of times you've had companies come to you with crazy, you know, expectations and they didn't hit them. They came back and they had different expectations. Or they had more discipline, or they went out of business, et cetera, et cetera. And then even when you do make an investment, you have all these expectations and then it still fails because 7 out of 10 fell. Right. So now you'll even be like, wow, even when I did make a bet, I lost. It's like, ooh, you got to get used to losing a lot of hands with the hope. And this is where you really have to reprogram your brain. I think the human brain is not constructed to appreciate the power law. And that's why the power law, and they write books about it, or the Pareto principle exists. And when people learn about the Pareto principle, they talk about it. Oh my God, 20% of people pay 80% of the targets. Oh my God, 80% of people get 20% of that. You know, it's like, everybody freaks out about the Pareto principle and looks for it everywhere in the world as a mental model. And the reason it's a mental model is because your brain doesn't naturally understand it. Your brain doesn't naturally understand that all this losing can be made up for by but one win. But one win. And that in your career, if you keep up at this pace or a slightly faster one, 100 companies you invest in, 95% of your returns will be in 2 of them. And you don't know which 2. Well, I talk about humbling, you know, be humble.
Yeah.
Be humble. Very important. Did you have?
I'm also excited for in year 2 to. I have taken every meeting this year.
Yes.
Business model be damned.
Why not?
And I will continue to probably take more meetings than I should, but I also am starting to realize like which business models we prioritize, which business models work, which ones are likely to be investable. And so I hope, because generally I was surprised by the ratio of meetings to investments, right? Like it's a small number overall of the meetings that we take as a firm that we end up investing in.
Yeah.
And then I think and hope that in year 2, that ratio for me it'll still be a small number compared to the meetings, but that the meeting use will be more efficient.
You'll have more inbound, and you'll be able to say, oh, we don't invest in this category.
Yeah,
we don't invest in this region. We don't invest in this business model. We have an investment in this one. So over time, when somebody emails me and they want to do, a hardware device, they want to make the best, security camera ever. I'm like, that's a pretty high bar because we invest in one that didn't work out. And we see ones for $30 on, Amazon, or 3 for $100. So we kind of know what to expect here. And then all of a sudden, Deep Sentinel comes along, and they say, yeah, it's not the camera. We have live operators watching your camera. When somebody goes there with facial recognition, we know if it's you, your wife, your kids, or a new person. And if that new person is your gardener, you can then tag them in the system. We know it's the gardener, but if it's somebody else, we'll have a conversation with them over a two-way speaker. And then we'll let them know we're calling the cops if they're breaking the window, and they need to get out. So live cameras from Deep Sentinel was like, oh, it's not about the hardware. The hardware is like just an enabling part of this. It's really about the service of having live security guards watching the cameras 24 hours a day.
Right.
Instances and, calling the cops when they need to. So you start to really build mental models. It's important. And you will narrow your selection, and the meetings will have a higher hit rate in terms of investability over time. And reputation is part of that too. Now, we are very open to meeting with a lot of people because one of the tenets of our firm, the firms have different approaches, obviously. We like to invest only in second-time founders, so we want to invest in developers. You get the idea. Please never underestimate anybody. I think you underestimate Carol. Everybody's awkward when they start. And so I like to not underestimate anybody. If I have a choice, take the 20, 30-minute meeting for our firm or not, take the meeting. When that company fails, if it's super obvious, oh my God, this founder has picked the Social Coordination Act. Remember that one? Oh, it's really hard? Planning to go out with your friends. And it's like, yeah, people are hard to coordinate. And it's like, I have an app that'll solve that. It's like, the app's it's not a software problem.
It's not gonna,
That's a people
it's a human problem.
It's a human problem. It's literally every year, you'll have a dozen people say, this is the app where everybody plans their vacation together, everybody plans their weekend out, and it never works.
Right.
And we get why it doesn't
That
work.
app is called iMessage.
It's iMessage. And iMessage is as frustrating, and they always have iMessage in the deck. iMessage, see, like, have you ever had this experience? You're like, yes. And it's like, wouldn't you like to have this? And you're like, yes, I would like it to be easier. It's a great problem. Yeah. And then it's like, the solution is, get all your friends to download this app, and then stack rank their what they want to do this weekend, and and then split the bill. And I'm like, okay, so I just made everybody fill out a form and do work to go out this weekend. So anyway,
Well, it's interesting because
and that person might realize it and then come up with something that's a breakthrough.
Right, exactly.
Don't
Like the 20-minute meeting has mattered because the other primary learning for me, like early on, was like, oh, if you want to be a great VC, have a 100-founder meeting.
Yeah, I'll get you there.
It's so true. I actually haven't. I'm working on a LinkedIn post that's sort of like year one job review or whatever. Yeah. And one of the things I want to do is count up how many meetings / pitches overall, including our accelerator and founder U pitches there were, because oh my God, that simple thing is so true, because the more you have, the more you start to have the moment in the meeting where you're like, oh, I know where this is going.
Enemy UAV overhead.
And I don't. And I never want to I don't want to get cynical and assume it's going to go there, but now patterns are emerging. A small market, or ooh, that's project-based revenue, or I hear myself saying these things and thinking them out. I'm like, I'm learning.
Bob Iger has been a TV show or a film, and it's a love story. And he's like, okay, love story. Yep. I produced 16 of those in the last decade. Yep. And it takes place in outer space. And, okay, yeah, I post. And there's a twist. I was like, oh, yep, okay, here are all the classic twists. You know, they have the mental model. They know. And that doesn't mean they're not going to film, you know, what will be, you know, then Star Wars for a new generation, the Star Trek for a new generation, the Sopranos, the Goodfellas, I mean, the Godfather, the Casino. Like, you can just stack all the different prime family dramas that have existed in cinema and film. And yeah, that doesn't mean we don't want to make a new one.
Right.
We could make another one, but it's got to be good.
But what's the twist, right? What's your service on top of the camera twist? Like, give me just the little extra. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. What were the top episodes? Were there episodes that you look back on and you say, hey, just whip through these real quick, so people can then go look at them themselves? But anything you think that were interesting?
Well, I will add quickly that this week in climate startups was a whole other vector, right? There's our learning organization and all of that. And then there was doing these 50 odd interviews all year long, like John Doerr, Albert Wenger, Jason Jacobs from My Climate Journey, some of the climate VCs who got me interested in the space when I started reporting on this, Seth Bannon from 50VC, Jay Pope from Lightning. So I also got to have all these incredible conversations with investors and founders. I learned, among other things, that mushrooms are the future. So just a phenomenal, like, it's a dual track job, and both of those tracks, like, just fed my brain all year long. Right. So top episodes, I had the producers pull this. Now, we do have to acknowledge, and you made this point, that maybe the interviews added to the traffic here.
Yeah, but these are just YouTube. These are just YouTube views.
These are just YouTube views. We went and picked like the top three.
Yeah.
That we
just
think,
in terms of top views, we don't have to go over the views because it's also on podcasts and clips and everything. But
exactly,
but so it's hard to tell because you also get the algorithm. But it still means something.
It still means something. And just looking back, I was like, these are actually all really great. These are great topics. One, why some VCs won't invest in first-time founders.
It was episode 1528. Very important.
Kind of got to that, like, founders are winging it question.
Sure.
Why VCs care about ownership percentage. And this is when we did our, like, bet sizing, I think, or showing kind of and that, again, like, thinking in multiples. Right. Ownership percentage leads to this multiple. And then if you get this multiple and then you own this much. And my son and I now play a really fun, we play the math game. Like, figure out the valuation on the fly in the car on the way home from school. That's what freaking nerds we are now. And then focus. We talked about the self-destructive traits of VCs and founders, how like your own confirmation bias plays in as a VC and as a founder. And it was super interesting.
Somebody, you know, I had tweeted like, hey, what do you want us to talk about on the show? And somebody said self-destructive traits of VCs and founders. And that's a long list. Yeah, it's a long list.
It was a long list.
People are their own worst enemies at times.
Yes.
So, definitely, I always keep that in mind. Is am I the villain? Am I the problem here? You got to make sure you're not your own blocker. So definitely watch that one.
That's a really good one.
Well, great.
Going to conferences instead of building products and delighting customers.
I mean,
when you see the exposed brick in the lobby,
I like a good junket too. I get it. But if you're in year one of your company, you don't have product market fit, you haven't earned going to a bunch of speaking gigs, unless you go to that speaking gig and you calculate, I'm out of the office for 72 hours, it costs $4,000, and I got 10 leads and we converted 2, and our average customer lifetime value is 4,000. So if I can just keep one of those 2, it was worth it. Okay, yeah. Now, then you have to compare that to, well, if I did, 4 phone calls a day with customers and I did 12 customer calls, would that have been a better use of time? Because then, it's, I got 10 leads going live, but I got 12 leads staying home, or it would probably be even more, right? So whatever it is, you have to be thoughtful. And sometimes people are reactive and they don't, that their time is precious. Your time is precious. There was just a Founder University episode on time boxing, making decisions by Kelly, who is co-leading Founder University with Presh at our firm, and founder.university to read it, to hear it, and they'll put a blog post up there as well. It's so important for you to be ruthless with your calendar. You came in pretty ruthless, and you got even more ruthless, so that was always been like that. So
I'm a murderer about my time.
Successful as a human being on planet Earth. My lord.
Your time is this is my lesson to everyone. Your time is unobtainium. It is the most precious substance in the universe. No more of it will ever be created.
Nope.
Don't
Counting down.
waste it.
Don't waste it.
Don't
Use
waste
it
it.
wisely. All right, it's been great. Congratulations on your first year. You have a Don Julio tonight on a Friday night.
Thanks
You're
for
gonna
the
get out on
shot,
that mountain
man.
and do. Well, thank you for joining us. Sincerely, the year on the podcast has been a lot of fun for me.
It's really fun.
It was great to do the podcast alone for all those years. Having you here for the last year, it's made it great. Make it more fun, and I'm trying to have more fun. And yeah, this has
That's
been
what
a
that hill
lot
behind
of
you is all
fun.
about. All right, and we have one last.
Yeah, if I try to do the executive program. This is what I do. I tell them, start my meetings. I do 2 hours in the afternoon. Start my meetings at 4:20.
Yeah.
Hey, I do that joke every call, and so I'm like, it's 4:20.
Never
It's
gets
time
old.
to take a meeting. Never gets
old. Jokes get funnier the more often you tell them. That's just true.
That is the
Just
core
true.
tenet of a dad joke. So, but the mountain closes at 4. So if I get that last run in at the top of the mountain to get back to the house, to get the boots off, and then my hair's like crazy
Just
from the
roll
helmet.
coming in hot to every meeting.
Kind of some buttered hot
I like that you could make it 4:30, but in service of the joke, you can't.
I don't. I tell Heidi 4:20. All right, let's all enjoy this next interview.
All right, today's This Week in Climate Startups episode actually has a fellow VC joining me, not a startup, but an investor. Valerie Shen is a partner and COO at G2 Venture Partners, which is a venture and growth investing firm focused on emerging technologies that drive sustainable transformation in these really traditional industries. They're really trying to it's sort of the climate tech version of, find an industry that's still using fax machines and clipboards and modernize it. That's what they're doing, except in the sustainable way. And G2 Venture Partners is big. It is a firm that spun out of Kleiner Perkins in 2017 by its billion-dollar green growth fund partners, David Mount, Brooke Porter, Ben Kortlang, and Daniel Oros. Previously, Valerie herself was an analyst at Kleiner Perkins Green Growth Fund. She helped the team found G2 and then went back after going off and getting an MBA at Stanford University, like you do. So Valerie is really good at this, and we're going to have a great conversation coming up right now. Valerie Shen is a partner and COO at G2 Venture Partners, which is a venture and growth investing firm focused on emerging technologies, driving sustainable transformation across traditional industries. Valerie, welcome to This Week in Climate Startups.
Thanks for having me. Excited to have this conversation with you.
How do you feel about that description of what you guys are doing, and how would you make that more specific for us? What is G2VP really focused on?
I think the description is pretty good. I hope you probably got it from something that we wrote at some point. What we're really focused on is the idea that there are a lot of technologies that have been created for all sorts of use cases, from consumer purposes to people just tinkering around on their own to commercial scale processes that can be applied to more old school industrial sectors that traditionally have been analog in ways that make these sectors a lot more efficient, which is good for the bottom line, makes those companies more profitable, but is also great for the environment because we're working in sectors that tend to be very resource intensive and heavy asset.
Can you give me some examples of investments you've made that have transformed some of those old industries?
Yeah, I think the best example would probably be in the transportation sector. So in transportation, you have a world where we used to have everyone driving their own vehicle, which had an internal combustion engine and was only used 4% of the time. And we're moving towards a future where vehicles should be connected, electric, shared, and autonomous. And all of these different trends work together and help each other out. One of our examples in this space was in Proterra, an electric bus company that we invested in way back in the day. And the idea there was we believe that transit buses and commercial vehicles were the segments of transportation that would electrify first. And the idea is they have big fundamental economic advantages over diesel engines because these are heavy vehicles that would have taken a lot of gas to be powered and are driven a much higher percentage of the time than individual people's vehicles. And therefore, they would probably be the ones that would go electric first. So we invested behind this thesis more than 10 years ago, helped the company through a number of different processes, helped bring in Daimler as a strategic partner, which ended up becoming a great partnership for the company. And Proterra has since transitioned from just making electric buses towards also making electric powertrains and just expanding their business and helping with electrification for the sector overall.
Perfect. And then we should go back to the beginning here and say that G2 VP is a firm that spun out of Kleiner Perkins in 2017 as part of and raised, it's $1 billion fund, right? And growth partners, David Mount, Brooke Porter, Ben Kortlang, and Daniel Oros originally spun it out in 2017. So it's continuing that kind of legacy that, of course, John Doerr created.
That's correct. So the history of our firm is our partners came together at that green growth fund that you mentioned at Kleiner Perkins. $1 billion fund started in 2008. Initially, we were investing just in clean energy, but then very quickly realized that solving the climate challenge and also just great investment opportunities are not just in energy, but rather in a broad range of sectors, including transportation, like we just discussed, but also food and agriculture, industrials, logistics, manufacturing, and expanding to those sectors. In 2017, we had finished investing the Green Growth Fund, and that was when we decided to spin out and create G2 Venture Partners as a separate firm. So raised our first fund in 2017. That was a $350 million fund. Last year in 2021, we finished investing that first fund across 15 companies and then raised our second fund, which is $500 million. And that's what we're investing out of today.
Gotcha. And you were at the Green Growth Fund before, right? You were an analyst before becoming a partner at G2?
That's correct. I worked with the team at the Green Growth Fund in the last year that we were there before spinning out. So doing a lot of the initial setup work for creating G2 as a new firm.
And then what's your category within this larger thesis? Do you break it out by like beats, as we say in my last job in the journalism world?
We're very collaborative in how we work. So I think this is actually something that's quite unique about our team, where we kind of have swim lanes in terms of what sectors people are more experts in, but almost every sector, we have multiple people at the firm who would be considered experts. So there's never one person who's the person who gets to make all of the decisions in a space. Every deal that we have, there's at least one lead partner and then also a catalyst partner who's the assigned devil's advocate to bring additional thoughts and insights into that investment decision, but then also for the life of the investment to always stay close and be a sounding board for the lead deal partner. And that's all to say, so as a result of that, there's not, the transportation person or the energy person or anything like that. So I'm the chief operating officer of the firm, and a lot of what I do is helping the firm run as an entity. So things from recruiting and managing our HR processes to fundraising, LP relations, and then also a lot of our work around impact, ESG, what it really means to be working in climate and how we should be thinking about impact measurement and reporting.
And how do you think about that? What kind of measurement and reporting do you do? Because these are, like you said, it's heavy industry. I would imagine it is the kind of thing that you can measure in tons and gigatons, I hope.
Exactly. So we think about it as both the quantitative pieces and the qualitative piece. On the quantitative piece, by far the most important metric for our limited partners is the carbon emissions piece. And because our companies are really working in these heavy asset industries often, we're thinking about it as what is the carbon impact of the product or service that the company is producing? We don't worry so much about their internal operations. So what people think of as scope 1 or 2 emissions in terms of, is the company using, proper using the right lighting to make sure that they are saving emissions on their own office space? Are they helping people carpool to work? Things like that we think are important, but by far the more important piece for our company is what are they producing and how are the companies that are using their products or services saving carbon emissions? We also care a lot, though, about just the impact story behind it, or what we think of as our impact thesis, for how is this going to facilitate a version of the future that is cleaner and greener, even if that individual company, it's hard to attribute a carbon savings to it. So an example here would be LiDAR for autonomous vehicles. We believe that a future of transportation with autonomy is going to be much more sustainable than one without. in part because autonomy facilitates shared vehicles, it facilitates electric vehicles, it just facilitates fewer accidents and more efficient driving. It's hard to say today that each unit of LiDAR that you sell for an autonomous vehicle has X number of tons of carbon emissions, but because it's part of that whole picture, we believe it has strong impact, and part of our impact reporting is to tell those stories so that everyone understands.
And then do you consider that more of it's a narrative challenge? It sounds like you're really trying to put the storytelling behind it to understand, because I think we have moved in recent years into this realization that if, you know, the sort of first round of climate tech investing was really focused on solar, that there are a lot of different ways to kind of slice the bologna. A lot of companies that bologna feels like an unfortunate climate analogy there somehow, but I'll come back to that. But a lot of companies that wouldn't, like a LiDAR company or even a meat alternative company that wouldn't have been obviously a climate company, now clearly fit into that lens, but it could take a little explaining.
Exactly. We think that that piece is actually quite important, just expanding the lens of what might count as climate tech. When we started working together as a team in 2008, it was just energy. And then we added all of these different sectors over time. We've recently started looking at the carbon markets, you know, potentially looking at carbon accounting or carbon offset companies. We've also been looking at the future of work, because we think that a lot of how we work really impacts the emissions of our work and the things that we're doing. We've also started looking at retail and e-commerce. Just clothing is a 10% emitter in terms of carbon in the world. So that's another sector where if you can clean it up and reuse clothes or somehow encourage people to not buy as much new clothing, that can be pretty impactful. And these are all sectors that we probably would not have been able to tell you in 2010 would be in scope for us. And I think that in 2030, there are going to be sectors that we would consider climate tech that we don't know of yet today. So continuing to push the boundaries and making sure that the things that we're investing in have a true impact story, but being willing to expand beyond what might be initially what you think of as climate tech.
It's kind of exciting in some ways, especially I think since you get to invest and your thesis encompasses the physical world in such a distinct way that it's almost like you can look around a room that you're in, because really every company at some point now is a climate company, or should be, right?
Exactly. I think there's a piece that is really important in what you just said, which is we don't think that maybe 10, 20, 30 years from now, there's going to be a separate group of climate tech investors versus non-climate investors. It's almost like everything is related to the internet these days, whereas back when it first started, there was a group of separate internet investors. I think that there are many sectors within climate tech where having the expertise and having the networks and having worked in the space for a long time is hugely important. But I think that increasingly we're going to see a blurring of the lines between climate tech investing and non-climate tech investing. On the piece you said about physical stuff, one thing that we like to joke and trying to describe what we invest in is if it somehow touches on something that you can drop on your foot and hurt yourself, then it's probably in scope, right? It's physical stuff.
Amazing.
The companies that we invest in might be software, they might be hardware, they might be software-enabled hardware, very just different business models, but ultimately they touch on something in the real world.
Or in the case of Proterra, a bus that could drive over your foot, which hopefully will never happen. Yeah.
Hopefully never.
Talk to me about the challenges and opportunities in that kind of physical world investing, because there are, I think, plenty of VCs now and plenty of climate tech investors, and I'm one of them, who are saying like, that is really hard. Like, talk to me about how you sort of determine which of these categories are investable, even when they're in really hard spaces that might burn a lot of money up front.
The piece that you just mentioned, burning a lot of money up front, is one of the core aspects for us. We typically invest.
You look for that. You're like, yes, please.
Well, I don't know that we're looking for that specifically. So where our fund plays is typically starting around Series B to Series D. We're investing in companies that have a product or service that already works. So they've already built the pilot project. They're definitely done with R&D. They've found some amount of product market fit. They have a handful of beginning customers, or sometimes many customers already, who have tried the product, and we can talk to these customers and confirm why they love it. So in that way, we've already avoided the uncertain R&D that might cost a ton of money and really have unpredictable timelines and total capital needs.
They will have burned through my money by the time they get to you.
your money or maybe research money from the government. We think that the new Inflation Reduction Act is very powerful in our sectors. It actually doesn't substantially change the course of action for most of our existing companies or the companies that we are investing in today, because the companies that we're investing in are already a little later stage. But what it means is there will be many more companies in a year, maybe 2 years, 3 years, that will be in our investable space because they'll be able to have taken this IRA money and done that initial R&D to get to a point where it makes sense to commercialize.
I think you raise a really, really big point, which is that we have found ourselves in recent years with all of this money rushing into climate tech investing and this sense of urgency at a place where it may not be appropriate for early stage venture to be funding pre-commercialization technology. And that there is now this kind of really important layer of R&D, government-funded R&D, that can de-risk technologies before it gets to the public sector, whether early stage or later.
Exactly. I think the government piece is very important. I think there are also funds like Breakthrough Energy Ventures, where they have a longer time horizon. They may or may not necessarily need to make sure that every investment is going to return capital, and they can help with a lot of that early stage funding. We've invested in companies where Breakthrough did earlier rounds and got them to a point where we're now comfortable. So we think there's room in the space for all sorts of different types of investors.
How do you think about, as you see this space expanding, like G2V, obviously Kleiner was at this for a very long time. G2VP has been around for a really long time, relatively speaking, in the climate investing space. How do you think about what you're seeing now and this kind of moment that we're in that's almost like a bubble within the larger investing world?
There's definitely a lot of interest right now in climate tech. So if you compare what's happening today to what happened even not that long ago when we were first raising our fund in 2016, back then, green was almost a dirty word. You couldn't say it because if you said that you were a green fund, there were limited partners who were somehow scared away and assumed that it meant it was definitely concessionary returns. Right? So way less LP dollars that were interested, way fewer relevant companies or people that wanted to work in the space, but also less competition. If we saw a company that we were interested in, chances are we were the only VCs that were talking to them or had any expertise in the space. If you fast forward to today, we are constantly getting inbound from limited partners who are excited to deploy money in the climate tech space and for whom having impact and being able to make money is both something that they realize is compatible with each other and something that's really important for them, right? Especially if you're looking at family offices or people where the younger generations are taking over and really care. So large influx of money, you're seeing that with all of the new venture funds that are being created to focus in this space. There's also an influx of companies that are playing in this space. There's a lot more opportunities for us to look at. We now screen more than 2,000 companies a year compared to just several hundred probably when we first started. And then also a lot more talent looking to go into this space. We're also getting calls all the time from classmates or younger students that we mentor or people that we've worked with for years that are saying, I really want to work on climate. So they're starting companies or they are the people that entrepreneurs can hire. And so there's a lot more happening in the ecosystem, a lot more opportunity. I think there is also a fact, which is that now we are seeing some amount of competition. When we see a deal, we're no longer the only ones that want to do it. And what that means for us is we're really taking our industrial network and the expertise that we've gained over the last couple of decades and using that to convince entrepreneurs why it's important to work with us. And there are a lot of things about climate tech that still make it different than what you would think of as traditional, purely digital venture investing. And I think one of the key pieces is the extent to which you really have to work with the old school industrial players. So often when you think about starting a company like Facebook, this is a totally new space where you're just coming in and creating something new. Whereas if you think about innovation in energy or transportation or logistics and manufacturing, generally you're not doing something from nothing and just going off on your own. You're working with the old school incumbents, either as partners or they're your customers or you're a collaborator. So having expertise and having experience working with them and having that network is really powerful. And I think that's a key piece of what we believe makes successful climate tech investing.
Can you break that down a little bit more, unpack, like give me some examples of what you mean when you talk about working with these old school industries? Like if you were to fund an all electric high speed rail, they'd have to work with Amtrak? Like, is this a network you have that you can connect founders to?
So maybe let's talk about an example, Luminar. So one of our companies, they make LiDAR for autonomous vehicles.
I know them. I've been to that funny castle.
Oh,
yeah.
Fun. So Luminar, for example, when we first started thinking about this was maybe about 5 years ago, we had a feeling that LiDAR was going to be an important piece of the autonomous vehicle question or solutions, but it was unclear which company was going to win because there were several dozen players that were interested in trying to create LiDAR solutions. So what we did was we talked to a few dozen players in the industry, and this is the auto OEMs who would ultimately be the ones that are purchasing LiDAR. This would be experts in the space who have worked at various different LiDAR or autonomy companies. This might be suppliers, other people throughout the value chain. And then we asked them, are you going to buy LiDAR? Is that a piece of your autonomy solution? Everyone said yes. And then what exactly do you need for your LiDAR solution? And they gave us metrics around cost, around quality, around weight, around the type of technology that they were going to use. And through that, we were able to map out all of the companies that existed in the space. Luminar was the only one that was meeting the metrics that we had specifically heard from the auto ODMs and other more old school industrial players were what was needed to win.
I get it.
And then post-investment, we were able to take these strategic relationships and help make introductions that would lead to partnerships for Luminar and for some of our other portfolio companies. And then that's the value add after investment, combined with the expertise and resources that we have for diligence, we think is a pretty important piece to climate tech investing and why it requires all of that industrial network.
Right. Okay. That makes perfect sense. Yes, of course. Like a diligence and a support network. And then making and maintaining those relationships in industries that could potentially see you or your companies as like a danger or competition.
Yeah, I think a very good example of that is in the utility space, where there's a lot of different players that are trying to disrupt utilities in various ways. But the ones that are going to be the most successful are probably ones that are not trying to come in and say, we're going to take over the old utilities and we're going to try to make you obsolete. I actually don't even know how you would possibly be able to do that, but rather ones who have figured out a way to partner with the utilities and having experience, having worked with utilities over the decades, selling them various different solutions, that's pretty helpful for the portfolio companies as they're going off and doing this on their own.
How do you incorporate that strategy, if at all, into your hiring, and how are you making those contacts when you need new ones? Because there's also the part where sort of like new disruptive climate technologies are being invented, all like you wouldn't again have thought the meat industry was at risk from a climate tech company.
So a few things that we do. One is we have a number of these industrial strategics as our limited partners. So for example, Daimler, Shell, Mitsui, ABB, they are investors in our fund, and then we have active dialogue with them. So we're learning from them all the time. We're introducing them to companies that could be relevant and interesting. They're introducing us to people in their network and their various peers, and that network sort of grows over time. I think another big piece is we're quite active board members and engaged with our portfolio companies. So if we have a company that's selling to dozens and dozens of utilities, through that process, we're also going to develop relationships with perhaps new utilities that we didn't previously know. And of course, we're going to introduce the company to utilities in our network. So that then expands our network so that when the next company comes along that might be selling a different product to utilities, we now have a broader set of connections that we can help them with. And then we're also going to get some new connections through that process.
Yeah, that's a really, really good secret sauce in some ways that it's would be easy for you to share because it's going to be really, really hard for other companies and new investors to do that work, that legwork, and make all of those relationships.
Yeah, it is hard to replicate. We love that there's more involvement and engagement in this space, but we also think there's something special about having been in the space for 2 decades, that even if you are an awesome investor, if you're coming new into working on climate, it's just never going to be exactly the same.
It's also just really valuable because I think nobody wants to see, like, one, I think we all want to start seeing exits that prove these theses and continue to sort of like support the amount of money that's coming into climate tech. And also there's a possibility that some of that new money coming into climate tech investing could make some bad decisions, and we don't want like a bad PR cascade to result from that.
That's really important, right? Because in the first wave of clean tech, what a lot of people call clean tech 1.0, there were a number of great companies that were created and invested in. So Tesla is one example. We also have one in our portfolio, Enphase, which makes microinverters for rooftop solar systems, turning DC electricity into AC. Most valuable solar company in the world now, been through a lot of ups and downs. So there were definitely quite a few winners in that space. But then there was also, temporarily at least, a narrative that climate or clean energy is where you lose a lot of money. And I think that caused a lot of harm for a while, where a lot of people left the space and companies were struggling to get funding. So the worst thing probably that could happen with this wave of people who don't really have climate tech experience coming into climate tech is if they invest in companies that then somehow taint the general vibe around the space. I don't think that's going to happen because I think that there's enough awesome climate tech companies that are going to survive and are going to thrive, but that's definitely still a risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially now that there's a lot more attention on it, potentially.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think is, I've been sort of trying to ask all of the investors that I have on the show a two-part question. One, what do you think is particularly interesting, exciting, and investable in this category? And then two, what do you think we're maybe wasting some time on?
One thing that we really want to make an investment in is the carbon accounting space, or more broadly, ESG tracking measurement. There's just so much talk right now about measuring what matters, and we all believe or agree that carbon and impact and ESG metrics really matter. And we've looked at a number of different players in the space, and they all have various strengths and weaknesses. There doesn't yet seem to be a consensus on what exactly is the right tool going to look like, what exactly does everyone need, what are the standards going to be. But I believe that within the next decade or two, there's going to be some amount of standardization, almost like we have standardization around financial metrics, and the companies that can be built around helping that happen and then helping all the other people sort of fulfill those requirements, that's going to be a pretty powerful system.
This is my obsession. Welcome to my actual daily obsession. And to your point earlier about trying to figure out what are going to be the metrics for success. Yeah, that's a tricky one.
Well, I look forward to hearing what you decide. And
I know.
Maybe I'll just follow what you,
Let's talk after. We'll talk offline about this. Because yes, I totally agree. And then what do you think? There's always a lot of fish swimming in the same direction in VC, generally, as an industry. Is there anything that you think you're going to let everybody else handle?
One thing that probably falls in that category is hydrogen. We have looked at a lot of different hydrogen companies, and I don't want to preclude us from ever making an investment in this space, but we have not yet found anything where the unit economics make sense, especially when you think about transportation of just people and goods across land. Okay, so like a hydrogen-powered vehicle, it's hard for us to see how that's going to scale and be profitable. And there seem to be a lot of people that are interested in this space. We get a lot of pitches related to hydrogen, but we're so far a little bit skeptical.
If I could have picked two answers to those two questions, those would have been the exact same ones, Valerie.
Wow, well, I'm glad.
I know, totally.
Aligned.
I'm like, okay, I feel validated.
Maybe it means, though, that our answers are too consensus to be relevant or unique, but let's see.
I don't know. I still see a lot of money fucking. We were just talking about how I think it's like only 13% of all of these climate dollars have gone into measurement and metrics thus far, as this kind of like new, 2.0 boom has been happening. And I'm like, really? That feels like a lot of blue sky for me and for you.
There's a lot of blue sky. There are a lot of companies being created in the space. So I think that the benefit of this is there are a lot of people trying a lot of different things, and there's no shortage of options. What there's a shortage of right now is consistency and standardization. So I hope that that's going to happen soon, because right now there's so much time wasted, right? Like, we have limited partners who all give us different forms to fill out around impact, because these are their honest attempts at coming up with what is the best data to measure. And then in order to try to gather that information, we send requests to our portfolio companies, who then tell us that they're getting 5 different requests from 5 different VCs who are all asking for different information. And then you just realize, of course people are annoyed about measuring impact and carbon, because they have to do it so many times. Imagine if they had to come up with different financial statements for every investor. That would never scale. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, but fortunately many people try.
Yep, love it. Well, if I find anybody good, I will definitely send them your way for follow-in.
Please do.
Valerie Shen is a partner and COO at G2 Venture Partners. It is an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much for the time today.
Great to talk to you as well. Thanks for making time for this.
All right, that's it, everybody.
The final Sunday show of 2022 is in the books. It lasted about this long this year. It went that fast.
That fast. But more episodes to come. We're going to do like a year roundup, some predictions.
Yeah.
We're not going to leave you podcast lists over the break. You'll just check your feeds. Some great stuff coming.
That's right. Have a great rest of the weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We've talked a lot about the age of excess, right? Is that people start using proxies, Molly, for valuation that get further and further away from the truth. So over the course of the last 18 months, we've heard a lot about multiples of revenue, right? Multiples of revenue for software companies, multiples of revenue for internet companies. But what we have to remember is multiple of revenue or multiple of EBITDA.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday, December 2nd. We are here. Dan is here, who came back early to keep me on the rails. Thank you, Dan. Welcome back. We're joined today by Bradley Martin, the very strong,
That's good.
the very powerful
What's up?
Bradley Martin.
We're here. I'm here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Yeah.
That was dope.
I gotta say, you're the first person to match the intensity that we can hear. I appreciate that. It's that zoo culture.
That's what it is. That's right.
Yeah, so Bradley Martin, of course, are you part of Nelk, or are you like a satellite Nelk member?
I'm like a co-host at times. I'm involved in a lot of the content. I wouldn't say like I'm specifically like a part of Nelk in a sense, but we make a lot of content together.
Do they pay you? How does that work?
For the content that I've done in the past, no. But for the podcast stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm involved there.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Good for you. I'm happy that you got that spot instead of that moron or whoever got who you got a spot. So good for you.
Dude, we're doing. I'm trying.
Yeah.
I love it. I enjoy it.
So Bradley.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So Bradley is here, and I always respect when I know you're a sweet guy, so I wasn't really worried about you showing up here today and breaking me in half like a twig.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying, oh, it's like I just would not do that.
Yeah, I got that idea. Yeah. But I do respect anyone who's willing to come in here. Kind of, I wouldn't call it a lion's den because we're always very gracious and courteous to our guests. But there's a certain level of friction. I don't think. Yeah, there's been a certain level of friction with us and with your friends. So
yeah,
this is our world into the. I don't want to say manosphere. It's kind of a bad word. Would you consider yourself manosphere? That's not.
I don't know. I don't think so. I kind of just
more male dominant.
I definitely have a male dominant audience.
Yeah,
100%. I mean, it's like 98%.
Wow.
Yeah, like across everything. Instagram, everything.
How do you feel about that? 98%. That's pretty incredible.
That's pretty cool.
I've never heard of a percentage that high.
It's all. I mean, it makes sense. I think because it's just all about workout stuff originally, and then I mean the kind of content that I made is like, a little cruder as far as humor goes and shit like that. So it makes sense that it's like girls probably see some shit and be like, this isn't for me. This isn't for me, right?
Yeah, and it's not.
Some of it could be. Workout stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Because girls can do the same workouts that guys can do.
Ladies, come on. Bradley Martin's out here making content.
Yeah. I mean, definitely.
Only 2%.
Well, I mean, I know some girls watch, but it's very, very minimal.
Wow. So this is good for us because I'm trying to make peace with the men. The men hate me. Let's just be real.
We have the women though.
Yeah, with the women.
Fire.
So let's.
I noticed that. I noticed that just on Twitter.
So let's bring. I want to bring the people together.
Yeah.
And so what we've done this before. What I want to do is bring out the vice and the beef. We're gonna squash the beef here today.
Okay.
Metaphorically and literally.
So is there beef under this?
Yeah. It's just.
Is it cooked beef? Oh, it's Liver King beef. Okay. All right. Wow. This is interesting. Yeah. You guys got sound bites and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Zach's a mad wizard back there. He's our soundbite guy. Yeah, so, and by the way, Liver King sat right here and yelled subprimal at me because I couldn't eat. I put it in my mouth, but I couldn't down the raw bull testicles. And I'm like, bro, how do you subprimal me?
It was really not good. I had it on my pod as well.
Oh.
It was just not something I'd recommend, except the one thing I did like was the marrow. Open it? I did like the marrow.
The marrow was good, I agree. The marrow was good.
The marrow was good.
And it was all bad from there.
Yeah, the testicle, just the texture was not.
It just tasted like rusty. Fucking wild shit. But you like the inspiring music?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Dude, it's sweet.
Do you eat raw meat?
I have. I don't do it. Good food. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
We're already working together.
Teamwork.
Yeah, teamwork.
This is so.
Team building.
So am I just gonna just push this?
No, not yet.
Oh.
Hold it in place.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I need to wash it? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
By the way, I want to say this setup is incredible.
Thank you
I'm
so
actually
much.
pretty envious of this. It's really nice.
Thank
You
you.
guys have a good thing going.
Well,
Solid team.
We do have the greatest team.
Yeah, we do. They're the best in biz. I'll be right back.
Put that away.
Dude, the sound bites are great. I hope I get sound bites out of this. I need to make some like crazy sounds.
Do we have any, Zach?
We gotta have sound bites. Yeah, play some sound bites for me.
None of Brad, but person that you're familiar with.
Yeah, we do have a lot.
Oh,
I can play you some of your friends.
Yeah, play. Yeah.
Coming over.
Like
You
no
guys loyal?
shotties or anything?
Yo. Oh God, none of me. None of me.
Actually,
No, I think you've been pretty. Like,
No, we love
Damn.
yeah.
Wait, hit him with some of the Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah, Steve
Oh God.
is a favorite. Naturally.
That's one of my favorites.
Keep going, Zach. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. To play that one again? Yeah, Donnie.
You go cow style?
Cow style with Donnie.
Send it.
Yeah.
Dog, this is good.
Rip a Dart is a favorite.
I'm just spitting facts, you know. I'm gonna go rip a dart.
Yeah.
I love it.
So here's the beef.
Yeah.
Got it in the
Oh,
vice.
no, there's something.
I'm ready to squash it. So,
Okay.
First of all, is there anything you want to talk to me about?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sorry,
Tell
I was
me.
waiting for this moment. honestly.
Unload, yeah.
And I don't want to say this. I want to preface this by saying, prior to like these exchanges or whatever, I didn't have much to go off of like content that you made. I knew you making content for a long time, and I can't say obviously like you don't have a big fan base because I know that you do. I was only gonna say that my issue was the things that were said about me in relationship to this thing as a whole, because
What'd you do? Is avoid the beef?
basically
Like,
my two interactions that I ever had with you or knowing of you were two negative interactions. So the first time I found out about you, I don't know if I can say this guy's name or not because I know you have beef with him in the past, but Keemstar.
Yeah.
So I knew about the negativeness of Keemstar, and then I didn't look into it much. But that's how I found out about you. For some reason, I knew about him, and then I found out about you through that.
Okay.
Right. And then the second time that I was exposed to you was the video that you were saying like, oh, he's keeping his gym open for this reason.
Yeah.
So both times were both negative times. So then my original reaction to you was like, the only stuff that I'm understanding from him is negativity, right? Or like a viewpoint of me without really knowing me, right? And then making an assessment on me without fully understanding me or why I'm making decisions, right? And then I want to also say this: you're the only person that I've ever had any sort of like, I guess beef with, right? Which is not really necessarily real beef, where I've actually had someone in person come up to me where we were walking down the street, Cahuenga Boulevard, Hollywood, like a few nights ago, and some girl drives by. You're talking about the girl audience earlier. Literally, a girl was like, what did she say about Steve? She was like, yeah, Steven Bragg jerk off the dog, and then she was like, I swear to God. I swear to God. And I was like, so my, I just want to say, your audience is, you know?
You know what? I was about to reprimand them, but that's kind of funny.
She drove by and literally was like, she said it and then did the, I was like,
oh my God.
And that's never happened to me in like 12 years.
For the record,
yeah,
this man has never jerked off a dog.
No.
For the record, I'm telling you, Steve has also not jerked off a dog.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that.
I gotta defend my guy.
Of course. Donnie, he's a happy dog. Regardless, right? That dog is set.
The dog's doing good.
Yeah, Donnie is he's doing good.
So that was my only thing. I was like, I felt like you had this assessment based on like why I was keeping my gym open. I was like, yo, it's not that simple because it's a lot deeper than that. The reasons why.
Yeah.
And I can understand why at the time people would, have like, emotional reactions to why. I just have my own reasons for why it was important for me and what I knew it meant to me when I was young, growing up, and what I knew it meant to a lot of people as well.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I really.
So that's fair. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. I can be abrasive. I am, by my own definition, a hater-ass bitch. I'll just say that, okay?
It's fine.
He came out this year as a self-proclaimed hater-ass bitch.
Yeah, I came out of the
and
closet.
I was like, that's kind of nice. At least you're like, learning about yourself and like.
Yeah. Because so here was my thing, and I'll take it one more step further. I was thinking like, because if you make content like that, in my mind, I'm looking at all the content I made over the years. Not all most positive, beneficial content, every aspect. But I never made content that was just like picking apart someone else's content for views, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so that's why I felt attacked. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I never said fuck this guy because he likes this or he's like that or he believes this. That's why I was like,
Yeah, I get that. Especially because you don't do controversial stuff. You don't cause problems for anyone. And by all accounts, and I can tell sitting from here today, you are a very nice guy. And when Steve started talking about how like.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Hila's ugly and I'm fat. And by the way, we don't take offense, but you stood up for us.
Yeah.
Bradley Martin, the Saint. Saint Bradley Martin.
No.
He stood up for us. He said, "Don't dog the man's wife." And we said,
no,
"There's a nice guy."
I immediately appreciated that.
Oh, thank you.
And like, even though whatever, a lot of people say that. So like Ethan said, it's not new to us. But it was nice to see your immediate reaction was like, "Well, don't go there." Like, why?
Yeah, I mean, it's just not some things are just not always necessary.
But we're not offended. There's no beef about it or anything. I just thought it was nice to see someone actually be like, "Don't do that," instead of like, "Yeah, he's fat and she's ugly," which is like kind of what we're used to.
Well, that's silly though.
Yeah, well, you're the man. What can I say? And so I understand your reaction, 100%.
Yeah.
Get it. And I'm coming out to you a little bit, just going to open up and get a little bit of emotional here. Like I said, like earlier this year, I came out as a hater-ass bitch.
Damn, it's big.
And I have a problem. I tend to come out very hot and very heavy.
Yeah.
And while it is entertaining, it does cause a lot of problems for us.
Yeah.
We got 2 strikes this year.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
That's
a lot of beefs. Some squashed. We had some great squashing of beefs too. Age-old rivalries.
Age-old rivalries?
Yeah, squashed. And I'm here happy to do it today with you. Yeah, we got banned twice. Once for, I said something like I was gonna,
well,
someone should, I'm not gonna say it, but like, wait, you know?
Yeah, I knew about the.
The B word.
Yeah, use the acronyms if you can.
Yeah, I'm like, how do I say this?
There was the NRA one and the Ben Shapiro one.
Yeah, that's the Ben.
We love so well.
I knew about the Ben one. I didn't know about the other one.
And Ben Shapiro.
The other one was very similar.
And I'll say to Ben Shapiro, since he is watching, he should be the first to join me for Hanukkah dinner with me.
Okay.
Because I am Jewish. And I think we could have a lovely time together. Even though I do think he's a demon.
What do you think about all this Kanye stuff? Can I ask about that? Or is that
yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, it's scary.
I'm like shocked.
Yeah.
I mean, like yesterday I was telling Ethan, like I just like what is actually happening with this guy? Is this really what he always was? Like, because for a while people were like, well, he's mental problems and whatever, and he's having episodes, and there were all kinds of excuses, and you kind of like okay, maybe like we shouldn't judge too much, but it's more and more is coming out that like this is just like insanity. I don't know what to make of it anymore.
Yeah.
We were talking about it back here, and it's almost like he's engineered for himself the most thorough way to destroy his life. Like he's walking around with Nick Fuentes, who is like mathematically created like the biggest piece of shit, toxic person you can cruise around with, and he's flying with him everywhere. And he's going on just straight like, I love Hitler. Like the man is on a speed run to ruin everything. And I think, and I don't mean, and I don't want this to happen. I think it's sad what's happening with this man is that we think he's trying to speed run his death.
Oh, really?
Really? I mean, I don't know anything about, and I don't know enough
he's
about.
He's going to be dead within 2 years for sure. And I don't want
I
that to
haven't
happen.
thought about that
But
at
I think
all.
that's what he wants.
I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about the Nick Fuentes guy at all. But I also, I also don't know. I don't know. I feel like Kanye's also the person that like it seems like even if he lost everything, he could still make it back somehow. It really feels like that to me. I'm not
to a level, yeah, to an extent.
I think like before all this latest development, it always felt that way. But it's like he's pushing it like as far as it could be, and I don't know that it could be reversed.
Do you guys see the thing? Is the idea of love speech and the idea like he's trying to show love equally to everyone? That's kind of like what he's talking about. This form of like being almost Jesus-like.
Yeah.
And I think that the issue with it becomes when you say something with a massive platform and people who might hear it, they only see like a bit of it. Because people are just seeing that clip running on TikTok of him being like, I love, you know what I'm saying?
The
It's like,
Nazis.
you clip that, you don't watch the whole thing.
Oh no, the whole thing's just as bad.
I didn't watch the whole
It's worse.
It's worse.
Yeah, he says it like 12 times. It's not. It wasn't taken out of context.
Damn.
No, I'm telling, like he was like, he emphasized. He wanted people to know, I love the Nazis. I love Hitler. And Alex Jones kept trying to save him, trying to get him to back off. He's like, no, you like the way they dress, right? Because they're fashionable.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, Alex Jones was like distancing himself from Ye.
Oh shit.
And he's like, I don't believe that. Just for the record, you know, I don't believe what you just said. And he's like, so you like the way they dress, right? You're just saying that? He's like, no, I love Hitler. It's crazy.
You talk about this, like, you talking about speed running like to his death. You talking about like a suicide or something like that?
Suicide or assassination. Ian brought up a good point, or an interesting point, is that, Ian, maybe you could tell better than me.
It's been a while.
I was just
I
saying,
know you're busy, but just in case you're looking for me.
Walking around Los Angeles with no security. He was in an interview, and the guy was like, "Why do you not have security?" And he was kind of like, "What happens to me happens to me." And it sounds like he's just not using security whatsoever anymore, which is interesting.
He's inviting. I don't know, man. I hope not. I mean, it's sad. It's really scary though to see like that level of just like open anti-Semitism and just straight like, yeah, I'm a Nazi. It's cool.
I feel like he keeps trying to like be like, nobody can put a label on me. Like I can say that I like Nazis.
Like we should be able to say anything.
Yes, but it's like how much like
say anything.
Like to what point? Why? Why do you need to like go as far as like starting to put the Holocaust in question?
Yeah,
like,
he
I
goes,
just don't know. It's just insane.
The other thing he did on Alex Jones, he goes, 6 million Jews definitely didn't die in the Holocaust. Like everybody knows that. So it's like he's playing with Holocaust denialism and shit. Like you know what I mean?
Like
he's going all in.
Yeah. Because I guess you can't come back from that.
I don't think so.
Because that's.
I mean,
that's fucked.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, it's.
I haven't watched it. I just saw clips and I'm like, maybe there's, and I saw some other clips like in points that like maybe look kind of good, but maybe it's overall just not.
Yeah, I mean, you should watch it. It's fascinating to watch.
How long is it?
He was on there for like, I don't know, an hour or two of just.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's do this so we don't have to stare at Robbie the whole time. So regarding, you know, I learned a little bit about.
I love the music. Did you start that?
No, that's Zach.
Oh, nice. You guys are on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this is a beautiful moment, and I want it to be felt as such. So, you know, I learned a little about your background and why the gym is important to you, so important to you, and it really does inform a lot about how I feel about you, and it gives me I have a lot of respect for your experience and what you've been through.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to openly talk about like maybe I know I read online about your father.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you comfortable talking about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bradley's father committed suicide when you were young.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, like my whole life growing up, I looked for father figures and like coaches. I played sports, I played football, and then when I found the gym specifically, that whole environment felt like you have that kind of like male reinforcement because typically when you're working on those kind of environments, for me, I'm younger. I'd say around like 16, 17 years old. There was always like an older group of men that would be like, "Do this, try that." That experience and that kind of like camaraderie was something I was searching for. So then I really found it, and I could find it every day. And I was like finding myself spending a lot of time in the gym, not even just training, being there to like speak to basically the older men that I looked up to because I didn't have it. So it was like kind of looking at it.
Do you have memories? I think you said you were 6 when you
Yeah.
So you have a lot of memories with him and stuff? Or how was that?
No, I have one like most vibrant memory.
I became a father because there's a perspective of just what a special relationship that is.
Yeah, so one memory that I have, I remember a conversation in it. It was, oh shit. We were, and this was pretty much the only one next to a memory where like I remember myself kind of walking up because my parents had split when I was 5, and then he went and lived in a different house, and I'd go visit him basically during that like time before it kind of like, you know, he went away basically. I remember like coming up to the house. I remember those moments, but I don't really have very many like vivid memories with him, except this moment where it was Easter and I was spending time with him. We were coloring eggs, and basically talking to him like that. That it's. I said to him, I remember saying to him, "Are we gonna do this every year?" And then obviously not, right? Yeah, and I just remember him saying, "Yeah, we'll do it every year." I remember that memory.
Damn.
That's like pretty much the only one.
Wow.
Probably a sense of like a deep sense of abandonment at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, not obviously not right away, but I remember growing and just, you know, you're in high school, your friends, you see your friends with their dads, and you're like, damn, like I want that, and I would try to spend time around those people to have that, or I'd spend time around sometimes the wrong people to have like older like cousins or people that were in other people's lives, and I looked at them as like a, you know, someone who was somewhat of a father figure. Find myself in kind of like not the best positions, but I was always just kind of looking for that. And that's why when I, like I told you, when I found the gym, it was like, damn, this is what I've always wanted, what I've always been looking for.
Yeah, I respect that, and you know, the gym it's a good outlet too. It's healthy. You know what I mean? Like
I saw you recently. You were on a live and you were running.
Oh, you saw that?
I saw that.
I lost 30 pounds, dude.
Yeah, I'm proud of you. That's
Thanks,
amazing,
bro.
for real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good shit.
I'm still going. I got a long way to go.
Because everyone told me that you said the gym was like a waste of time.
Yeah, that's kind of like the funny TikTok meme of it. And it's so funny because I think working out's great.
Yeah.
I support working out. I have a ton of respect for people that go to the gym and do put in the work, because what the gym is one of the only things in life. It doesn't matter your status. It doesn't matter how rich you are. It doesn't matter how much privilege you have or lack of. Everyone has to put in the same amount of effort, right?
Yeah.
There's no shortcuts.
Yeah, I also think I want to add on to that. I also think the gym's such a great place because it's a physical representation of like everything involving success in your life, right? Like in order for you to get good at something, like even we talked about, I came in and I was like, this is amazing. You started somewhere small, right? You got bigger because you knew that, oh, we needed to grow, we needed to get bigger. I'm not saying physically grow, but you talk about a guy in the gym, he wants to get bigger. He has to put himself through that stress to get bigger. He has to tear the muscle down to build it up, right? So you have to go through the painful part of it. And it's cool to me because it's a very physical representation of, I think all success. But you have to go through the growing pains. You have to make mistakes. You have to learn from all the things to get better to where you want to be. And that's why I love the gym so much.
So I want to emphasize, I have mad respect for people that like maintain these incredible bodies through just sheer, willpower. But what I said about the gym, it was literally just one silly joke I made about how I was doing math in my head. I says, if you're on a treadmill an hour every day.
Yeah.
And someone like me, I probably exercise to prolong my life, to be healthy, right?
Yeah.
Like some people exercise to get muscle and look good, or whatever. I don't know your reasons, but I assume it's something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's evolved over time. Like it's been like originally I started because, like I said, I just loved being in that atmosphere so much. And then I remember at one point I was at a gym and I was a trainer, and someone was like, "You should do this competition stuff. This men's physique thing's coming out." It was a brand new class of like the NPC, which wasn't bodybuilding, but like you could wear shorts on stage and look just like you got abs and good shoulders.
Right.
And she was like, "You'd be good at this," so I did it, and then it evolved into like the internet and all this stuff, and because it wasn't a thing when I wasn't like I'm gonna work out to be on the internet, because like my timing was like I got on Instagram in like 2010 2011 before it was like this thing that it is now, that people do it because they think I'm gonna become some like fitness influencer, right? I just did it because someone was like, "You should try it," and then I was like, "Yeah, fuck it," and then I just enjoyed the process of like continuing and growing and getting better at it.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I did this mental experiment that I thought was funny. So let's say you work out an hour every day.
Yeah.
And so that's 7 hours a week. There's 52 weeks in a year. Maybe you'll enjoy this joke. Give me the crunching sound, Zach. So we got 52 weeks in a year.
All right.
Right. Times 7 hours a week.
Okay.
That's 364 hours per year on the treadmill.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I can expect to live, let's be real here. When do you think I'm dying?
This is actually it's a good question, because honestly, but that's the thing, you could change with your actions. So that's why it's like cardio specifically decreases like your all-cause mortality by like a ton. Your ability to stay alive longer is much higher. So like
Cardio is so hard.
It is. I don't even do nothing. Straight up.
All right, you on the way to the LS Naval Port? I'm monitoring closed channels, so I'll let you know if there are any problems on the horizon.
Yeah, you
Get the chopper and get out. That's the order of the day.
Need a bunch of muscle, but having more muscle does make it also easier.
You can approach Merriweather's positions from the front or the back, on land or by sea, or from both directions.
No, not shit.
Not shit.
I got it. I'll be getting a fucking
Crap.
I'm talking about action shit.
No, I'll eat something.
No, but what I'm saying is like,
Full disclosure here, folks. This is Merriweather Security San Andreas Base. If you think they take other people's security seriously, you should see how they treat their own turf. Expect armed patrols, sniper units, and emergency response teams. Your best shot is moving fast and staying in front of them. The Valkyrie attack chopper's got 3 gun placements. Minigun positions on either side and a large caliber explosive round gun in the co-pilot seat. So, one of you will fly it, the other 3 will shoot. That's on the off chance there's anything to shoot other than seagulls.
Okay.
how long do you sit? Have you ever done the time, differential time for that?
I don't know about that.
That's a lot. And I'm not saying it's for a bad purpose, obviously, you're making a content. But like that is also the most optimal.
Well, now I'm doing the an hour a day on the treadmill. That's pretty good.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You've been doing it every
That's
day.
fucking difficult. I mean,
Thank you so much.
I do want to camp twice a week.
you do?
I do.
Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go.
I'm strong. I got really strong.
I love it. Do you feel better?
I do. At first, I hated it so much. It was so hard. You just feel like shit, and like you can't do anything, and you feel like
You go to the front? Okay, remember, they know that warehouse better than you. They know the hiding spots. Want your 6s, want your 3s. Keep it 2 by 2.
People just eventually go
Over.
like 2-3 weeks and like fuck this, and then they stop, and then you have to try again. If you have it, then
I started because of the back pain, and it really went away. Like it's crazy. I had the worst back pain. We have 2 days.
My problem was that I'll be real. Don't take this personal. I fucking hate
fair, dude. A lot of people hate it.
And I tried
went too
He
much.
did.
Still stopped.
You know what was so weird? Before he stopped, he was doing it twice a week for 2 months, and then he was like, I'm gonna start every day. And he started talking to his trainer about like the schedule, about doing it every day, and then he quit. Can you explain that?
You gotta find more balance. Because like, especially if you hate it right away,
Fairweather's channel's blowing up. I'll take that to mean you've made contact. Move on the chopper. One flying, the rest manning the guns.
But back to this mental experiment. So you think I'm gonna die at 64? Okay, Brandon.
sorry.
No, be real.
Yeah, no, I'm being honest. Yeah.
I better start.
I'm gonna get hit
I
if
know.
you
I
die
know.
at 64.
I'm not gonna die at 64.
Yeah, we gotta change that.
I'm working on it. Okay, so okay, now we said 364 hours a year.
Okay.
So now we're gonna time that by 64. Now I know I haven't been exercising my whole life, but let's just pretend like I have. That's 23,296 hours exercising. Okay. Now let's take those hours. Okay, and divide it by 24. Okay. That is 970 days exercising.
And where are we going with
Hold on. There's a point. There's a point.
Okay.
This is the joke that got me in trouble with all of TikTok.
Okay.
970 days divided by 365. We're looking at 2.65 years straight on the treadmill. So I said to myself, this exercising thing it's just a giant scam, because if I just spent that time on the treadmill doing something else, maybe the time I spent on the treadmill will end up being less than the life I saved doing not doing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're trying to say.
And boy, I ended it by saying the numbers don't add up.
Okay, so here's the thing is you're not taking into account that, right? You're not taking into account the way you might actually feel. So the quality of your life can be completely different. So not just you like losing the weight, right? Like you're gonna like feel better overall, like entirely, like sexually, mentally, everything is better. So it's like, wouldn't you also want the quality of your life while you're here to be better? Just that you're not spending less time.
Fairweather's channel's blowing up. I'll take that to mean you've made contact. Move on the chopper. One flying, the rest manning the guns.
I'm spending 2.6 years on the treadmill, and I'm saving and I crunch the numbers, and then it's a big deal. But on TikTok, all the
But it was just that meant
They've dispatched air units. Point and pull the triggers. You cannot bring bogeys back to us.
now he's that guy.
That bird's got a beak and talons, but not many feathers. If you get me, it's well armed with barely any armor. Pilot, keep the other helos at a distance. Gunners, make your shots count.
DMs of guys that they're dating and talking about, like, what do you think about HP? They're like, I fucking hate him. You hate fuck Jim.
Yeah.
And so, but here, like, this is the kind of video that's popping. Like, this one has 223,000 likes. And by the way, this anime in the front, this is exercise. I'm just gonna be honest. There's so many better things to do than exercise.
It is a shame.
By the way, I fuck with the show, Baki.
It's lit.
I watched that fucking anime, dude.
It's dope.
Then they gotta hit me with the Socrates quote.
They hit you with a real quote too.
Without seeing the beauty and strength which is
Dan, you just never know, dude.
Someone's about to flex too up. Yep, I knew that.
He hit you, bro.
Let's
go.
Waistline.
Yeah, damn. But it's also too like, you gotta think too, the gym and like these activities. Like obviously you just sit on a treadmill. It's very like singular.
Yeah.
A lot of these, like I said earlier, the camaraderie in the gym. Like you, even if you spend time, you're spending time there with like your friends. It's also not just working out, right? It's a sort of a social environment as well.
Move on the chopper. One flying, the rest manning the guns.
That keeps me in the base.
But even if like you guys work out together, like maybe went on a little easy jog or whatever, like you could do that, and it's not just time spent doing that, right?
Yeah.
It's also bonding. There's more than that.
There was a time when, actually in high school, I was really good. I played water polo.
You play water polo? Was that cloth like a big unit?
That bird's got a beak and talons, but not many feathers. If you get me, it's well armed with barely any armor. Pilot, keep the other helos at a distance. Gunners, make your shots count.
Is there a picture?
Probably.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
I mean, I used to be super skinny my whole life. I went to college, and
What happened?
what happened was that,
Because it doesn't just happen.
to be honest with you, what happened was probably that, well, I gained a tremendous amount of weight in the past 2 years when I it helped me. I liked it. I liked it. I loved it. The only downside of it was that so when I found a way now to stay on the medicine, I like what it does. Still really
You gotta clear the air before you come back.
I was slowly gaining weight, but I was
Going through like ups and downs. Like he was able to say like I'm gonna go on a diet, and then like he really see results.
I guess my only thought to this like antidepressant thing is I think like overall like it's not the best piece of stuff. Right? There's lots of problems with it. But it's also like I don't know. I really do believe the diet is going to be change your needs. Never gave that a shot. You know what I'm saying? Like if you never gave that a shot.
crazy expectations, and when I really started gaining weight, I was taller than like anxiety disorder, and that really fucked me up for a long time. It's all related. I started gaining weight with that.
Before the antidepressant.
Yeah. Before. And so I had control over that. I felt like I had control. Like I could do it myself. Once I stopped that, I stopped. But now I feel like that. But I don't necessarily think about actually, I think, it's funny because when I was younger, I had the opinion like, oh, everyone's overprescribed medicine and other ways to do it. But as I got older and started using it myself, I understand that there's actually nothing wrong with taking it. And I feel like maybe it's too stigmatized at this point where people see themselves as weak or something if they take a medicine like that, because in my opinion, fat being the only downside, obviously that's a big downside, but I'm working on it. But the benefits of it for me, it turned my whole life around. It was revelatory. It really did.
Because I'm always just curious, like, could there have been other things that could have happened instead of that would have also changed your life and turned it around?
Yeah, I feel like I had tried a long time.
It wasn't just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it.
He waited on taking it.
It was like in my bedside, right? And I was very much like, I don't want to do it. I'm scared of what it's going to do to me. I'm stronger than this. I can deal with this. Because the doctor gave it to me, and I was like, I'm not ready for it. So I was trying everything I could. And then when I started taking it, and I saw how much it helped me, I felt like an idiot for not taking it.
What I guess prior to being like, okay, I need to take it, what bothered you?
Oh, I knew I was just getting irritable, super mood, like crazy mood swings.
The irritable.
But it sounds like your hormones are fucked up. Did you ever get like your blood work done?
Everything's fine. I did blood work.
That was perfect?
Yeah. It was
Damn.
Yeah,
okay.
fine.
Even before getting on the stuff.
Yeah. No, I got blood work, a bunch
was normal.
Yeah, they did a full blood panel.
Yeah.
everything was fine. And I did that like a few times over like a 10-year span because I kept going back and trying to figure out what was going on.
He's always fine. Like he's got no.
Looks like you're almost with them.
No back pain.
Yeah.
No nothing. I'm always like, what is going on?
No
with
medical
this guy?
issues, no back pain. Let's go.
Well, yeah, now I'm gonna fucking develop some
we got it from here.
From cancer since you said that.
Oh well, that's good. At least you checked and you made sure it wasn't just like I'm just gonna do this.
No, I didn't want to take it.
I guess
I put it off.
We thought also we had all these fears like because of what we do is creative. Like, is it gonna mess up with our work or I don't know. We had all these like fears about it, but like it actually did the opposite.
Dude.
Because you feel so much more like
calm, I guess.
Yeah,
as a creative
functional.
person,
You're more functional.
As a creative person, that was my biggest fear. Is like, what's it gonna do like for my functions? And when I started taking it, I found that I had like a renaissance afterwards because I wasn't in my head all the time. Anxiety disorder. I have like a generalized anxiety disorder, and it was really bad. It comes and goes now. I've been on top of it for a long time, but
I definitely relate to that.
Yeah, it can be debilitating.
Yeah.
And so this really helped with that, and I frankly had like a personal renaissance from this creatively with work, and the podcast that you see today, I was doing it once a week, and I hated coming to the office. I hated the product. Everything was so negative. Once I started that, I started coming in. I started spending time with the guys. I said, hey, one's not enough. Let's start. And now we're doing 5 episodes a week, every weekday live.
Like everything that we do, everything that we're doing now seemed impossible back then. Like getting along with the crew, even, or being able to like maintain relationships, have a positive work environment, do a podcast and be happy with it afterwards. Like we would do once a week and hate it afterwards. We'd be like, this was shit. We just hate it.
I totally get it, and that's amazing because this is incredible what you guys are doing. Like the amount of shows and the amount of content output. I just think it's important. I guess we're talking about this subject that I do. People listening, because I don't want someone to hear this and be like, I'm just going to get an antidepressants because it made Ethan's life better because my life's messed up or something. I do want to say that I think it's important that anyone listening, like you did, you gave it time, you thought about it, you got your blood work done. You didn't just say that's the one thing I need and you went for that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think people do that. I think most people are hesitant. I think most people are like, I don't want to take this. I'm afraid to take it. Most of the time when I hear people, they say I was putting it off. I was afraid. I was nervous to take it. And now that I tried it, I'm super happy that I did.
That's exactly how I felt about ayahuasca.
Oh, ayahuasca?
You can't take that because of the antidepressant.
Yeah, you're right. I can't do any fun drugs. That's one of the shittiest parts about it. I can't do any fun drugs, man.
I just did that.
Ayahuasca?
You just did it?
Amazing.
How long ago?
What, a week ago? 2 weeks ago? Oh, here. No, there he's right.
Were you by yourself?
That was with the shamanist type.
Oh, you did it with the shaman?
Yeah.
Just you and the shaman?
Yeah.
Tell me about it. So where did you do it?
About it.
House, my house.
So the shaman came to your house. How'd you find the shaman?
A friend of mine. It's a.
Are they a shaman or are they like a white lady named Becky?
No. This guy doesn't speak any English. He's from Colombia.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. So he's like he did this like it's like in his family. Like he grew up doing it.
Okay.
So it wasn't like just some random.
He lives in LA.
No, he lives in.
He flew in for this.
Flew in from Colombia.
Whoa.
So you paid for him to fly in?
Premium experience.
Yeah.
So this is an expensive journey.
Yeah, it wasn't cheap.
Oh.
Yeah.
But it sounds like it was worth
But I
it.
wanted to do it the right way. I wasn't like I just want to take this thing, right? Because it's been used for like thousands and thousands of years. Like you gotta have some sort of reverence for it instead of just showing up. I'm taking drugs.
Yeah.
Because I was doing it with a purpose.
So you contact this guy. Your friend had used him before.
Yeah.
5 stars on Yelp.
Multiple times. Yeah. Highly reviewed.
So you fly him out.
Not someone from Venice being like, yo, bro, do stuff.
Yeah. So how long did it take the plant from the time you contact him till he comes out?
It was quick. It was like,
really?
it was, well, so let me make this clear. I had been thinking about doing this for like the last 2 years. And just like you were talking about, I was afraid of it. I was so afraid of doing it. But I knew that there could be so much benefit from it. So for like the last 6 months, I was contemplating it. And then from the time that I said, yo, I want to do this to like it happening, it took like about maybe 2 weeks, a week.
Okay.
For him to like set up, come out.
Interesting.
Well, what seemed to you like you could gain from the experience? Like, what is it?
So, like similar to you, I deal with a lot of anxiety. I deal with a lot of like caught up in thoughts around like the idea of death.
We have cameras,
my own sense of worth.
Oh God,
being
no,
good enough,
please.
And, like doing enough in this life.
I'm going as fast as I can.
Being related to also my fear of death. Like I've feel like I've
Okay, I'm going as fast as I
kinda
can.
have to go back to like my father and the fact that my father took his life, and I obsessed about the idea of death for so long since I was a kid. Because when you're 6, everything prior to like a very serious moment is just kind of like, oh, I'm with my friends, I fell.
That's
So
all I have.
everything's
Just
temporary,
take it.
and then realizing your dad's gone, and my mom told me that, I'm like, what does that even mean?
That's a big
So
deal.
since I was a kid, I've obsessed with the idea of death. Like what's my life supposed to be like? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do here? What is life? What is death? What is so I've always had so I wanted to figure out a way to kind of like heal my trauma in a sense in relation to the kind of the assumptions I made around my father taking his life and it not being related to me. Because obviously I know in hindsight now, being 33, looking back, 6-year-old made this like assumption with like, oh, I'm not good enough for my father. That's not going to happen. It's fun. But then now I'm 33, I have this hindsight where I'm able to look back and say, okay, well, obviously all these things that I've gone through, I can realize that it's not as simple as what a 6-year-old because I now have the know of my life and all the things that I've gone through. I'm not saying it's okay for someone to take their life, but there's more understanding of why it may or may not have happened. So I'm trying to get more clear just vision in my life and just being able to like love more freely without holding and like being afraid of doing it and holding back because of my trust in the idea that if I do, someone's going to leave me or I'm going to feel less again. I'm going to feel like I wasn't good enough and that person's gone, So that I have struggled with that with all my relationships in my life. For me, it's like I got to a point where I'm 33. I want to be with a wife. I want to have a family. I want to have that, and it's like I can't have that if I'm so afraid of allowing myself to have it. So the idea was, I'm going to do this. It's a part of, obviously, this fits something, but the idea was to get me closer to the feeling of it. Because I've been taking psychedelics.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. So, I love that. So like,
I fucked with it.
so psychedelics for me is just, I've always felt more connected to myself, obviously without the ego in the sense of how I should be, how people should view me, or how I should, it's like, it's who I am. And the ayahuasca, and the one that I took, Ayahe specifically, is like the strongest version of this. And it just like doesn't allow you to see anything else but like yourself. Like, and you're like confronted with it, and it just feels like it's very unavoidable, and you have to kind of go through it. You can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna think about this. It's like everywhere you look, almost feels like you have to deal with that side of it. And I think that's necessary. Yeah, for sure. So when I first took it, I took a little cup. Just so you guys know, it's like a little like brown liquid, like a shot cup. I took it. I felt pretty normal. Felt like a normal like mushroom trip. I was like, oh, it's kind of like I feel a sense of like well-being and happiness. And like the trees are really pretty. And I walked around. I'm like, this is normal. And then I took another cup. And then like 35 minutes, I just remember almost like I was sitting there, and I remember blinking. It was almost like, I know this isn't the way it works for everyone, because everyone's different the way they react to this kind of medicine. But it was like, imagine, a typical come up where you're like, oh, I'm getting high. You can feel it come up. It was like I had kind of like very mellow to like there was no up. I was just up. And then, but it was weird because your perception of time is completely altered. Or like you don't have, how long did that happen? I just remember blinking and being like, this is a lot. And it felt very uncomfortable because my thoughts were like ping-ponging, like around in my mind, and I couldn't seem to like hold one and just think of it. It was like this, and then this would come, and this would come, and this would come. And it was all the things that I had thought of, kind of setting my intention leading up to it that I wanted to like figure out. But it felt like it was all so much at one time. And then eventually it kind of slowly started to like come apart. But it's not uncomfortable in the sense of I knew that I was there to do the work and trying to figure this out, so I knew it wasn't to be like, this is great. It was the thing where you're in that moment where you're like, well, what am I really doing? And I started thinking about death and like, am I dying? Am I dying now? And me thinking I'm gonna get stuck in this moment. Because you hear about people who take stuff and like because they're not doing it in the right way or the right manner with the right reverence, they end up in some like weird space where like they're altered forever and they're different. I'm like, that's gonna be me, that's me, I'm the guy.
Every time I take
every time straight up.
I don't think that's real, by the way.
What?
That there's people that get
This
stuck.
idea that somebody had a bad trip in
Very fucked up.
Yeah. But so I was just afraid. It felt, I think because of the medicine itself, itself, it felt so like real. It felt so like, because your idea of time is so just gone that it felt like you were there forever. The best way I can describe it. But
in a bad way.
In a moment. Yeah. For time, and then looking back now, it's like, but then you also got to this point where you're like, okay, now what then? And you kind of get calm in the idea that this is what it is. And so that's the thing that I'm looking for, is like I've been trying to find that calm in the chaos. That's the whole point of it, right? For me mentally, because my thoughts are so sporadic all the time. Like, what do I have to do? What am I getting done? Am I doing enough? Is it enough? Am I enough? And then comes a sense of calm where you kind of just like, almost like it is what it is, and I'm going to do my best. And then it made me realize that I needed to be better at living instead of thinking about dying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I needed to be better at giving love and showing love, because ultimately, like, what is all this worth, right? This is cool, this is fun, make money, a cool clothing line, I have a cool clothing line, we get to have fun and talk and make content, but ultimately, like, life is just about love, giving it and receiving it. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to be like, I wish I had more fucking nice things when you pass. You're not going to think about that. You're going to think about the love that you had, the moments that you had. So I started to realize that for me, I needed to be more present with giving and being able to receive love without the fear of it's going to be taken away from me, because everything at some point is going to be taken away from us. Like, we can't take this stuff with us. Nothing. Right? Yeah. So I just kind of get more comfortable in that fact, and it kind of just makes you remember that, like, very succinctly. Very, like, instead of just knowing it, you really feel it. And that's the difference for me, the disconnect of, like, mentally, like, cerebrally thinking something and feeling it in your mind versus, like, connecting it with what's in your body and feeling that. So I think it was amazing, man.
Wow, that sounds like, an incredible experience. It's so, I just feel so bad for it's just so tragic, to think of, like, the 6-year-old who questions, like, I wasn't good enough for him to stay.
Yeah.
Like, I hadn't thought about it, like, in that terms exactly, and it's so sad,
Well, because then I remember in high school, like, graduation, I remember I cried all these big moments where it was like, you'd want someone to see that because you see all the other kids' dads, and you experience that, and you're like, why don't I have that, right? The comparison. But then now I look back on my life and I understand that comparison is like the worst thing we could do in life in general.
Comparison is the thief of joy, they say.
Yeah. Because the thing that I think it's really important for people to hear and understand is that, like, no one's life is supposed to be like this picture perfect thing. But we tend to be taught that kind of stuff in media, or, like, movies and Disney shit in general. And it's just kind of like, it's nothing is, I didn't mean to like attack Disney specifically, but in general, like, we're taught this. Sorry. Sorry, guys.
Disney, bro.
I love the Lion King.
You really gonna back us? Fuck Disney.
I mean, fuck them, but I like a lot of the movies, right? But
come on, Disney has, like, slaves in fucking Indonesia probably drawing cells with their fingers bleeding.
Probably.
You know what I mean? Like, they don't give a shit. Fuck
True.
Disney.
Anyways, but it just specifically.
But that's how sweet you are. You're like, sorry.
I'm not
Disney.
I mean, fuck them. But the point is, like, we were all kind of taught that life is supposed to be a certain way, and, like, I think I don't know if we could teach people, not that life's gonna be fucking terrible or hard, but it is also normal for it to not be like sunshine and rainbows all the time.
Yeah.
Because the people who really truly find success are comfortable in, like, the non-success part of it, are able to deal with it, because that's how you get there, right? You don't just show up. Yeah, you don't just show up one day and be like, I have it.
Yeah, my thing was, like, the chaos of it almost, like, destroyed me. And I feel like with creators in this business, there's, like, a firewall in a sense where it's like either you make it past, like, a year or two of being, like, successful, or you just disappear because it's too fucking hard. And I almost disappeared.
This shit's not a joke, man. I understand where you're coming from when you talk about, like, the burnout, or, like, just, like, not being happy and doing it, because this is, like, I've been doing shit for, like, 12 years now. 11 years.
It's a long time.
It's on Instagram, socials, and I think YouTube I'm on, like, 9 or 10 years.
Yeah, I'm about 10 years too.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
But like social in general, I think probably 12, because I did Instagram first. But regardless, it's a lot, and I think people, I don't know, because people just see it for what it is. But I don't think they really understand, like, what actually goes into it. I think people just looking at it like, oh, you just sit on a chair.
It looks easy. It looks fun. You make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Rich, successful people don't get really to complain. People don't really empathize. They're like, oh, well, my life fucking sucks even more than yours, asshole. So I get it.
It's fine.
I get it.
But this shit is, like, a lot of fucking work. And a lot of expectation.
For me, the crushing part wasn't the work itself. It was Dude, the craziest thing about what we do, in my opinion, is, like, the comments, like you are reading basically like intimate conversations with people talking about you without the expectation that you are going to be like standing behind them listening to everything they're saying. And so it's almost like being able to read people's minds, you know, around you and hearing like their true inner thought about you. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
We're
crazy.
talking about the comments. Right?
Yeah, yeah. The feedback.
Just say there was
Constant
fuck
feedback.
Yeah, the Twitter, like YouTube. So that was a big hurdle for me to get over. Is kind of like having a more concrete.
Alright, let's get the EMP in the LAPV to HLAR. The LAPV is still at the safe house on North Calafia.
You contact the shaman. You fly this guy up. Does he speak English? No English.
Like very
Obviously, this is a malware-style attack, so we need to get the Trojan in without it being identified. It's a genuine Merryweather insurgent with no obvious signs of tampering, so once it's in place, it shouldn't be flagged as suspicious. Until it's too late, that is. We're providing you with suppressed firearms to make a minimum noise impact when dealing with guards. The rest is up to you. If there are guards in each other's sight lines, you'll need to coordinate your takedowns. Standard procedure for a gang of no-good criminals like us, I'm sure, but I thought worth a mention.
Yeah,
they have a big.
This is almost my favorite part of the process, putting on the finishing touches. It's like the night before Christmas, or the morning before a test. Yeah, I got a degree.
I feel like
In prison, the anticipation is killing me, so I guess we're all in danger. New York, you know we got a good price for the Hydra, and a jet's a collector's item. Real nostalgic appeal. I just hope it gets used where it was built for, you know? That it's out there bombing orphanages instead of sitting in mothballs appreciating in value. Meyer does have a questionable human rights record, mind you, so here's hoping he's not just rolling it out for air shows.
No, so that's the thing. So what I understood about it was like this is it's a purgatory. So like you're supposed to be throwing up or like shooting. I did none of. You didn't feel it? None of it.
Yeah, I heard it most people know.
Yeah, no. So okay, this is the thing. This is really weird. Actually. I took it and I'm sitting there and for a second, yeah, it is bothering my stomach. And I'm like, it's kind of getting worse. I remember laying there and being like, that could get a lot worse. And then the second that I didn't feel it at all, like it was like a switch. It was right when I started to feel it. So I went from like my stomach really hurts and like and I'm uncomfortable. So like then I had this like warm feeling go down my back and I was like, oh, it's like understand me. But there was, I'm not gonna lie, at one point I felt like I was so deep in it to like.
Do you know how long it lasted?
Yeah, actually, this is an interesting thing. It felt like it lasted maybe 3 hours.
Oh shit, that's short.
No, it didn't last 3 hours. My perception of it was like, if I said, you asked me to, when I was in it, how long has it been? 3 hours, but it was 9 to 6 o'clock.
That's a long. That's a long one.
Yeah, and you're not even, you have zero, you wouldn't even know that it was a long time. There's no like, oh, this is a really long time. You don't even think about it.
And is he sober? Does he drink?
He drinks a bit.
Oh.
So he's on
From his own supply.
That's part of the process.
He got to be on the same level.
Yeah, exactly.
And so how much you pay this guy? Flight aside, like what's his fee?
So you can do it in a way that
You see the EMP glowing in the trunk? That's our payload.
Yeah.
So that's good though. I'm glad he came out.
You should think of this as a dress rehearsal. You're getting a feel for the props. The stage will be set as you're working with the other actors. Only this is the kind of dress rehearsal where if you screw up, you die. Hey man, whose name we don't know? If we're breaking into the lab now, why don't we just go for the target? Because you'll die. Either Merryweather will kill you, or I will kill you for shitting on my carefully constructed plan.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a I haven't seen that.
Bro, it looks like a plane. It's almost like a plane. So my friend gave me a file. And he said there's only 2 pictures.
everybody said it was really
Didn't have to do.
So I took the file. It was like and I can only imagine how much was actually on that.
Oh, you took a lot.
He was like, let's just finish the bottle.
Yeah, no, he said he gave us the file, and he said just finish it. That should be the perfect amount for the period. So I said, okay. And if we were...
And our friends Victoria and Lucas, they're like, oh, it's totally true. It was strong too. It's kind of like he's I'm the one that I start to feel it, and then I know like, okay, it's happening.
Yeah. It's happening. Yeah, good for you though, man. I'm very pro drug use. I'm very pro like responsible.
I think it was all so like I looked at it and like
Is there any way I can
Yeah, we do it all the time. It's right past that. You know it, right? No. Take your time. It's okay.
You're approaching the target. Pull up outside and we'll talk logistics.
Well, but I do that all the time. So,
do not approach the lab until everyone is in position and I'm able to break into the network.
what is
I don't know if you ever have to.
I'll tell it.
We've hacked in and put the CCTV on a loop. It won't be stable for long, so you'll have to move quick. Let me show you. I'm sending you a live feed.
we definitely did.
You definitely mentioned that.
I've transferred control of the cameras over to you. We don't have very long, so scan the area quick and make sure you know where the guards are. The guards will raise the alarm if they see anything suspicious. If the alarm goes, we're blown. Look out for their sight lines and take them out in pairs if you have to. But you only need to drop them if they're in the way. The aim is to get the insurgent to the bay at the rear of the facility. Clear a path to the bay.
8% say they remember it, but the majority say no. Maybe
well,
it was on another podcast.
There wasn't that much more to it. We got super fucking high. Every second was like fragments. Like,
There are multiple Merryweather guards between you and the bay. The bay is near the main switchboard for the facility and its primary generator. It's where the EMP will do the most damage and where it's least likely to be discovered. The more damage the EMP does, the longer the lights will be out, and the higher our chances of a successful mission. You only need to take out the guards in your way. Alright, good luck.
And I tried. Skyrim had just came out, and I was like, I just need something. I just need something to ground me right now. And I get on Skyrim, and I'm just riding my horse straight for hours. Just fucking. It is so bad, man.
You've had good psychedelic experience. Right?
Yeah.
We did.
Mushrooms, great.
Yeah.
I don't know if you consider MDMA psychedelic, but
We had
always
really,
positive.
really good experiences on it.
Whose idea was it to put the cheetah while you pee, right where the pisser is?
Wasn't that here when we bought? Was that here?
Oh yeah.
The cheetah in like the
Been
Michael
there.
Jackson Thriller.
Yeah, that was here.
Yeah, it's been
Wow.
here. Okay, let's watch this.
All right, let's do it.
We've come a long way already, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, regarding the gym thing.
Because you related to laser tag. Don't forget that.
Okay, so maybe I can explain that.
Okay.
I know that the laser tag
that
part
was the
got-
wild part. I was like, what the fuck?
So my point is that I understand how important it is.
There are multiple Merryweather guards between you and the bay. The bay is near the main switchboard for the facility and its primary generator. It's where the EMP will do the most damage and where it's least likely to be discovered. The more damage the EMP does, the longer the lights will be out, and the higher our chances of a successful mission. You only need to take out the guards in your way. Alright, good luck. Get to work.
Whatever has that special meaning to them, right? So a lot of people at the time were being asked to give up, to sacrifice.
You're doing well. Keep it up.
To prevent the spread of disease. And so that's what I meant. That being said, you know, I get it. I think you made a stand for yourself, and I think that's cool. The part that, like, you know, I think ultimately is what got me going a little bit was like this kind of stuff, you know.
I don't do all that shit though. That's not.
Come on, Brad.
I don't do that shit. That's
Free Donnie, dude.
That's.
Only the guys between the gate and the garage are mission critical, but I like your thinking.
It was
like
during
you
the
were-
height of COVID.
Yeah, you should have been wearing them.
Before everything.
What?
So, you know, the gym is kind of like the worst place.
No.
Because everybody's breathing heavy.
For spread.
For spread.
Stay quiet. Keep moving.
Well, I don't know if they've actually proved that. There's no actual proof of that.
Well, I think it's just like because you're breathing
Just because
heavy,
it's like it's transmitted
sweating.
by, you know, the air.
But also the gym was a place that, like, at the same time, like, as far as the health benefits of working out,
Yeah.
they proved that was essential to
You
not
could've-
dying from COVID, right? So it wasn't just
Yeah.
like a. It's
Or
not
just not
the
being
fact
fat. Yeah,
It's
apparently.
not just a hobby thing. It was also like a health thing.
Yeah, but you can do a trim. You can exercise at home.
Yeah, sure. But what if you didn't know how to do it properly? Like, you had a trainer. For
I
a
think
long time,
I
right?
wouldn't have. I don't think I would have been.
I actually did sessions over Zoom during COVID with a trainer. Well, that's like amazing.
Like I said, that's what I'm saying.
No, but I feel like I wouldn't have gotten so
That's the point.
mad if, like, in the gym, you guys were like at least having some precaution to prevent the spread. But you guys were like, fuck it.
Well,
fuck
I
COVID.
had two $11,000 fucking air purifier systems that were like actually really good.
There are multiple Merryweather guards between you and the bay. The bay is near the main switchboard for the facility and its primary generator. It's where the EMP will do the most damage and where it's least likely to be discovered. The more damage the EMP does, the longer the lights will be out, and the higher our chances of a successful mission. You only need to take out the guards in your way. Alright, good luck. Get to work.
This is a good picture though, man.
You're doing well. Keep it
You
up.
guys didn't get the one with me standing on the thing? Gotta be one with me standing on the thing. Did you see it? I'll never forget that.
Yeah, so I mean, listen, at the time it was like, well, I mean, fuck this guy, we're all making sacrifices, and it just felt like a little bit.
Only the guys between the gate and the garage are mission critical, but I like your thinking.
Everyone fucking kind of like had a hard time with it, right? So I'm not, in retrospect, I'm not judging you at all, and you know, you do what you have to do, and I think, I respect you.
Crush this or what?
Get familiar with your surroundings. You'll be back here soon.
That was maybe. That one got me pissed, bro. That one pissed me the fuck off.
But you know, this is the most. There's that much to do with
It's America.
And then, do you forgive me for saying that working out's a waste of time?
I do, but I don't know if the whole gym community will.
Okay, but you.
But I will.
You
do it.
represent them.
I will represent the
work
gym.
for us in
I will represent the gym community. We should forgive Ethan because
Thank you, bro. I exercise.
he
I
exercises.
exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding. And I forgive you for lying about Steve jerking off his dog.
Oh.
100%. He did, bro. I know. Oh, let's talk about it. So before we did that podcast, we literally were talking about how we were gonna make it funny by just adding random shit. Even stuff about like this girl and all the shit that he said in the podcast. This is when we were in Miami when we talked about it. The point was to make it.
Multiple Merryweather guards between you and the bay. The bay is near the main switchboard for the facility and its primary generator. It's where the EMP will do the most damage and where it's least likely to be discovered. The more damage the EMP does, the longer the lights will be out and the higher our chances of a successful mission. You only need to take out the guards in your way. Alright, good luck. Get to work.
We took it all the way.
The whole thing was fun.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take you at your word. That we didn't actually.
You're doing well. Keep it up.
I'm gonna say you were there. I wasn't even there. You guys planned it, but there was a lot of details like scooping and cow style.
Steve is funny.
Okay.
Because listen.
Oh my God. He was so. And then, so the one thing I want to say is, y'all can't blame me because in the comments, everybody was like, Steve jerked off his dog, and I was. And then even when you guys were like, it's a joke. I can't believe Ethan actually thought it was real. All the comments who are your fans, not even mine. Those people all hate.
Where is that other guy? Hassan. Where's Hassan? I feel like he was part of the conversation. I thought he was gonna be here. Okay. Anyway,
he cut here on this.
He talked about this. I saw his clip talking about it. Anyway,
Get familiar with your surroundings. You'll be back here soon.
No. So the thing with Steve was like, it was straight up was a joke. We thought about it. We planned it out prior. I understand why. Like you're thinking like, oh, he's like upset about the reaction to it. You're talking about the fans, but he's like that's what he just makes dumbass jokes. Like, that's his character. That's what he's done.
People are saying it was way too recent to be made up.
Good comedy.
He's a genius.
You gotta think about it too.
That's like me coming out here and being like, yeah, so I'm being over the top.
No, go ahead.
I was like, yeah, so there's this crazy time where I had sex with a kid, and
oh, that's hold on.
Why you gotta go there?
Hold the fuck on, Balenciaga. Yeah, no.
Why do you have to go to that one?
My point is, why would you want people to think that about?
Okay.
Like the man when it's great thing about how he jerks off his dog as a joke. You got to at least say you're kidding. Why would you want people to think you're a fucking animal? And yeah, obviously that was I was trying to make a point. Obviously, I don't fuck kids. Okay, just for the record.
Yeah,
Thank you.
fuck.
I don't know if that needs to be said.
Sorry, TikTok, that clip.
Yeah,
I already got you.
The zoo culture be like, here's Ethan saying, I fuck kids.
You're done. Holy shit. No. So here's the thing, right? Okay, you understand the power of social media, right? You make content about other people's content. You've done it for years, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and us knowing...
He's not a rookie.
He's not a rookie either. I'm not a rookie either.
Yeah.
We knew that people would be like, yo, this is not that specifically thing was like, we're going to take that the farthest. But we knew that people would be like, what? Like even the James Harden thing, we talked about this girl, like she DM'd her, like this joke around this. Like we knew that there'd be a reaction. And you honestly just made the episode better because you came and you talked and you caused more traction.
There's a little time fuck with on Rumble. You got time fuck.
There are multiple Merryweather guards between you and the bay. The bay is near the main switchboard for the facility and its primary generator. It's where the EMP will do the most damage and where it's least likely to be discovered. The more damage the EMP does, the longer the lights will be out. You're doing well. Keep it up.
Genuine, like real. It is common. He probably just felt a certain way because people came to attack him about it because your fan base is obviously strong.
But I gotta say, again,
and remember that girl drove by me and was like, Brad, see jerk off dog. So they're a little violent, dude.
Only the guys between the gate and the garage are mission critical, but I like your thinking.
12 years. That's never happened.
That's kind of amazing. Whoever you are, I got even mad.
Yeah, I'm not even mad. It was honestly really funny.
But I just want to say I'm getting a little bit too much blame because in the comments they're like, yo, what the fuck? And then when you guys made a
Get
second
familiar with your
statement,
surroundings. You'll be back here soon.
all the comments, and I know y'all read them, it's like, nah, fuck that. Steve definitely deserves his dog. Good for your fan.
That's funny, dude.
That's funny. Don't get mad saying it's just a little. You can't get mad at me when your own fans are like, nah, he did it.
Funny.
It is funny. I
find
agree.
it so
That's why I
funny.
fucking talk about it all the time.
Oh, it's hilarious. I want you to go. I wish he was here. I wish he was here.
I wish Donnie was here.
Oh, dude. Holy shit.
So there. Okay. Let's do it.
Visualize your goal. Let's do this.
100%. I know he.
He says no, and he was there. Brad
I
was
lived with him for like 3 months.
You never saw as much as us.
No. I'll tell you one time. So this is not, no. That's not what I'm saying. Don't cut that. Fuck that. Listen.
Don't start the pull yet.
Not that never happened, but there was. I'm gonna tell you a true story. This is the true story. One time, Selena, I think was FaceTiming Steve and was like, "Yo, look what Donnie's doing." And then there was like Donnie was like, he must have had a hard on from pumping a pillow, and I think he screenshotted that like FaceTime and was like, "Look, this is hilarious." That was.
Why are you telling that story? For public or something?
No, just that's the only.
So he's making animal pornography.
It's not animal pornography. What the hell?
I'm just kidding.
No.
All right, so.
Do you want Hassan to call in?
Oh, Hassan can call in. He streams, so he always does this.
Is he streaming right now?
Yeah, he's on Twitch. He's always streaming, so he can call in. Because he's probably watching, right? Whenever we mention him, everyone in his audience like Ethan talking, and then he pulls it up.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so just guys, as you're voting, remember Bradley was there.
Yeah.
He's friends with them.
Yeah.
They planned this. He's saying this did not happen.
It didn't happen.
And I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you because we're dogs now.
Yeah, it did not happen.
Yeah,
I
so,
get why it's funny.
Yeah. So the votes are in. 6,000 votes cast. 90%.
Everyone, hold on.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna say, I knew it though. You asked
90%.
Twitter. Is that on Twitter?
No, it's on the YouTube live.
Okay, of course. I mean, that's the internet. They love that kind of.
90% say Steve versus dog.
90%.
That's a blow.
I mean, we can't rely on them to get the truth, right? They're just giving their opinion.
There are multiple Merryweather guards between you and the bay. The bay is near the main switchboard for the facility and its primary generator. It's where the EMP will do the most damage and where it's least likely to be discovered. You're doing well. Keep it up.
That's funny.
What did you want to ask him first? Just about the. You want to tell him?
I don't even care.
You guys tell him. On his audience, Steve will do it. Did not talk his stuff.
Yeah, ask his audience.
His audience is gonna.
Only the guys between the gate and the garage are mission critical, but I like your thinking.
Steve will win.
Steve will do it.
You gotta have fun.
I'd love to. Maybe.
But he said he wouldn't talk to a fat guy, an ugly girl.
I need to move a little bit more way.
He's on his way down.
And also, I don't know if he was too ugly.
Get familiar with your surroundings. You'll be back here soon.
By the way, his girlfriend's lovely. Very nice.
Yeah, nothing. We never said anything.
You guys should come together so that we have like a neutral.
I would, yeah.
And I'll lose some weight, and I'll apologize for being fat.
Maybe like you just start the podcast like working out or something.
Oh yeah.
Sure, I could do that. Yeah.
Like move.
I started to apologize after the gym guys got on me, and I just became like the fat guy. I like to apologize for being fat. People, actually, I'm sorry I didn't open for apologizing.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I'm actually kind of disrespecting you to start with that.
I apologize for being overweight.
Should be sorry.
Yeah, I have my deepest regrets, Dio.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there it is. Steve did not jerk his dog off, guys. Stop fucking saying that slanderous lie.
Yeah.
The part about
Now I know where
the
this.
cum.
Now I know where this place is.
Yeah.
So when you exercise, like what do you do? What's the number?
Oh,
How much you bench?
Yeah.
wow. It's got to be the most common gym bro question. I mean, currently I'm probably working.
There are multiple Merryweather guards between you and the bay. The bay is near the main switchboard for the facility and its primary generator. It's where the EMP will do the most damage and where it's least likely to be discovered. The more damage the EMP does, the longer the lights will be out. You're doing well. Keep it up.
And we're also jitty jumping to the
But what if you're just doing
curl? I mean, it ranges. Like sometimes I just try to get a bump. Sometimes I try and like get heavy.
yeah. So Does he just trying to get a pump? Casual.
Only the guys between the gate and the garage are mission critical, but I like your thinking.
All right, Hassan, you're being called out. We have Bradley Martin here.
Well, I don't know what to call him.
I'm just kidding.
Go.
The zoo man himself. Hassan's into exercise, so he expects this.
Good.
Yeah, so we're here to talk about Steve will do it.
Get familiar with your surroundings. You'll be back here soon.
That was it. And that dog, there was no
How is he
style.
viewing us right now?
He he is.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's
Oh, I'm live on Twitch.
Damn, that's fucking.
we got all the
Okay,
time.
wait, hold up. So I asked the question for Bradley. Bradley, you said that you guys had a conversation ahead of time to like make a joke about this. Is that true?
Yeah.
So you guys were like, let's do a joke, and then the joke was that Steve will do it. We'll jerk off his dog.
I mean,
Yeah, that's my point.
Stay quiet to keep moving.
Think that about it.
it's a fucking joke.
Yeah, but the joke, the punchline can't be, oh yeah, I'm a murderer, or oh, I'm a pedophile. Like it's not a good thing to be. You know what I mean? Like you gotta at least say it's a joke.
I mean, it's not real.
It's not the worst. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Real. Everyone thought it was.
And also like that, I mean, if you look at the kind of content that we made over the years, it's like it's not the most,
Okay.
you know?
Yeah.
Like, look at, so that's the thing too. It's like also understanding all of it, right? Like when I came in here to you and I said, hey, these are my 3 experiences with you, right? They were all negative, right? But do you make only negative content?
Nice.
Concentration is key,
But it's like
people.
not, right? So it's
Take
like
an
your perception
amphetamine if you have
is
one.
based on that. My perception is based on that.
Visualize
You
your
watch all the
goal.
content, you
Let's do
understand, okay,
this.
Steve is kind of, he fucks off. That makes sense. Push it up.
Yeah, but so let me just probe
You'll need to hack the security panel to get the insurgent into the bay. Go to work on
I want
it.
to know how detailed. So he said, I'm at the store where I jerk on my dog off.
Or he
We were
did
talking.
tell you
No,
what?
we were talking about it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh
you
my God.
specifically made that plan.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there was like 3 current things we wanted to talk about, like 3 joke topics.
Okay, there it is. You see?
So why do you think I'm like?
How far down on the line was the jerking off the dog go? Like, was
All right,
it
the
first
malware's
like,
installed.
the
Pull
fart
out.
joke, and then he was like, nah, I actually jerked off my dog, and that's really
No, like I said, like I told you earlier, that FaceTime thing, it was in relationship to that. That his dog like is not humping his pillow.
Okay.
But then it's like,
there have this history.
yes.
Because he started off by saying he can't come over his house.
Yeah, you're
Jerk him off. Because there's no way. I'll defend Steve after this. The detail about watching Disney movies.
Yo, that's funny, dog. That's hilarious. Like Bruce, he's also like, the thing that keeps Lance a little real is like realism into it, right?
Too much realism.
He talks about getting IVs, he gets IVs all the time while he's like doing it. Like,
There's a Merryweather team inbound. They have no reason to suspect you. Do not engage. Okay, hurry it up. We just lost connection. They're seeing live images on the security feed.
90% are saying Steve jerked off his dog. But I'm saying, guys, it didn't happen. You can say Steve jerked his dog off. Be honest. Be honest. They're both saying that.
yeah, like if you know him, you get it.
So these 2 guys behind the scene here, you guys work with. Oh, but you guys, so you guys know.
Yeah, we're all around. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're saying they know Steve. He definitely didn't jerk his dog
If
off.
you knew him, Steve's a very unique individual for sure. You gotta meet him.
unique.
He's like he says reckless shit. He says crazy shit.
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
it's fucking it's from a good place.
People are saying Bradley is lying.
No, not lying at all. Not at all.
I totally believe you. I believe you, man.
Yeah.
It kind of explains everything.
I feel like he doesn't believe me though. He's got that.
Hassan, do you believe this?
I'm not gonna lie, dude. He's not that good at like he's not that good of an actor, right? Like it felt
too detailed.
Like that was my thing. Like how is he so good at acting? And Bradley, you are Oscar-winning performance. If you literally like planned this ahead of time, you're the male Meryl Streep.
Yo, thank you.
No, really, because you're like, what are we talking about here?
I'm good, bro. But have you looked? Like I said, if you looked at content we made for time, like for example, there's a video where I get fucking electrocuted, like shocked.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't actually get shocked. Do you think I actually would agree to get fucking shocked? There's a ton of videos we've made that it's like it's a little bit of satire.
Mm-hmm.
You know, shit's not real. Not all of it's real, but like it's because it's fucking funny.
You know what, bro? Out of respect for you and the beef we've squashed, I think we're dogs now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this didn't happen, and Hassan, I don't want to hear it anymore.
Yeah, no, I will never bring it up. Wait. So what is? I'm sure you guys talked about this, but I have to bring it up. I'm sorry for asking this, but what did Bradley think about the Liver King saga?
Oh, we didn't even get to talk about that.
He shouted. Wait, you were there? He was there on that one?
He was.
Oh shit! Yeah, I fucking old testament and all that stuff. It was pretty good. I like the marrow. Did you try the marrow? It was like the buttery marrow.
Yeah, we did. We tried it. But I'm also.
Oh, you eat that like for real? Oh, that's dope. I mean, it's actually really good. But no, the Liver King thing.
Do you think so? So you're part of the zoo culture, as they say.
Me too.
Yeah, so people do all of this. A zoo of class. A zoo of class. Isn't that the term for someone who fucks animals? Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He liked it.
So that's interesting.
Maybe it's just a method action.
13,000 votes are in. 90% say he did it. Guys, stop. It's not wrong.
Wait, I have a question for Bradley. Bradley, do you think someone can maintain like 5% body fat like that year round without the usage of like heavy stuff like steroids and nutrition and some of the things that he had in his stack?
Talk about like the idea of heavy, right? I mean, what he has is extreme. Like, can someone do it without a heavy usage of something? I'm assuming so, yeah. I don't think so to be that. I mean, some people just genetically are more. I know girls, I know guys that like, I know for certain that they're natural, right? But they still look incredible. Where it's like, damn, I think if that person got on any sort of anything, they would look insane. But by natural, they still look crazy. So everyone is so uniquely different to this. Did you know that?
Yeah, was it obvious to you?
It's obvious, yeah. I mean, I talked to him on my podcast about it.
You were like, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, so that, it's more so like the degree of like how thick the veins are and the skin is. Like, that's not a natural thing for most people, right? Some people have more of that than others. Like I said, it's hard to say exactly because everyone is so different and everyone responds to like that stuff differently as well. Talk about steroids, right? It looks pretty, it looks great just because of the nature of like the vascularity. So does someone need to take crazy amounts to be like that? Not necessarily.
Do you think it's ethical for him? What he was doing, like, yo, buy yourself, I'm all natural, the liver, all natural, oxygen on board. Is it ethical for him to lie? Not ethical, obviously. Like, all the stuff you're saying that's like, that is good. I mean, there's plenty of people trying to stop with the lie.
I think one of the things that most people don't understand is that like even if you did these exact stats,
I'm glad you said
you
that.
would look like him.
Yeah.
You would not look like him unless you also were
Yeah. 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 I'm glad you're saying this because it is relevant. Like I do think people go, and I think that's why people are afraid of talking about it in general because they just think someone's just gonna just say, well, you'll have this just because of that, right? Because people's masculine mentality. Yeah, because but it is true. I know people who've taken tons of shit and look like you wouldn't even guess that they ever took it once. So it's like there is a level that people they just kind of like I guess they're afraid of that attack and like oh shit isn't it's not worth anything because he did that and just kind of take it away. Just like we talk about like pro sports like Jerry Maguire, like he took steroids, right? But it's like steroids aren't going to teach you how to get a bat. You understand? You're not gonna, yeah, maybe you hit it if you're good at hitting, you hit that. Hit a ball, right? You're gonna hit that hard, but like I can get a bunch of steroids. I'm not gonna fucking hit a bat. I'm not gonna be able to fucking bat out in a home run. I can hit the ball.
It's very much alive. That dude had the record for like 1 day. Mark McGuire.
Sorry, Mark McGuire.
I was like, yeah, Mark McGuire.
Anyway, the point is,
he goes to record for like a day.
My bad, yeah. But the point is, like, it doesn't just like, I mean, with bodybuilding and like physique, it is a little bit more specific. But like, for athletes who are like, oh, took steroids, like you're doing shit. And I'm willing to bet 99% of people in professional sports are on steroids, some form of steroids. Not necessarily taking bodybuilding steroids, trying to be like a jack bodybuilder, but all of them are taking something because you got to think at the highest level. You're talking about like LeBron James, all these people. If LeBron James spends like what $1 million a year on health, it's like if their whole entire livelihood is based around how they perform, they would take things to be. Yeah, and it's like people just like don't think about it and they just go, oh, it's not basketball.
LeBron James, he's the GOAT, so I don't agree with that.
I bet you LeBron is on growth hormone.
You think so?
I would say at least
That's
that.
crazy. I don't agree with
I
that.
love how he
LeBron,
does not
if you see
agree
this-
with it. I love it.
This man is no disrespect to.
I love it. No, I'm not saying he's not great. I'm just saying like.
I have no problem with steroid use. I think it's fine. You know, I think hot personally, I think all drugs every single fucking.
Please, I'm trying so hard. I want him to do steroids again.
Me?
Yeah.
Dude, that has to do like don't have to like do something. Like let me just like get steroids so like you know what I mean, lose my fat, and then we can talk about steroids.
Well, I mean, steroids also.
I want to talk about steroids.
It does make a lot of other functions. Fuck me! So like yeah, blood flow might be a little bit better, so maybe dick's a little stronger. Okay, yeah, that's solid. What were you saying though?
It makes your heart bigger too, though.
Yeah, excessive use.
I don't want heart. I want only dick bigger and heart stay nice and tight.
There's
and
supplements
petite.
for the heart thing.
I want a petite, beautiful, fuckable little heart. I want
That's
that
interesting.
to stay the same.
You don't want that to get too big.
No. And by the way, 16,000 votes, 90% say yes. Steve jerked his dog off. Guys, stop. It's not even funny. It's not funny.
Well, of course they're gonna say that.
I'm telling them
internet
not to.
Yeah, but the internet always picks the negative.
Guys,
They
stop.
always
It's
do.
not funny. It's not cute. Bradley's here. He's saying it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Steve did not jerk that dog off. He took a picture of the dog humping something, but that's it.
Yes, yeah. Hassan, why do you think LeBron is not on steroids?
Because he's the GOAT. That's it.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
He's the GOAT.
fair. Fuck it.
He's infallible and he can do no wrong. Greatest
Oh
athlete
my
of our
god.
time.
Dude, I think he's great too. I just think like why not?
I think you're right at a certain point, and you know the Lance Armstrong thing was really nuts. But it turns out that all of his contemporaries, the people who were like competing with him, they're all on steroids too. So it's just a weird thing. It's like everyone needs to be on it, or nobody needs to be on it.
So we're good to go.
It's not fair
I
when
think
he's on it and
you've
nobody
done
else.
great.
is.
And this won't be
or
a
just
problem.
if they're
No
gonna
one
do it,
is
like,
going to
just-
want to
if
admit that
someone's choosing to
anything
do it in
happened
a
here.
sport, let 'em do it.
According to
But
my
it's like-
sources,
but
well,
that's the thing,
Mr.
it's gonna- it's
Percival
gonna make
won't be
everyone feel like
successfully
they have
bidding
to
on
do
any
it just to
government
get to a
contracts
level,
and
right?
can't
Because you're
stop
competing
himself
with
from
people
being
who are
robbed. You'll be
then
fine.
you can't be on the
Just
same
gonna
level.
require a little
And
bit
it kind
of
of
finesse.
sucks where it's like,
Two
if you want to be a
teams.
professional
Chopper crew,
athlete, then all
ground
of a sudden you
crew.
gotta be
All of you will be
taking
flying
substances,
in
kinds of
together.
drugs that may not be
Ground
good for your
crew
health.
is
And it
going to
becomes
jump
like an
into the
ethical thing.
labs,
It's
set
a
off the
weird,
EMP,
tricky
make
situation.
their way
why
toward
it
the
isn't that
information
way.
where
Yeah.
after while the
Yeah,
power
makes
is down,
sense.
chopper
Even though
crew
I'm sure
holds
plenty
position in
of
the
people
air,
are more than
deals with
willing to
incoming
do it
security
for-
teams. Once the
Yeah.
ground
for the
crew
event.
has
And there's
what we're
healthy ways to
after,
go about all
you
this kind of
coordinate
stuff.
an
It's a matter
evac
of, like,
and meet
blood
my
work,
contact
like,
with
checking
the
all that
file.
stuff.
Are we
But I want- actually-
That's why I
clear?
believe it should be
So
legalized,
remember,
and there should
if
be
we never
better
meet again,
medical
we never met at
technology and better
all. I
checks
love
to
you
ensure
all,
that people
which
can
is why it's best
safely
we pretend that
inject
nothing
steroids in the way that they're
Everything.
currently
And if it
doing
did
already,
happen,
so
it
that I
wasn't
can
me,
finally get
and
some
it wasn't
fucking
me
awesome
because I
steroids,
was
Are you
never
looking for
here.
juice?
myself.
Stay strong.
I mean,
I
you
love
could
you
just go
all.
to a clinic and do
Love
it.
you.
You can just see.
And that's how we
I
don't
will
get caught
eventually
doing
juice.
How old are you?
I'm 31. I'm about to be 32.
Good
next
juicing
year.
age?
Good time.
It's a good time, brother.
I'm gonna
Now's
start
the
juicing when I'm
time.
35. I
Yeah.
think.
Why do you want to do it? Is it just aesthetics? Like, what is the reason?
Well, I mean, I'll probably do it if I get to like a certain level, like when I'm 35 or whatever. When I start noticing that my T levels are decreasing or whatever,
What's
and then
T
then I'll do it.
Testosterone levels.
Testosterone levels.
And then, well, what happens when your T levels get low?
You get depressed.
Oh, you don't
get
feel
moody,
good.
You
Yeah.
get sad. You lose, make more body fat. Have a harder time sleeping.
But
Testosterone is a very important thing.
When the
Very
doctor
important.
just they'll give you testosterone if
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
low.
I mean, technically, he can go and get that prescribed to him right now if he wanted to.
Yeah, what are you waiting
Yeah,
for?
there's doctors that'll give it to you, like testosterone and stuff like that too. Like pretty common. A lot of people do it in Hollywood.
Well, testosterone's bullshit. That's just a supplement.
You just, what are your thoughts on that?
We're
Stom?
talking about testosterone.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's like different things that you can take already that's like even over the counter.
Yeah, there's some. Which is, I would say, nothing really amounts to what testosterone does, though.
I want to ask you. So
But
Even
isn't just
TRT,
like
right?
natural
Even
better?
TRT is
I
not
don't know.
like even TRT itself is not like stacking up half the
Yeah.
shit the Liver King was taking.
Yeah. Well, no, not even close. TRT's like the amounts would be like 125 to 200 maybe at the most milligrams of this a week, where I think he was doing like excessive amounts of.
go ahead, Hila. Sorry, you got cut off there.
I was gonna say, like, kind of like how you were about the antidepressant, where you're like, isn't just natural better?
Yeah.
I kind of have the same reaction right now. Like,
Yeah.
don't you want to just go natural?
Yeah, so some, I mean, obviously you can. I mean, some people can, some people do. I think what's been happening though, it seems like overall, like, water people drink, food people eat, all this stuff is adding, like the environment is adding like stress on the human body that maybe wasn't as necessarily as normal in the past. So that's why, even the Liver King's talking about these certain tenets and things to do, like turn your phone off and get out and go in the sun and do these things, is like you're trying to optimize yourself naturally. But if you have so many stressors that are making it harder for that to happen, then like this would be an option for someone who couldn't change all these, parts of their life to make themselves optimal, to like then just bring it to a level that's still optimal for them to be healthy. That'd be like what TRT would be, because like having sub levels is actually also more detrimental to your health than, just not doing it at all, not taking care of it at all. It's actually worse for you because in your body's ability to respond to cortisol is lessened, your sleep will be fucked up, and it's just a myriad of things that just get worse and worse. So it really depends. I mean, there's so many other things you can do, like instead of that, right, to optimize yourself. But for some people, maybe it's just not enough. Like you were talking about, you could have tried all these things instead of taking the thing, and then you're like, okay, well, I kind of got to the point where I tried it. I exhausted all my options. Now I want to try it.
Yeah.
It's the same sort of thing. Yeah.
I want to ask you because I don't know. I
This
looked
is
at
crazy.
and it seemed crazy, but
Well, they're two peptides.
So let's start from here. So I don't know what IGF is. Like, are the dosage amount insane too?
Well, where I can see the dosage. Well, I've been thinking for years. There's no dosage there.
Yeah. So this.
No, his test is not. I mean, the test that can be installed.
Do you know all these drugs?
Yeah.
Like
No, the first two are like IGF-1, CJC. These are like peptides. This is growth hormones. None of this shit, dude.
Wait.
None of this shit.
Wait.
Is waiting where you left it, just north of the Algo Sea. You're all flying in together, so you've all got to get over there. I want this operation over and forgotten about as quickly as possible, so the amount you are paid will depend on how fast it's done.
Yeah,
I hope money's a good motivator for
it's
you.
more like I would have to partner with like an HRT clinic or something like that. Me too. My blood sugar level. Well, where does he say the actual amount? Oh wait.
Ground team, I'm gonna run you through your specialized equipment for the mission. 1. night vision goggles. When we trigger the EMP, the lights go out. You'll need to be able to see. 2, rebreather. Going out through a cooling tunnel. The rebreather's compact, and it'll give you enough oxygen to make the surface. 3, flare gun. When you make the beach, shoot a flare, and then drop a curl, fix your coordinates. 4, parachute for the drop. 5, special carbine with suppressor. 6, pop shotgun with suppressor. 7, grenades. 8, sticky bombs. 5 through 8 you should be familiar with already. Pilot, gunner, here's what you're carrying. Parachutes, just in case. Grenades, just in case. And sticky bombs, just in case. And we're giving you night vision goggles too. Okay? Alright.
It's really hard.
You know as well as I do, this operation is the product of hundreds of man-hours and millions of dollars. Unless you believe in string theory and an infinite multiverse, this is our only shot at this. All that work, all that money, for everything, for nothing. That's a lot of pressure for 4 people to shoulder, but pressure can turn shit into diamonds. Or it can turn diamonds into dust. What's it gonna be today? I've got faith in you.
There's a lot
Much
of
as you
stuff
can have
in
faith in a
this,
ragtag bunch of reprobates, hastily assembled and motivated solely by their greed. Well, their greed and their bloodlust.
There's just certain stuff in this. Was he taking them? I don't know.
You don't talk much.
I don't need data on it, but
Probably don't listen
I can't
either.
say. It's really hard to say.
You're effective tools. Let's see if you can plug one last tool for me. Be my tool one last time.
It came out what?
Yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Did you see it, Hassan? Wait, what? Let's watch it.
Yeah, I want to watch it.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, let's watch it.
Yeah, I thought it was good, actually. I thought it was refreshing to see someone, like, completely and utterly own it's not bad.
I mean, this is going viral too. It's like what happened is everywhere.
I think it's almost over. We've got goosebumps. I don't think
Really? Like everybody's talking. Yeah, no, it was viral outside of the page.
Yeah.
what do Finnish people think?
I think people kind of knew, right? So it's like a lot of people. I mean, I met her. Nice. Like, I was, why? Yeah, right? So
she's all yours. Okay, here we go. Pilot's taking the controls. Aerial gunner gets first choice on position. Side-facing minigun placements are in the rear. High-cal explosive rounds in the co-pilot's seat. Keep in mind there's a longer fire return interval on that one. Ground team, you take the last 2 positions in the bird and you get ready to jump.
After social media, I'm still rich, but no longer anonymous. And I never expected this kind of exposure in the public eye. It's been tricky as fuck to navigate. Well, clearly I did it wrong, and I'm here now to set the record straight. Yes, I've done steroids, and yes, I'm on steroids, monitored and managed by a trained hormone clinician. Liver King, the public figure, was an experiment to spread the message, to bring awareness to the 4,000 people a day who kill themselves. The 8,000
I thought that was horrible. It's like, I take steroids because there's people who are depressed.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
I don't know if that's a.
No, I think he's like trying to bring it back to like body image issues, but it's like, bro, what do you mean? You're creating more body image issues by promoting this like unsustainable level of like having raw mass and incredibly low body fat percentage that you claim you achieve by eating liver supplements.
Well, it's true. It's like what? I don't know. It just seems like why is that relevant to him? Just like
We get better. That part of that.
people are hurting at record rates with depression, autoimmune, anxiety,
Because he's reading off of
infertility,
something.
low ambition in life.
Weird.
Young men are hurting the most.
He's reading off of something.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm looking at his eyes.
Is submissive? I mean, I found out.
No, but like I'm dead ass
Agree
about
with
it.
you, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely reading.
Yeah,
That's
everything
not
he does.
Top dome. That's not top dome.
Men are too submissive. Therefore,
And he had
I use
cues here and he
steroids.
had cues here.
For
Cues in
example,
different places.
my wife pegged me last night. Clearly wasn't on enough steroids. There's nothing wrong with getting pegged. That's what you're into. No, it's just like, you know what I mean? He's like,
oh my god.
Just saying.
Okay, now, fly out to the lab and gaining altitude. You'll need to be high for the ground team to hit their drop zone and for your bird's electrics to be clear of the EMP.
But that to me, like, if I've seen someone read, it's like how actual change.
When you're above the lab, re-trigger the pulse. Power down there goes out, and the ground team can jump. Chopper team will hold position above the lab, trying to stop the ground team getting swamped inside.
Spreading the message that was set up in the past. And when asked if I'd ever taken steroids, he said no.
Can I ask, can this guy put on the shirt now? Like, he's on steroids. Let's put a shirt on, man.
Yeah,
Take a
maybe
fucking
it's
shower.
Funny, dude.
Did he stink when he went to your show?
I mean, kinda, not really. Wasn't that bad. You guys thought he
was
stunk?
rank.
Motherfucker smelled him.
He was rank when we were talking to him.
Bro, maybe because I stink. Like, fuck, I'm used to it.
I don't think so, dude.
You're too nice.
Fuck.
You don't want to say anything bad, I
just-
feel like.
I feel bad, honest, genuinely. But then I kind of don't, because I'm like, well, you did it, and you benefited from it, so.
Dude, his titty valley, because his pecs are so crazy. I remember just staring at him, and there was like a whole valley of sweat. There was like a river of sweat down his titty canyon, bro.
Damn.
And I was just smelling him and looking at his titty river. It was crazy, bro.
Fuck.
I'm not a competitive athlete of any kind. So who the fuck am I cheating? I convinced myself that this topic
Okay,
was a
Brian.
placeholder for a far more important conversation. I convinced myself that this would overshadow that 36 years all yours, usually twice a day, without driving to an unproductive conversation. And I had convinced myself that this would be the wrong message to send to 15-year-olds. So I continually
Okay, now, fly out to the lab and gaining altitude. You'll need to be high for the ground team to hit their drop zone and for your bird's electrics to be clear of the EMP. When you're above the lab, re-trigger the pulse. Power down there goes out, and the ground team can jump. Chopper team will hold position above the lab, trying to stop the ground team getting swamped inside.
Like, you can't just insert that. Like, you can't just insert a pharmacological intervention in somewhere in the 9 tenets of, under sun and sleep.
If the Mormon church can add patch notes and allow people to drink like soda, or allow black people in the Mormon church, or fucking gay marriage or whatever, then he can add an ancestral tenant.
It just doesn't fit, bro. You can't go from like sun, sleep, pharmaceutical intervention under the care of a trained clinician. It just doesn't fit. But I guess try. Oh, Brian. This shit you are.
One of the more wild parts about his stat, though, like when you talk about his dietary habits and stuff, like he does genuinely follow a rigorous workout and diet.
Triggering the EMP. Get ready to jump. You're clear to drop. Go, go, go.
So like that was there's like weird things that he just did not mention or talk about that he does that could be instructive, that could be informative for people who want to work out and get to that level.
So then it just leads you to the idea that like the focus was then selling something other than everything else, right?
And if you read the emails that leak, that's what it's all about, right? Just talking about
Ground team, time to switch to night vision.
With the goal of growing his brand to
Oh shit! I didn't even know any of that.
Yeah, it's all in the email. Because
So he had like his manifesto.
yeah, it's all in there.
Wow.
He reached out to everyone. He even reached out to more plates, more dates before he, came out. Like, he had people on his team reaching out to more plates, more dates. Like, he was literally emailing anyone who would listen.
Okay, ground team, let's go. Blow the doors and get into the lab.
The back fat. You have back fat?
Yeah, that's like the worst part.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's a thing.
It's just fat on your back. It's like everyone genetically loses fat.
He just looks like he's got like fucking crazy muscles on.
I don't know. I mean, it's obviously a.
Wait, you have back fat issues, son?
I have fat issues all over. I'm like 20%.
What we need is being stored in a research station in the center of the facility. Move quickly, get through the lab, and get us that data.
Do you drink a lot of sugar?
Looks like some systems are running on an emergency generator. Long as the main switch is off, that won't cause us problems.
And just overall hormone stuff. Yeah, but that's a part of it as well.
Titties,
yeah.
bro.
But there's no really like ideal.
Keep moving and be ready for resistance. You're no good to us dead.
What they really want.
Not quite yet.
I think there's a certain level that they consider obese, but I think I'm actually considered obese by like a regular standard measurement.
Really?
Just
Yeah,
because
but that's BMI. That's bullshit.
Oh,
That's how
because of your weight to your height.
Exactly.
So you're obese.
Technically, yeah.
So your body fat's like pretty low.
Maybe it's fluctuates. Like I definitely fluctuate a lot of my body. There's no like ideal. It's really how you feel best. Like I think if it's too high, I mean honestly, the thing that's more important than your body fat is your blood work. Like everyone likes to think of like this outward, which yeah is important, but you can be healthy, be a little bit more overweight as long as like you're doing all the other things you need to be doing. And you can see that.
You should be coming up on the research station.
How often do you lose weight? Every day. Make sure you're on break.
Yeah.
So what do you?
I don't think well, I guess as pregnant, I did a lot, but like
I just think it's good to know, like you maybe don't need to do it every 2 months, like maybe every 6 months, every half
6
a
months,
year.
really?
Just to see what's going on, because like things could change that you could just change a little bit. Because like even things as simple as like vitamin D deficiency and not having enough and not even knowing that you have that, it affects so much, like your sex drive, your sleep, like so much, like just your overall like ability to beat like
The network
sicknesses.
infrastructure
And you
at
can just
that place
change
is
it by just
state-of-the-art.
taking
It
more.
won't take you
You
long to
wouldn't
pull
even
the
know
data.
because you don't know, right? So getting blood work done could be so beneficial and just knowing, like, because you know if you do it long enough, you'll know when you're consistent with the supplements what the effect it's having, and then knowing you start to gauge how you feel based on like the information you now know from inside. It's different than just how you feel outside. If you could relate how like what's going on inside to how I feel outside, then you kind of know eventually at some point without always getting a check. You're like, oh, I'm probably off on this, I'm probably off on that, based on my ability to sleep easy or stay asleep, etc. So there's a lot of little things you can change that just have actual drastic effects on
Smart. You can also find like early diseases.
Yeah,
and shit.
you get
That's
tumor
the way-
marker
it's
tests,
really
you check
good.
all these things,
Yeah,
like
it's great.
know what's going on. I think it makes sense,
Yeah,
at least.
I have one last question. Can I ask one last question?
Yeah.
Bradley, what do you think about the like biometrics devices? Like you got the what is it? The Aura Ring, I think it's one of them.
Oura
I
Ring.
use Whoop.
Wait, what is
No
that?
ad, no ads for
He's
them.
talking about these measurements to like measure like heart rate and like stuff like that.
Oh,
sleeping.
okay.
So I've tried the Amazon has one. I think it's like the Whoop one, the one that goes on your wrist. I've tried the Aura Ring.
Yeah, that's the one I have.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, overall I think they're cool, like as far as tracking sleep. I think it's really interesting. That's something I've been more interested in lately because I know how important it is. And like tracking your actual deep sleep versus like just like trying to be asleep. And it does actually gauge that pretty
How does it do that based on your breathing?
based on your breathing and your movement. So when you're in deep REM sleep, you're like dead. Not dead, but just like you're not. But like when you're before that, you're kind of like you might be doing this.
Yeah.
And it gauges all that to know that you haven't hit that.
I would love to know that.
I do like that thing. I had the ring. I really did like it. I just wasn't consistent with it. After time, I was like, okay, I can do it.
You got one of those besides the one good feeling I have
Okay, now fly out to the lab at gaining altitude. You'll need to be high for the ground team to hit their drop zone, and for your bird's electrics to be clear of the EMP.
Bro, you're talking about like
yeah,
liver.
he fucked up. Yeah, he fucked up.
Got it.
Yeah, liver fucked up writing all this.
It's not like a confidential email that you don't share.
Damn.
Also, apparently, King Liber thanked Derek more plates, more dates on his Instagram story for like coming out and like giving me the courage.
Wow.
It was very primal. It was very primal. More plates, more dates.
Okay.
Damn.
Yes, so 91% now. I don't know why. Fuck this. Fuck you guys.
Ground team, time to switch to night vision.
Going over there to vote. I'm sorry. We got.
No, tell them to vote no.
How many? Let me see that again.
Look, guys, just right here, 23,500
Wow,
votes.
that's a lot of
91%, yeah.
Wow, crazy.
And I'm saying,
Yeah, I can.
Wow.
they're just being silly. It's
Can you guys vote no for me?
15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Please vote no.
I already voted. I did vote yes. I'm sorry.
Oh fuck.
But that was before we talked.
Jump in there and vote
That was
no.
before we talked
Fuck
about
these
it.
guys, dude.
No, that was before we talked about it in great detail. So I voted yes, but I changed my mind. All right, listen, we definitely squashed it.
Yeah.
So we have some activities, some team building activities that I want to do.
Wait, we have to go work out now. Ethan, you and I have to go work out at Zoo Culture.
Yeah, come to the new one. So I'm opening a new gym in January.
I'd love to.
Yeah, it's gonna be in Encino on Havenhurst and Ventura.
Let's do it. We'll do a bit.
Steroids
We'll do
when we
a
go there.
Maybe not that. Maybe not just like right away. You know, like
where do you put steroids? In your thigh, in your arm? I'm not asking because I think you know.
in the muscle.
Oh, just in the muscle.
Yeah, because like people look take steroids and they do this. And like,
that's smart.
Well, you don't put it in your veins. You don't put it in your veins.
Oh, I have
put it in your
also
mouth.
another question. Have you guys watched Killer Valley? Yeah, on Netflix.
Oh, I did. I haven't watched it though.
Okay.
I saw and I was like, I want to watch it. I haven't had time to watch it.
Because it's kind of like about steroids in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a couple, they're both bodybuilders.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm gonna watch that stuff.
Okay, so thank you, Son.
Thank you.
Guys, chat. Hassan, chat. Stop voting yes. It's fucking ridiculous. Stop.
I'm sorry. Neil, I can't wait to wear the Teddy Bear shirt that you're wearing currently.
Thank you.
Order it. That looks fire.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, we'll work out soon.
Yeah, you guys are more than welcome.
Someone said you will never be within 10 miles of that place. Don't say
No,
that.
I'm kidnapping him. We're taking him.
We're gonna make it happen.
Like it's a...
Alright, thanks, man. Yeah, that was cool.
Thanks, Hassan. Okay, so I want to do some like I said, team building exercises. So first thing is I want to have a strength competition. Obviously, we're going to have to handicap you. So I was thinking arm wrestling, but all these guys get to have their hands on mine.
All of them?
All of them. So that's our first competition. Feat of strength. Yeah. Are you good at arm wrestling? Do you do that? It's a lot of technique, right?
Yeah, it's all technique.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't think it's like not always the biggest guy or the strongest guy.
Hey, y'all, we keeping it hood in Los
Yeah,
Santos, y'all.
I watched him on TikTok. Those guys are insane. Look at this one little thing.
Some guys are, yeah, some of these guys are
His arm looks so fucking
This guy
crazy.
is and it's huge, right?
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
There's a one guy with the free can.
Yeah.
He has like the can of soda looks like a tiny baby soda.
Yeah. Like what causes that? Is that like a
Oh, I think you showed me that.
I don't know if it's a birth defect or a birth cancer.
shit? Yeah. For fucking arm wrestling. For sure.
Where are we doing the arm wrestling, guys? Are you guys coming here? Yeah, bring your juice this morning. Alright, so here we go. The feats of strength. Me versus Bradley. No, just me versus Bradley. Maybe. So you
I would need help.
I thought you were strong. I just beat you. I just beat you.
Transformers just beat me. Teaming like a damn fucking.
All right.
Like the Power Rangers.
I'm actually, yeah, they started coming out of the water. You were going to fray.
Transform. I think she threw it over the edge.
Yeah.
I felt good at the 2, and then.
Oh yeah, we needed help.
Man, I'm strong now.
That was good.
All right, so then we have another competition. We're doing tug of war, me versus you.
Oh, I'm gonna win.
And then everybody.
I think I'll beat you too.
Let's go.
Yeah.
We have a camera in back. We'll be there in a sec. Okay, so Bradley's actually feeling confident on this one.
Yeah, 100%.
Are you experienced
Pulling stuff?
yeah, rope puller? Okay, all right. So, how's the audio there? Is it picking up okay? Like 220. How much you weigh? Oh my God, bro! Pretty heavy for you. How much you weigh, Bradley? Isn't that funny? When I was at my fattest, I was at 250. You only had 10 pounds on me. You only had 10 pounds on me, bro.
Damn. Yeah, you were. Damn, you were big.
Yeah, I was. Fuck. All right, so yeah. So who's on our team? Because he's got. If he's holding the camera, that's not enough manpower. Lena, come on, Lena. And then we have here's our line. So here we got to be behind this. So give me a little rope. Give me a little slack here, Bradley. Yeah. All right.
Retreat!
So you feel good on that? Okay. Give me as much slack as you can, as you're comfortable with. Okay, good, good, good. So Bradley, you're good there. We got me, AB, Lena. Yeah, Zach. Good. We're gonna. All right, and then all right, so you guys know the rules. We got the lines here. We got the black line there, which is the center. All right, get ready for this one. Dude, he's all wrapped up. Man, watch your hands. Dude, this is like final boss shit. Wait, stop pulling. No, we're not pulling it. This is the fucking tug of war final boss. Alright, everyone ready? Alright, here we go, go!
Grip! Visual contact lost! It's the grip! Oh, yo, I need Sam!
Bradley, I thought you were strong, bro.
It's the grip! If I need like spikes in my shoes or something.
I was understanding, but these guys were doing all
That
the
was
work.
impressive. That's a lot.
Dude, you held your own. Nothing to be ashamed about, but I did win.
You had fucking 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like, how much you weigh? That's a big boy right there.
Like 250-ish.
Yeah, we have like 1,000 pounds. Not a big deal.
I thought you had it. Yo, honestly, if I had more
I thought you were gonna have us. Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
All right, let's go back. Good job, everybody.
Let me pee real quick.
I lost visual on the SP! Get a job!
Yeah. Don't feel too bad, Bradley. Yeah, I mean, listen, I thought he was strong. I'm coming out here, I'm winning all the strength competitions. Not a big deal.
He's so strong, Ethan.
We have another one. Yeah, we need one. Here I am. Thank you, Cameron. Okay. Looking good.
No, that's all natural.
So yeah, that's all natty, baby. We got the tug of war. We got the arm wrestling. The typing one's just not even fair at this point. Maybe he can have his boys back him up where they all type. Are you guys fast typers? Oh, you feel confident. You guys both feel confident. Are you a fast typer, Bradley? Oh! Because I said, okay, let's do the strength ones, and then let's bring it to my world.
Oh, I'm fast. I play video games like
okay,
a ton.
what game?
played everything. Like grew up playing World of Warcraft, Diablo, StarCraft.
Really? That's all my shit.
All that.
What do you play right now?
I've been playing God of War.
I just beat it.
Yeah, I gotta play it. I think I'm like towards the end.
I just beat it, by the way, Dan.
Yeah,
it's fun.
So fun. It's very like it's just a pretty game. Like it feels like you're playing a movie.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. I love the way they weave the story into the game. Yeah. And
but I'm fast type.
Okay, fuck. Let's go. We're gonna do a competition there.
Can we do it with eyes closed?
Eyes closed typing? Okay. No. I can do that.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it. I mean, I don't look down at my hands. You gotta look at the screen. It's a typing game. Yeah. But I can close my eyes and type. All right, so we're gonna take turns here. This isn't my ideal keyboard.
Yeah, that's
like, what is this shit?
No!
This is a bullshit. I got it.
Wait, so what are we typing?
Yeah, so we're gonna pull up like math blocks and shit.
Oh, I gotta do math? I thought we were just typing. Oh my god.
Are you pulling something up, Ian? Oh. Thank you. Yeah, so okay, there's a typing test website.
Take him out!
Okay. All right, here we go. This is exciting.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, let me just see if it's working. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna refresh it. I was just seeing if it works.
Oh, this is cool. It's just random. Okay.
Hold on. I'm taking this off.
You're gonna take this. Nice. Yeah, let's go.
Oh god. This is not an ideal I'm not putting it there. You guys make me do that.
I guess because you're looking at that screen.
Oh shit. Never use the keyboard.
Yeah. I'm a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous about the keyboard too.
It's hard. Okay, right. Now I'm.
Show's over!
Right. Oh, here we go.
Keep me covered!
Oh, the periods are gonna fuck me up.
Fuck, what the fuck? What happened? Oh, it stops you when you get a typo.
Damn. Yeah, the periods are gonna mess me up.
The period's tough.
I don't, you don't need type periods when you play video games.
Right.
You just kind of like, damn.
Shit.
It's
30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh wow. Damn, you're doing good. Now I'm nervous. I wish I went first.
loser!
I couldn't.
Damn.
Shit.
10 seconds.
You're pretty good at this shit. Shit.
Woo! Okay, that was dude. Okay, 80 beats per minute.
98%.
That was hard because
The spelling.
you hit the type.
Okay. That's true.
Sometimes I make stuff, but what threw me off is it stopped. Get it wrong. I was telling you guys I could do 100. Nobody believed me. I did. Oh, sorry. I hope you other one did. Mickey Bradley. Rob Duff is on the show here. All right.
do that. Yeah, let's do that.
Wait,
yeah.
wait. I saw Spark.
Yeah, fuck that.
That's amazing.
Oh my god.
Stupid, bro. Straight up. Dumb game.
That is a dumb game. Actually, you know what? That is a dumb game. You're right.
Fuck that game, dude.
No, that's a bullshit.
Oh my god.
Fuck, dude, I saw that thing. Oh, that's the keyboard.
That felt good. That felt really
That
good.
felt like
Yeah, that was fun.
I gotta give you my.
You crushed that. I'm
brain-
not gonna lie now, 'cause that was 10 times more difficult than I thought it would be. Bullshit.
Oh no!
Can we get first aid stuff? How'd that happen? You down here?
Yeah.
Too much passion.
Yeah.
That was wild.
Oh, it was working. It was working. That was awesome. So we got something.
Yeah, just whatever something makes it burn. Like outside or like stuff. I don't know.
What's up, Brian?
So, as the last thing I want to do, first of all, I have a great time.
No, I appreciate it. It's fun.
But there's one more thing I want to do, and there's no pressure for you to do this.
Okay.
But like ayahuasca, this could be a bonding experience for us.
Okay.
Have you ever had the spicy chip?
Oh, you're
Oh
fucking
my God.
crazy. I saw that earlier.
Oh my
I'm not gonna lie, I
God.
saw that earlier, and I was like, I do not want to do that.
You don't have to.
God damn
I've
it,
offered
bro.
it to people before, and they've all said no.
Oh,
You know, you don't
so
have to do it.
bad.
I
We
don't
can
think that's
split it
fair.
too. We just so you don't have to eat the whole thing. Like we'll go halvesies. And it's like it's a bonding experience, but again, no pressure. It'll fuck your day. It could. Are you good with spicy food?
Yeah, but not like this is like fucks your whole day up.
Yeah.
No, I did it. I ate a whole chip. You're kind of down for like 10 minutes, but then you're gonna be fine. If you're good with spicy.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Fuck yeah, let's split one.
Are you sure?
do it.
I don't want to pressure you.
Fuck, what kind of things do you have? Like milk and stuff?
We
or-
have milk and stuff and popsicles and ice cream and I think so. We'll confirm.
Oh, this is horrible.
No, I know, and I sorry. You don't have to
I
do
saw
it.
this earlier.
Yeah, we
and
have
I was
them
like,
around the
no.
Well, on Monday we're having a competition.
Well, then what you want to do it now and
I have
Monday?
to offer the guests.
Damn.
It's a bonding experience, Hila. Also, it helps me lose weight because I just shit for 2 days. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It's not a valid weight loss thing. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't eat this as weight loss.
Spicy foods.
We're seeing if we have
God, this
Why?
is horrible.
the accompaniments.
Because now I'm thinking like if you guys do it, I have to do it.
Yeah.
We can go
Ah.
thirdsies,
Ah.
so it's easier. Let's do
Yeah,
thirdsies.
if you do it, I'll do it.
Well, if you do it, I'm doing it.
All right, we're going third.
Yeah,
we're going thirdsies.
Oh my
Well,
god.
Hila, you're supposed to be doing it next week. I don't know if Ethan debriefed you on it.
He doesn't. He
No,
doesn't
but
tell me
Ian's
anything.
worried that.
Milk is in there?
Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
The whole thing.
All right, bring that out. Let's get some cups. Okay, so let's break it into third.
I'm
Yeah.
scared of this
Me
thing.
too. What are you scared of?
I saw them do it, and it looks like it's like so much in your mouth, and like the texture. I think I'm gonna
It
hate
tastes
it.
bad, but the thirds I think is going to be a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because when it's
Yeah.
the whole chip, it's a lot to chew.
Yeah.
It just lingers in your mouth. I'm actually proud of you, Hila, for doing this. What's the hottest food you've eaten, Bradley?
Probably one of these stupid fucking things.
Oh, you've done this before.
Not this one. I've done the older one.
Okay, so you know
Yeah.
what you're getting yourself in.
Kinda. I never really enjoyed it. You know, it was like one of those things where I'm like, I probably
wish I
shouldn't have
never
done
did
that. Yeah. But I'll do it. Fuck it.
You're a good man, Bradley.
Don't let it get in your cut.
Look at that shit.
Yeah, make sure if you touch the chip, don't touch your face, no matter what.
Yeah.
And as Cameron said,
Do not
watch out
jerk
for your
off Donnie
cut,
after
too.
touching the chip.
I'm gonna hold it with a tissue.
That never
If
happened.
you guys want.
Yeah, it never happened.
It's ridiculous. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So we're doing it. We're doing it. You're a
What?
good man, Bradley.
So
You're the
it's going
first
up
guest
all
to
out,
accept
actually.
this.
Yeah.
Face
That makes sense.
So you're a good
Coconut
man.
water.
Yeah, I need gloves to handle it.
Okay.
Right now, I'm
Do we have regular water?
install poser.
Oh, I have
Or
this.
I'm taking poser.
Yeah.
I have this.
I am facing a pair. so
All
we're
right.
gonna do it.
Oh, fuck.
So I'm gonna try to break it into
Research-
thirds. I'll take the bigger
research
piece.
it, fix it.
Oh, that was a good break,
and,
actually.
Move from there.
I'm not doing it again next week though. Just so you guys know.
Food arrives.
Okay, so you want the smaller one, Hila?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so that one's for you. And then you can
This
pick
is
which one you
HQLA
want.
Framework,
Pretty
a
fairly,
lot of
fairly
controllers, use MVC.
size.
This
Damn.
We're doing ayahuasca right now, dude.
That's kind of what this is.
I'm just as surprised as you are, by the way. You did not tell me about this.
Fuck. All right, I'll have.
It's my new thing. I ask every
I
guest
didn't
if they'll
know
do
that.
it with me.
When?
I did it the last
You
two
didn't
times. I
ask
asked
Howie?
Howie. Yes, I did.
You did?
I thought I'd asked Howie.
About the chip?
I thought so. Oh, popsicles, nice.
Oh God.
Can you eat sugar?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not that strict.
Yo, this guy's good. He's on it.
Sugar is subprimal. All right, so you decided, or we'll just take.
Yeah, I'll
one
take that
plus
one.
Thanks, bro. I had such a fun time. I'm so glad we did this. You know, you're such a good guy, and I really.
Now we're.
By the way, and sorry to tell you this. This is not. I have nothing to do with this. 28,000 votes. 28,656 to be specific. 90% say you did do it.
This is fucked.
But that's ridiculous.
I mean, it's not true. Obviously,
It's not true.
Yeah, it's like
they don't
just keep
know.
voting.
They don't know. They weren't there.
Yeah.
My heartbeat is already racing.
Yeah. I feel you. I
Yeah,
feel you.
you
I don't
haven't
like
done
this,
anything
but I'm gonna do
This
it.
is nice. This is a special bonding moment I think we're gonna have together. So I'm excited. And it all fits in your mouth. You don't have to
And then
discuss with the whole big.
your guys' big deal was like to not drink or eat anything after?
Oh no, I'm not taking.
You can
We're
do
not doing
whatever. Well, what we did, the whole challenge is to see how long you can go.
Without.
But we're not even eating a whole chip, so we're not
Yeah.
really even
Okay.
doing
It's not a real challenge.
We're just bonding.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys. Thanks
Cheers.
for a great show,
Yes,
Brad.
thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Fuck.
Psych, I'm not doing it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh wow.
Here we go. Oh, that hits you.
You want to clean your finger.
Okay.
That hits you fast.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it down that fast?
Yeah, I thought it was like better.
Tastes really bad, huh?
Yeah, it's terrible.
The flavor is horrible.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah, it's not. It's not good at all. There's nothing good about it. Yeah, I'm hot.
You guys got that down way faster.
Yeah.
Than me.
Because
I'm trying like not to do it, but like.
Let me know if you guys need anything.
oh god, it's getting worse.
It does get worse. It gets worse.
Yeah.
It just keeps getting worse.
It'll get a lot worse.
Yeah.
It probably peaks around 10 minutes.
10 minutes to get worse?
That's where it peaks.
Oh wow.
What?
That sounds bad.
Have you seen the prolapse?
What? What?
Why'd you just scoop yourself?
Howling prolapse?
Prolapse?
I'll take some of that. I don't want to do this. Hit me, please.
Yeah. Prolapse? Yeah. What's prolapse?
Howie Mandel posed with a
Oh yeah,
prolapse.
I've seen that.
You've seen the video?
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Pull it up. Ow. Oh my god, it's so hot.
It's like I just
So
need to keep
bad.
the.
My
Yeah, I
ear
gotta
hurts
keep this in my
ears.
mouth.
I need ice.
It's not good.
There's shit stuck in my teeth, and that's stressing me.
Yeah. Oh, it just keeps getting worse, dude.
It's not going to leave my mouth.
It hurts so bad.
Fuck.
My ears. Hurry.
What are you gonna do with that?
It helps.
Really? This is bad.
It's so bad.
It hurts my ears.
Oh god.
My ears are burning.
It just feels like there's fire in my mouth.
Yeah.
Are you okay, Ela?
It just keeps happening. Like I feel like it just keeps going. Like
my
losing track of
ears.
time.
My ears too. Why does it go to the ears?
It's like you're gonna drink it and then you think it's gonna go down and then it just doesn't.
Oh my god, my throat hurts so bad.
I gotta just keep this in my mouth.
Holy fuck.
Don't.
What is that? Oh shit. Okay.
Holy fuck.
It keeps getting worse.
What are we
It
watching?
hurts more than last time.
What are we watching?
This is a TikTok that Howie Mandel posted with no context.
Okay.
It's not on the screen, obviously.
When my friend Neil bent over, this happened. Does somebody know, is this COVID related?
Wait, what the fuck?
And if it is, what do we do about it?
that?
Ow.
Wait.
When my
Whoa. Oh God. I don't know what's worse. Ah. Ah.
It is in my ears. What's happening?
That was so fucking funny. Fine, people. I can't talk. This is worse than last time.
Take it off the screen. That's gonna make me just throw up. I don't want to throw
when my
up in this
friend
hot
Neil
chip
bent
thing.
over, this happened. Does somebody know, is this COVID related? And if it is,
I have so much
what do we
pain.
do about it?
Okay. It feels like it goes away, then it doesn't.
It comes back in my throat. Where does it hurt?
Yeah,
Go?
right on the side.
My throat and my ears.
Her throats and her ears hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, so Howie posted that.
Why did he do that?
It just showed up on people's
Is it still up?
feed. No, he took it down, but it was up for like 17 hours.
So he said that he didn't know what it was.
He came on our podcast to explain. You okay?
Do you believe it?
So bad.
That was worse than
Believe
last
what?
time.
What are we talking about? Fuck.
The prolapse. The prolapse. Howie posted it on TikTok. It was up for 17 hours.
Why did he do that?
I don't
Did
know.
he ever explain why he did it?
Yeah, he came on the show.
And he said
he didn't know it was a prolapse. Do you believe that?
He said he thought somebody just had something on their butt.
No.
He said they had
No,
like
I
pudding
don't believe
on his
it. I
butt.
don't believe it at all.
Yeah.
He knew.
But he
He knew, dude.
he lost a bunch of sponsors apparently.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
He lost like a huge deal for that. But it's up 17 hours. A bunch of kids. Now if you go to Howie's comment section, every comment is just "We'll never forget."
Oh, that's fucked. That's pretty funny.
It's funny.
That's really funny.
Yeah, but he goes, when my friend Neil bent over, this happened. Well, does anyone know if it's COVID related?
What do we do about it?
And if it is, what do we do about it?
All right, I think I'm good.
Holy fuck, are you okay, Hila? Yeah, it's starting to feel better.
Yeah.
That was really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
I chip out a lot of stuff on it. Like it was like a.
Oh my god.
Good work, team.
Good job, guys.
Yes, good stuff. Good stuff.
Primal. Fuck. Never King would never, or should I say Brian? Brian Johnson.
Fuck. Wow, my stomach hurts now.
It's literally
right
like
here.
just fire in your mouth. Like you're
My
just on
throat,
fire.
right here, it just hurt so fucking bad.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you crushed that. That's not good. Not good at all.
I don't know why a third was hotter than the whole thing last time.
I don't know. Maybe it was like
Maybe this chip.
extra shit on there. That was a lot.
That was bad.
Cause this was
man.
brutal.
Yeah, so Lena
Yeah.
from our crew, she went 7 minutes, and Dan went 10 minutes without anything.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
10 fucking minutes.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
How'd you? What?
Yeah.
Blew me away. I only made it
Did
like
he win anything?
he
Did you
did.
win?
No.
Yeah, I didn't, did I, Ethan?
You should have won something. Should win something for that.
I went like 3.5 minutes when I did it.
10 minutes is. What were you thinking about?
To get through it?
Yeah.
I actually did. I sort of used some meditation techniques to try and just kind of disassociate. And
What were you thinking about?
I went to my happy place. I was in like a Zen garden.
Thinking about ayahuasca?
Yeah, I haven't done ayahuasca, but I would imagine it was a similar kind of experience.
Damn. That's the guy to do ayahuasca.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Dan's a natural shaman.
He should do it.
Then
I'd love to.
If you could do that, 10 minutes, yeah, ayahuasca. No
Okay.
problem.
he also went on to doing the show.
What's that?
He kept on doing the show right afterwards.
Oh,
Like,
really?
Working.
Yeah, bro, ayahuasca. I think it's calling your name.
Put us in touch.
I'm in. Let's go.
Put us in touch.
No, I will.
Let's
Yeah.
get Dan on that journey. Can we film it, Dan?
Maybe.
I'll pay for it.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. I was afraid because I was thinking about that, but I was like, I just want to do it.
Yeah.
It's a fuck. When you know there's someone observing you like that, it changes the nature of it.
Yeah. That sounds like that's a recipe for a bad.
I feel like you should
My
do it.
mouth is still burning.
I mean, I'm in.
You're not
Good.
burning
No, I'm
anymore?
good now. I mean, it's still fucked, but it's like, you know, it's half of what it
Not
was.
scary.
Mhm.
fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's half for sure.
Well, Bradley,
Yes.
it's been a great show.
Absolutely.
Fun times.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you coming here.
Appreciate it. Shout out to everyone. I want to show love.
I think it's my CPU.
That was fun for real. I love the setup.
It's
I love
the
what you
reason
guys
why
did. It's honestly really
You
great.
tell your boys back at the zoo that I'm an animal.
I will. I will. I'm gonna tell them that you're a beast of a human. Yeah.
And I hit that treadmill every day for an hour.
That's a start.
I'm a real primal.
Including weekend.
Even on the weekends.
No matter what.
Yeah.
No matter what.
That's a good start.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, 30 pounds.
Come by the gym for real though.
I
and
think we
bring
would.
us on.
I think we would. That'd be fun.
But oh yeah, we said now at some point you gotta come do my podcast.
Anytime. You tell me, I'll be there.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. People are saying Wadley in the chat.
Was that the W?
Yeah.
Nice. Let's go.
And just to close off the poll, 31,000 votes.
Yeah. It's the poll. We know that's just
90% yes.
I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call the poll. I don't think this is swinging.
But that we know it didn't happen.
No, it didn't. Yeah. Can we Yeah, I guess no. Polls.
We ended the poll.
Okay, cool. Solid.
Yeah, but if Steve is down, we'll do a show together.
Yeah, that'd be
on yours or here, whatever you guys want. I'm down.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Cool. Thank you for having me come for real.
Thanks, bro. Thanks
You
for
guys
coming.
are awesome.
Appreciate
Thank you
that.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Give me that. I don't care whether or not. It was amazing. Do I just walk off? Is it like a?
Well, we're gonna end it.
Oh,
and,
okay.
So guys,
Slow
thank
walk.
you so much. That was a. I knew it would be fun, but like this turned out to be a really awesome episode. So very happy.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Friday. Have a good weekend, everybody. We're back on Monday as usual. Do we have anything fun next week planned?
Yes, we have a guest next week. Let me remind myself. Oh, Brittany Broski is coming on.
Hey, fun.
Yeah.
So we'll see you then. What day is that?
That on Friday.
Next Friday.
A week
Okay,
from today.
okay. So guys, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Thanks for joining us, y'all. Stay safe, stay blessed, get in the gym, and be an animal.
Yes. Yes. Stay in the gym.
Be a
Do it.
fucking animal.
Appreciate it, man. That was dope.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Let's see what we're working with here, I think someone's complained about this before.
So guys, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Thanks for joining us, y'all. Stay safe, stay blessed, get in the gym. It's Wednesday. We are going entirely off.
PHP version issue. I probably have to downgrade or something back to the version that they used to create the thing. Oh, what to watch? So this is like increasingly difficult because I can't necessarily watch Hulu because
They
the
act in
commercials are
coordination.
separated.
They can have a dramatic impact. Not a perfect impact, but a dramatic, which is why we have this issue of, hey, should 230 be rethought? Because when they act en masse, it is extraordinary what they can do to an individual. They took Alex Jones. How do you consume Alex Jones? You have to seek that out in a major way. It's distinctly different. Chamath, last word, and then we're moving on to what could be the greatest science corner ever in the history of All In Pod. Final word, Chamath.
I think this is a great transition. We're about to talk about nuclear fusion, and my point is, I don't care about any of this stuff. Like I said, like this is my point. Is like if you take like an average person, okay, you know, we are, let's say, awake 16 hours a day, and you know, if you take out the time with our family. David, the family is people that are related to you.
We'll get to. Can we DM Sachs those people one more time? So he has
yeah,
it?
we'll send you their names. But if you take that out and you take out, you know, exercising and, you know, bathroom
Can we also
time and
explain that to
eating.
Sachs? That's when you increase your heart rate and sweat, Sachs.
The point is that you have, let's just call it 12 hours, you know, of functional executive time that you can apply to a problem. And you can break that down into these blocks, right? I would really love what is basically the smartest human and the most productive human of our generation to be filling those blocks with things that sort of like really transcend and increasingly, and I agree that freedom of speech is important, increasingly those buckets are being filled with things that are very low level and hyper tactical and are distractions at best to the path of free speech. And so I think that hopefully he gets all this shit under control over there. He finds a good executive team. I would like to see him get back to landing rockets on barges, getting to Mars.
Let's do it.
Getting to the moon.
I mean, look,
Finish
you got a point.
self-driving. We're almost there.
Chamath definitely has a point. I'd say one of the reasons why we don't care that much about this issue is because I think something to understand that's important is there are different kinds of speech, and different kinds of speech deserve different levels of protection. The fact of the matter is, like, business advertising is not as protected as political speech. Porn is not as protected as political speech. Political speech criticizing the people in power, is the most protected category of speech because the founders of the country understood that the people in power will always try to insulate themselves from accountability by limiting that kind of speech. But that is precisely the kind of speech that the former rulers of Twitter suppressed the most and showed the least sensitivity to. So listen, I mean, is Elon going to be the perfect content moderator? No. I mean,
Nobody is.
Nobody is. But I do not believe that puts him in the same category as, you know, Vijay Gandhi or Yoel Roth, who showed no sensitivity for political speech. He has indicated a desire to restore freedom of speech, and I think they ultimately ended up in a good place.
I want him
on
to
this
get us to
doxing
Mars.
policy.
I want him to get us to Mars. I don't
let's
care
move
about
on
banning
to
Twitter
the
handles.
best science corner ever. So, according to sources, scientists working for the U.S. government have achieved a net energy gain in a fusion reaction for the first time.
Not net energy gain. Get it right. We had ignition energy, which is very different from net energy gain.
Okay,
But
hold
keep
on.
going.
I know that you're in the anti-camp. Please let the science nerd have
Well,
his
you
moment.
have to say it correctly so that people understand what you're talking about.
Let me just make it even simpler then. Explain to us what fusion is, Dr. Friedberg, and explain to us why this could potentially change everything.
We did this on a show once before, but I'll kind of do a quick kind of summary again. Basically, if you take atomic nuclei, which are made of protons and neutrons, and they repel one another, right? Because protons are positively charged, so they want to push apart from each other. So with enough energy and enough density, meaning that they're moving fast enough and they're close enough, they'll overcome their repulsion and jam into each other. When that happens, some energy is released because the total mass of the fusion of those nuclei is actually less than those nuclei when they're on their own. And so some energy is released, and that energy drives a chain reaction. And so fusion is this concept that is fundamental to physics and fundamental to the energy driver of our universe. So the star in our sky, the sun, is driven by fusion, and only about 15% of the mass of the sun at the center is dense enough to actually drive fusion. So the big challenge with fusion is how do you get these atomic nuclei close enough together and moving fast enough that they'll actually fuse and release energy. And that's super hard. The reason it happens in the sun is because the sun has so much mass that the gravity pulls all those particles together. They get close enough, they get hot enough, they move fast enough, and fusion happens. Boom, all this energy comes out, and every day we're warm. Now, to do it on Earth is very difficult, but if we can do it, what happens when you fuse nuclei together is you don't release this isn't like a radioactive fission reaction. You release energy that can be harnessed to drive our systems, our technology.
How is it done?
Yeah. So in the 1950s, this was theorized, hey, we could do fusion on Earth. We got to get a really, really dense plasma, meaning the atomic nuclei and the electrons have kind of gone off the atoms, and it's just the nuclei spinning apart. You got to get them to move super fast, like tens of millions of degrees Celsius, and you got to get them really close together. So how the heck can you do this? So there's a couple of concepts to do this, one of which is called inertial confinement, which is where you basically create a little pellet of the material you're going to try and get to fuse, and you put a ton of energy on the outside, and you compress it really hard, really fast. And when you compress it really hard, really fast, and you can get it to be done in a perfect sphere, and you can get it to collapse on itself very quickly without, kind of shooting all over the place, enough of those particles will come close enough together, fast enough, hot enough, and they will start to fuse. Another way is through magnetic confinement, where you use magnetic fields to create a really hot plasma, get it to spin around or to move, and then the magnet brings that super hot plasma closer and closer and closer together until all those particles are moving fast and they're dense enough that they start to fuse. So, one is called magnetic confinement, the other one's inertial confinement. And so what we saw happen this week is at the National Ignition Facility, which is a facility that was built starting in 1997, and they've spent about $3.5 billion to date. They demonstrated a net energy output from the fusion reaction of an inertial confinement system. And what that means is they took a little pellet, and that pellet was made up of deuterium and tritium. The atomic nuclei that they use, the particles that they use, are deuterium, which is a proton and a neutron stuck together, and then tritium, which is a proton and two neutrons stuck together. And the reason they use those two combinations is of all the different ways you could fuse nuclei together, this has the best energy output of any kind of reaction.
Freeberg,
Yeah.
what actually happened this time that made
what
this
they-
work
yeah.
for what apparently only $3 billion? You said you didn't say $3 trillion. You said $3 billion. About a third of about a third of what Sam Bankman fraud stole. We have
Right.
done something here, allegedly. So what actually happened that is so dramatic that we have a press conference, everybody's losing their mind?
So yeah, I just want to highlight one more thing about why this is so hard. You have to get such an incredible density. You have to get incredible energy. So high temperature and high density, that confining those atoms and not letting them escape and basically dissolve before they fuse is super difficult. It requires so much energy in such a controlled way, in such a perfect and precise way, that all of the digital technology, the magnets, all the measurement systems, all the software, it's taken us decades to get everything that allows us to do this today. And now we're at the point that we may be able to start to realize production scale kind of versions of this. So what they did is they had a small deuterium and tritium pellet, and they shone 192 lasers onto this container that held that little fuel. Those 192 lasers, the whole thing happened in a billionth of a second. The lasers pulsed, boom, here's an image of it. And as they did that, they, basically X-rays kind of hit the sphere, this little BB, if you will, BB kind of thing, and compressed it. And it compressed so quickly and with such heat, and it didn't dissipate because it was done so precisely. All the lasers hit at the exact right time. Boom, this thing compressed. And then energy came out, and the energy that came out that was measured was 1.5 times the energy that kind of went into that reaction. And here's a chart that I'll show you from the National Ignition Facility, which shows just how inefficient the system still is. And this isn't even speaking to Chamath's point, but basically these guys lose 90% of the energy that they put into the center of the system. Only 10% is actually used to drive the compression. The rest of it is lost, and there's a lot of ways to improve the efficiency of the system from here. But basically they put 2 megajoules in, they got 3 megajoules out. And so it was the first proof point, production proof point, in the 70 years that we've been theorizing about nuclear fusion here on planet Earth, that this is possible and it's real. Now, this is these kind of inertial confinement systems. There are 33 private technology companies today that have raised about $3 to $4 billion so far this year to pursue several other technologies besides what the National Ignition Facility is showing, to try and build production-ready versions of nuclear fusion. And so these 33 companies are using a bunch of different types of tools, one of which is the tokamak. If you show the image, I'll show you this one.
There it is.
Yeah, tokamak, this is what we talked about.
That is the magnetic spinning thing that looks like Iron Man's arc reactor, which I think they based it on,
Yeah, you create a plasma. You basically speed up the hydrogen nuclei super fast, these deuterium and tritium nuclei super fast. And then you use magnets, and the magnetic field has to precisely squeeze the plasma, squeezing it. And if it's slightly off in even the tiniest way, think about a balloon, right? If you put a pinhole in a balloon, everything escapes from the balloon.
Yeah, you got to do it perfectly.
That's how technically hard this is. You're basically trying to create a balloon with a magnetic field, and you're trying to keep the gas, and you're trying to make it smaller and smaller and smaller. And if any tiny hole emerges, the entire plasma shoots out of it.
Is that what happens in Uranus?
Like when you're trying to hold in the Wagyu. Anyway, let me ask this question then about the consistency of this, and then we'll go to you, Chamath. Can they do it consistently, or do you think this is like they got lucky once, or are we going to be sitting here a year from now and they're like, we put in 2 and we got out 6, and we did it 5 times?
Yeah, so now we've proven that humans can do this, okay? Which is, look, I mean, I want to give you guys some, and I know kind of some of Chamath's concerns, which is how
humans can
production-ready.
recreate the sun, is what we this comes down to?
No.
Yeah, but guys,
no.
I want to just say one important.
Not even close.
I want to say one important thing from a historical context. All breakthrough technology starts out seeming impossibly large, impossibly expensive, and impossibly slow. The Human Genome Project 20 years ago cost $100 million to sequence the human genome. Today we can do it in a couple of minutes for $100. Okay?
Incredible.
The first computer, the ENIAC computer, had 500 flops of compute capacity. It filled a room. It cost $8 million to build. 20 years later, we had a mainframe. 20
You're
years
using
later, we
all
had a
the
PC.
wrong. No, this is all this emotional bullshit. You're using the wrong examples.
Okay, let him finish, then you go, Chamath. Good. Finish your sentence, Freeberg, and then we go.
And today we have an iPhone that can do 2 trillion flops of compute in your pocket. I think that what we're seeing with Fusion today is similar to what we saw with the ENIAC computer in the 1950s, which is the demonstration that compute is possible, and now we're seeing a demonstration that fusion is possible.
Okay.
And a lot of folks have anticipated this moment, and they've invested ahead of this. Now, I don't know if any of these companies that are currently kind of being built are going to be production ready anytime soon. My estimate is that we will see production demonstration of fusion in the 2030s. So call it 8 years from now plus, and then you'll see grid scale scale up in the 2040s. So this isn't something that's going to happen next year or 2 years from now.
It's already happening. What are you talking about?
Okay, now, Chamath, your rebuttal?
Oh my God.
Knowing you're a huge fan of solar.
This is the most navel-gazing, head-up-your-ass scientific bullshit I've ever heard.
Okay.
Couple points. Let's start with the basics. The first is that there was no previous technical analog.
Why are you angry at me?
I'm not angry. I find this so tiring hearing this. It's all syrupy nonsense.
You seem a little triggered. He's right.
Yeah, why are you so angry? Like, I don't get it.
Because I don't find this intellectually honest.
Okay.
I find it deeply intellectually dishonest.
But let's keep the emotions.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. When you talk about sequencing the genome, there was no alternative. So you're right. It was an enormous technical leap forward. When we built a computer, there was no analog. It was an enormous technical leap. And so you're right. We have a cost curve we don't understand. And then we iterate as rapidly as possible in all these innovations where we built an entire infrastructure to ride down the cost curve. The thing is, fusion energy exists today. It's called the sun. We actually know how to capture it at virtually no cost right now. So according to the IAEA, today you can capture grid-level solar energy for about 3 cents a kilowatt hour. That's as close to zero as we've ever been. And over the next 10 years, their forecast is it's going to get to 1.5 cents. If you then want to store it and you layer in storage costs, we'll be at a whopping 3 cents a kilowatt hour. That's where we are today. And so I think that fusion does exist. I do think that this is an incredible technical leap to replicate something that exists. And I think that's where the intellectual dishonesty is. It does exist. It has been captured. It can be harnessed. And there is a positive energy equation, just in a different modality that doesn't speak to these technically minded individuals. A couple of other points about what I saw. I think it's incredible what happened, okay? But just to make sure we're clear. This is 192 lasers, the size of 3 football fields, that consume 322 megajoules of energy, which then ultimately delivered 2 megajoules to a target, which then released 3. So this is why I'm saying we had positive what's called ignition energy. We did not have positive electrical energy captured. So yeah, could we figure this out? Absolutely. Can we then shrink the 3 football fields down to something that looks the size of a laptop? We possibly could. Will it take 20 or 30 years? Possibly. But in the meanwhile, if the goal is unlimited costless energy, you're on that cost curve already.
Yeah, but why can't it be both? So you said I was being intellectually dishonest. What was I
Where's the
intellectually
design? Where's
dishonest
dishonest?
about? Yeah.
You're comparing
I'm
this.
saying, what you're saying is right. Yes, you can get.
You
we should
seem to
totally
be in
scale it,
agreement.
Industrial scale, like yeah.
I just think that you're trying to say that this is an entirely new thing. No, it's a different approach to a thing we've already beaten and basically captured.
What I would argue, Chamath, and I think this is important, the net energy you can capture on, say, a football field-sized facility from solar is, a tiny fraction of the energy you could generate from a football field-sized fusion reactor. And that's why the argument would be like, hey, when we were developing computers, hey, we have abacuses, we shouldn't be developing computers. And I think that's the analogy I would use here.
This is why the cost per kilowatt hour is what the levelized cost of energy tries to do. It tries to normalize that argument away, because everybody would say that. Hey, hold on a second, you're going to need planefuls of this or boatloads of that. And people said, no, what's the levelized cost of energy? What is the cost per kilowatt hour to generate energy? And what I'm saying is that is an absolute scale, and free is 0, and we're at 1.5 cents already.
Here's what I would say. JCal, 1 sec. Chamath, the opportunity here is not necessarily about cost reduction. It is about scalability. And if hydrogen is abundant, which it is on this planet, it is nearly infinitely abundant. We can take that hydrogen and we can scale up energy and electricity production in a way that is unimaginable compared to solar. And I don't think that solar should be excluded. Solar is key today and should be scaled up, and I'm 100% in agreement with you. But the scalability to go 100x, if we want to make 100 times more electricity, I think we need fusion, and I think that it's feasible.
So I think we have reached a good settlement here. Chamath, you're saying, hey, listen, we're getting solar down so cheap, we can solve this problem.
All forms of energy.
Okay, great. We are solving that. So for our needs today, and then what Freeberg is saying, but what if you had unlimited, a thing that we can't even imagine? Beautiful. Now, watch as I get Sachs involved in a science conversation he has zero interest in. Mr. David Sachs, if in fact there was 100% more free electricity available in this time frame, the next 10 to 20. 100x the available energy. In other words, supply of energy just becomes flooded, and it's free essentially. What would be the geopolitical reaction on planet Earth in terms of this incredible rivalry we have with China, and for humanity on a political basis?
Such a good question, JCal.
Go ahead, Sachs.
That's a good question.
Here we go. Thank you. World's greatest moderator, ATM.
Why don't we let Freeberg answer it?
No,
but you're the politics guy. Get in there.
Yeah.
Well, take a second to think it through.
Freeberg already has thought about this. I want to hear his answer.
No, we want you.
I actually want to hear your answer.
Yes.
Like, in a world where, energy becomes more abundant and more
David
affordable
hasn't
and
been
more
paying
scalable.
attention, guys. This is what he's trying to say.
He was just on a group thread with Tucker.
By the way, can I just say?
Jake, I'll call your intellectual dishonesty and raise you a steel man.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I love you. I love you, Saxy Phil. You know I do.
I want to be very
clear. I had a
clear.
great night out Monday night, a Sunday night.
Okay, great.
Woo, let's talk later.
I just want to be very
Chamath
clear.
and I need to get drunk together. Last week he called me petty too. I think we're
Well,
on bad
here's what I
vibe.
want to be clear. I think that
I'm just glad that you guys are fighting, not me and Sachs.
guys, please let me finish.
Okay,
I think
let me
that this
finish.
breakthrough is really valuable. I think it's interesting to see that these kinds of scientific breakthroughs continue to happen in government-sponsored facilities and not private companies. And I think that that's probably where a lot of these innovations will continue to come from, because look at the scale of what had to be built. 3 football fields, 322 megajoules of energy, and 192 lasers. This is really complicated, expensive stuff. I'm an enormous fan of these kinds of scientific breakthroughs. I want to be clear. I think that where I struggle is translating this into actually an investable area. And I worry that this is going to consume lots of money by folks that could otherwise put money to work in things that will actually pull forward our energy independence and energy abundance sooner and faster. So, for example, there are all kinds of things that we could do to secondary, ternary, third and fourth and fifth generation batteries that aren't happening today. There are a bunch of things that we could do to actually create an infrastructure of green hydrogen. And the simplistic answer is we could do it all. But the reality is money is finite and we can't. And all I'm observing is I do think that more practical things that do have geopolitical ramifications sooner are not going to get funded because people do get enraptured by this. And my skepticism is that this is still in the realm of government-sponsored research and is not really an area that for-profit private companies can tackle. And so I would rather those for-profit companies, for example, Y Combinator just today put out something where they were, call to action, a request for startups in climate. And when you look at that list, those are really practical investable areas. And I just want to make sure that the capital allocators that listen to this weigh those equally. I'm glad that the U.S. government did this. I hope they do more of this. But if you're asking me, quite honestly, I would rather the next $10 billion go into energy efficiency HVAC than fusion, because A, fusion exists, and B, I think it's going to happen at an innovative bench scale level by the government and not by a
All right,
private.
let me just respond to that real quick. Chamath, I think that the idea of allocating our resources as a society should be done on kind of, on a portfolio basis. 80% on the pragmatic near term, 15% on the kind of next gen, and 5% on the moonshot. And this maybe starts to shift from the 5% to the 15%, maybe it's still in the 5%. But I don't see kind of overfunding happening. So I'll tell you guys, there was a survey done. There's 33 private companies in fusion that are kind of fusion companies today, VC backed. 8 new this year. So the number has kind of increased by 33% this year. And so far this year, those companies have raised around $3 to $4 billion.
Which, by the way, is a fraction of what was done by 15-minute delivery companies from convenience stores.
Exactly my point. And by the way, the biggest funding is happening in ITER, which is the largest construction project in Europe. And this is a $30 billion production scale fusion demonstration system that should be online by the end of the 2020s.
Government sponsored.
Government sponsored, yeah. And so to
this is my point. I'm a huge fan of government sponsored research.
Now
like
we
this.
get finally the first science corner. Everybody brace themselves. It's the first science corner where David Sachs has an
Pop the
opinion.
cherry, Sachs.
Here we go.
Come on, you can
Coming
do it.
in.
You can do it.
Mr.
You can
David
do it,
Sachs.
Well,
Your
what's your
thoughts
question?
on this big?
Your question was a little bit was not a.
Let me
very hard
rephrase.
question. It
Okay,
was
hold on,
just-
I'm coming in. What's the geopolitical impact if this does happen? 100x energy
well,
is available.
obviously, it's fantastic for the United States if it actually happens. And the reason is, if you look across the world, there's this thing in politics known as resource curse, where the worst governments, the most despotic governments, tend to be in the countries that have the biggest natural resources, ironically. So the countries that have huge amounts of petroleum or other kinds of minerals, they tend to have pretty corrupt governments. And the reason for that is that if you're sitting on a giant oil reserve, you don't need to make anything else work. You just fight over who gets to control that oil reserve. And that's what politics ends up being. You don't need to create policies that foster innovation or attract knowledge workers, right? You just basically mine that oil. So if all of a sudden you're talking about turning energy into a software problem or an innovation problem that looks a lot more like the software industry, that's an area where the United States has a huge advantage. And yeah, I think it would pull the rug out from under many countries all over the world in favor of the United States. I mean, it's a big if, because where I agree with Chamath is this stuff still seems pretty far off and it's still pretty unproven from a commercial standpoint. But I agree with Freeberg. Why not try investing in it and cultivating it and see where it goes?
Okay, fantastic. This was a fantastic science corner where we actually engaged David Sachs. Which country?
Did you find anything to disagree with there, J. Cal?
All right, take it easy. I just want to let people know.
No, you didn't. I think you like that answer, right?
Well, I love all of your
was
intellectual.
Was that steel enough for you, or was it
I
more
love
like
your
copper?
intellectually.
Was
I love
Copper
two
Man? It wasn't steel.
No,
Man.
I thought it was a steel person.
It felt silverish.
person.
It felt silver manning. But I love when you're intellectually honest.
Silver personing.
Yes, you're silver theying. You're silver theying.
Was that was that platinum, gold, or silver?
I
or
think
steel?
that's you're in platinum with some diamond dust.
I think the fact that
can I just say
spent a couple nights together this past week has really,
really
improved
does.
the mood of the show. I mean, when you guys go out and drink together and have fun,
hilarious.
You guys are
Sax and I laughed our asses off Sunday night. Can I just say, Sax and I had the best 48 hours together in a decade. This is Sunday night. It turns out Chris Rock and Chappelle are playing at the Chase Center, where Chamath used to own a piece of the Warriors, right? And this incredible arena has this incredible show. And, me and Sax and some friends, we'll leave it at that, go to the show. Our bestie Draymond is at the show. So I text Dre, and I'm like, hey, you going to see Chris Rock by chance tonight with Chappelle? He said, yes, sir. I said, hey, I'm going to go with a couple of friends. Maybe we roll together, hang out after the show. We go. And after the show, which was incredible, we go backstage, and I'm sorry, to the practice court. And we're hanging out with Draymond in the practice court with Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle and I start shooting hoops. David Sachs is talking to Chris Rock about free speech. Steph Curry comes out and starts giving Dave Chappelle and J. Cal shooting lessons. Chappelle and I are bricking like old men, on a concrete court. All of a sudden, Steph says, "Hey, Jake, you got it." And by the way, he's a fan of the show. He says, "You're short every time, and just hit the backboard. You got to go long." Then he tells Chappelle, "You got to change this." All of a sudden, we start hitting shots like, we're on the
raining
Warriors.
threes. You're raining threes.
Raining
Are you
threes.
sure?
It was literally like cut into here.
Or were these mid-range jumpers or threes?
I was free throw line extended. Free throw line extended. Cut into here, Rain Man and Rain Dance from Along Came Polly. Rain Dance, Rain Man.
Let it rain! Rain dance! Let it rain! Let it rain!
I was hitting brick after brick. Rest in peace, Philip Seymour Hoffman. So then we're chilling, and Sax and I are talking to Dave Chappelle. Joe Latham, owner of the Warriors, are there. The majority owner, as opposed to you being a minority owner. Chamath, as Phil Hellmuth will tell you.
That's racially
No, I was speaking in.
The only person who drops more names is Phil Hellmuth. I mean,
Absolutely, I'm trying to catch
drop
up.
anymore.
No,
I'm leaving out 10 names.
He's
I am
holding back
literally
3 names.
Sax, am I leaving out 10 names?
He wants to say it so bad, but
No,
he's
I'm
not going to say
anything.
it.
Not doxing anybody.
You're so brutal.
There'll be zero doxing.
Oh,
Look, now he's
brutal.
getting
You're so
uncomfortable.
brutal.
The smile went away.
I
Look
kid
at
you
him.
not, Chappelle comes over and says, "Jake, Sax, you guys want to go to go see me do a show at like 1 a.m. at this like local comedy club with 70 seats?" I said, "Word? Yes." We go at 1 a.m. Chappelle sits on stage, smoking cigarettes and doing 90-second pauses, and then having a beer and interacting with the audience, and does a 2-hour set after doing this set with Chris Rock at the Chase Center. Me and Sax and Draymond hilariously laughing. The stuff, Chappelle is a genius. And when you see his show, and Chris Rock, by the way, he puts a tight set together. I mean, Chappelle's got this storytelling thing where he kind of meanders a little bit and then he hits you with it. But Chris Rock is just bang, 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 bang. Extraordinary. Just two incredible minds at the top of their game.
Artists
at the top of their game, doing what society needs. But more importantly, doing what David Sax and I needed, which was to laugh our asses off together and remember our friendship. So it was a great night out. I want to say to Bestie, Draymond, Dave Chappelle, and Chris Rock, thank you. The David Sax, J. Cal Bestie friendship has never been stronger. I don't know about Freeberg and Chamath. That seems to be on the rocks.
Yeah, it's weird. We'll be in. We'll be vacationing together next week. So
I love Freeberg.
Yeah.
We are going to be
whatever's going on. We'll take a walk and figure it out.
Well, I just want to say the alliances amongst the besties. People, there's a lot of
I'll be honest. I got mad at Freeberg when he edited that Google bit to say the exact opposite of what he actually said. That to me
don't
felt
bring that up.
dishonest
Please don't bring
and
that up.
disingenuous.
Yeah, just beep that. But yes,
that is the thing that bothered me. I have to be honest. That's you playing to the crowd versus you being honest and telling what you think.
Freeberg, Freeberg, can I let me put that in the form of a question. Freeberg, has your fame as the Sultan of Science? Because listen, nobody knew who you were outside of Silicon Valley before this.
Look, you
has it impacted your ability to speak?
No, not my fame. I'll be honest, and I'll speak openly about this. I had said that there could probably be a significant headcount reduction of like 75% at Google, and the business could keep operating. And I took it out. And I took it out because I have a lot of friends that work at Google. Google's a close partner of mine. They're an investor of mine. And frankly, I just want to be careful about that. It's not something I commonly do. As you guys know, I usually speak my mind pretty clearly, but I was just trying to be respectful. And that's the reason I did it. So now it's in.
I think that was fine. What I'm saying is not that. It's just that the part that you edited in actually made it seem like you were not saying that at all, but the opposite. I think if you had cut the whole thing, it would have been more honest. But to keep that other thing in actually led the perception of the opposite.
So you were triggered by that.
No. I'm not triggered. I'm saying I think we should have a principle.
I don't
hold on, guys.
very often, Chamath.
I know. I think that we should just have a principle to not play to what the perception of what we say should be, especially if it means we could be saying the opposite of what we actually mean. That's all.
Intellectual honesty is a bestie tenet. It's a bestie tenet.
I think so.
Absolutely. Bestie tenet. Always, and the other bestie tenet, besties always come back together. If we have a fight, we always come back together. Sax, can I...
I'm still mad at you.
A little bit.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, but just.
But talking about hypocrisy, I mean, so
How
Chris
great
Rock
was
gets up
Sunday
there.
night? How
Chris
great was
Rock
Sunday?
gets up there and he
Yep.
gives like right out of the gate. He's attacking woke. Right out of the gate.
Swinging, came out swinging like
Yes.
Will Smith.
Shug Smith, you mean?
Shug Smith. He took down Will Smith. The Will Smith takedown, which you will see in this special, is so complete. It is just chef's kiss. But how great was his set? Let's say just give Chris Rock his flowers.
Did he fillet and fricassee Will Smith?
He did, but I thought the more important part of the set was he came right out like calling out all this, holier than thou woke stuff. Yeah. And there was that undercurrent to Chappelle's set as well.
And also he said, listen, words can't hurt you unless you write them on a piece of paper and tie them to a brick. A bigger point right now, and this does tie into our first story, is I think comedians look at Twitter as a place to get canceled, not a place to be part of the discourse. And that's a huge loss. That's indicative of our society being broken. And it's incredibly important that these comedians be allowed to mock and to speak and to step over the line and challenge us as citizens in a free society. And we should cherish them, and we should not even try to cancel them. Let them cross the line. Let them say things that make us uncomfortable so that we can understand ourselves and our society better. And I just want to say...
Why can't you include libs of TikTok in that?
Oh, do we want to have a discourse about it? I can.
Let's go.
No,
What's
I
the
don't
next
have a
topic?
conversation about it. I'm
What's
just
the
asking
next
you.
topic?
I'm
What's the
okay
next
with
topic,
mocking.
please?
I just
don't start. You guys, you did so well. Come on, let's go.
Here we go.
No, JK, I'll cut it out.
All right. Well, we have 2 more science corners to get to.
All right.
Well, if you know what I mean, I just
No,
want to
let's
say
talk about the Coupa deal. And Sax, this is right up your alley.
I haven't paid a lot of attention to it, to be honest.
Oh, really?
The thing you guys asked is like, what signal will Elon's moves at Twitter be for the rest of the tech industry?
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest wake-up call is to actually PE companies. So if you play this out and you think that Coupa is,
explain what Coupa is, please.
Coupa is a software as a service company that does revenue management, I guess, or expense forecasting, or something in the financial
Finance.
realm. I don't particularly know, to be honest. But anyways, this is a company that was off 70 or 80% from the high, like a lot of SaaS companies were when rates started to go up. And they got this offer from Thoma Bravo. But here's what's so interesting about this deal. If you think that, these guys bought a company, I'm just going to make up a number, at 20 times EBITDA, right? And you see Elon at Twitter and you think, well, wait, maybe we can't cut 75%, but maybe we can cut 50% of headcount and the company can still do well. And, you take half of the expenses out of the business, all of a sudden, if your EBITDA doubles, you're actually buying it at 10 times. So I think the thing that is the real insight here is twofold. Private equity can still put out a lot of private credit to fund these deals. And SaaS companies are perfect because they have huge free cash flow, right? So instead of funding it based on earnings, they can fund it based on ACV and ARR. So private equity will be super active. And 2, all these riffs basically show what the efficient frontier is for the number of employees you need to run a company. And if you can cut 50% of the headcount, private equity folks will do that. And so I think Coupa is like the canary in the coal mine. It is the beginning of what I suspect is a tidal wave of PE-sponsored deals in tech companies, largely SaaS, but may go into other realms.
Yeah, recurring revenue that can go
taking advantage of these two things. Tap
Yeah.
the private credit markets and finance it based on ARR, and then fire 50% of the team and double earnings capacity.
Sax, your thoughts?
So on Coupa, I thought the most interesting thing was just we got a public comp. Well, we got a comp on what private equity is paying for public companies right now. So the deal happened at an $8 billion valuation. That was a 31% premium to the public price. It was 8.4 times next 12 months revenue. And on a trailing basis, it was about 10.4 times the last 12 months revenue. And by the way, all the comments were around what a rich price Thoma Bravo was paying. People generally thought they were paying a premium to the valuation. So
By the
I
way,
think
Sachs, it was 77% premium before the rumors came out that this was happening. So it was a pretty big premium.
Yeah, good point.
And there was a bidding war with Vista, and so it was a really rich kind of deal that got done here.
Right. So my point is that people thought this was a really rich deal, and yet the valuation multiples are so much lower than what private company founders expect. So remember last year at the peak, founders were thinking 100 times ARR was normal, 100 times. And you could roughly say ARR is roughly equivalent to next 12 months revenue. It's not perfect, but it's roughly the case. So these founders were expecting a valuation multiple 10 times what the public markets are paying. And the public and actually the public markets are half of where Thoma Bravo was in this particular deal. So the public markets right now are valuing the median SaaS company at about 5.5 times, and a high growth, that'd be for like a 20% year-over-year growing company. And they're valuing the high growth companies at maybe 8 times, and Thoma Bravo did this at 10 times. So that gives you a sense of what the ballpark is. And these are companies that are already public. They're at scale. They're doing roughly $1 billion of ARR. They have already kind of won their category to some degree. Whereas private companies are subscale. They're, typically you're talking about companies with 1, 5, 10, usually under $20 million of ARR. They're not de-risked. There's still a ton of risk. We've seen many SaaS companies fizzle out and plateau at 20 million of ARR, never get to 100 million, never mind $1 billion. And yet these founders think that they're entitled to, even in this market, 30 to 40 times ARR. No way. I mean, it's getting to the point now where, maybe it should be 10 times, 20 times, like max and that'd be for a company that's growing 2.5, 3x year over year. So I still think that, so I think basically what we're seeing here is even a good scenario, like a Coupa acquisition that was done at a premium, it's still a wake-up call to the private markets that the valuations are still completely and utterly out of whack.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Zach. So this company was growing 45% last year. They're growing 35% this year, and they got this multiple. Why is it not worth a significantly higher multiple if a company's growing 2.5 to 3x, which is 250%, 300%, and these guys are only growing 35%?
Sure. I mean, it is, and that's what you're paying a premium for.
Yep.
But here's the theory of it is that if you can invest in a private company that's say tripling year over year, and they can do that for another 5 years or whatever, then you're
paying for that. You're paying for that outcome in a couple of years, right?
Yeah,
you're paying,
basically. Well, think about it.
You're getting a discount to the outcome in a couple of years.
Well, if you're paying 30 times today and it triples next year, you're only paying 10 times next year, and if it triples again, you're only paying 3 times. So if that keeps going, that's where your arbitrage is. But here's the thing you have to weigh against that is that these early stage private companies, many things go wrong.
Yep.
And they hit a plateau, they fizzle out, or their growth rate starts to, the bigger they get, the harder it is to grow.
So they should be priced at a discount, not a premium, because there's risk.
There's more risk. They're growing faster, but there's more risk. But also, it's very hard. Once you get to a bigger number of ARR, 50, 100 million of ARR, it's extremely difficult to be doubling or tripling year over year.
Let me just point one thing out. So I looked at the numbers on Coupa. I think they had about 170 million of stock-based comp expense in the last 9 months. So those are employees that are getting $170 million in compensation in the form of shares. So they get those shares. They can then sell those shares and get cash for them.
On the public markets.
And then on the public markets and pay their bills. So when a company like this goes private, for those employees to just remain at their baseline comp, that stock-based comp needs to be replaced with something else, or else they're seeing their salaries reduced. So, there's this balancing game when these companies go private in terms of how do you give them the comp that they're earning to keep them engaged in the business?
The answer is you don't.
versus
you let them quit because you want to do a riff anyway.
Right. So, I mean, but for the people that stay, right, so there's a balance because it's not just, hey, cut the OpEx. You have to cut the OpEx, including stock-based comp. And this company generated about $210 million of free cash flow or operating cash flow in the last 12 months.
Yep.
So if you take out the stock-based comp, these guys are actually break even or losing money roughly. And
break even.
so,
And growing.
break even roughly. So there's a real question mark on this business and businesses like this that go private, where if you actually cut the OPEX and you cut the salaries and you cut the headcount, but you have to find new ways to pay people because you've been paying them with stock in the past, how do you kind of bridge that gap? And I think that's probably a little bit of the balance and the art of what these guys do well.
Chamath, if I may, can you explain to the audience what a private equity firm's expectation is in terms of return when they buy a company like this? And then, Sachs, I saw your tweet that you want to feature, and you'll go next. Go ahead, Chamath.
Well, I think it's changed over time, and this is what's so powerful about the private equity industry. Look, you have to think about what their incentive is because it kind of guides the outcome.
Yes.
Early on, they were very much like venture capitalists. They were out in the, edges of risk taking, doing all kinds of very difficult, gnarly deals. So if you look back in the history of private equity, these huge, crazy deals like RJR Nabisco or TWA Airlines were the first of the industry, and they reaped enormous returns, but there was a lot of risk, and it required very heavy-handed management. Oftentimes, what that meant was firing a lot of people. Over time, private equity has gotten institutionalized, and they don't generally feature themselves as a place to get the best necessarily returns, but they are places where you can put enormous amounts of money, where the likelihood of loss is extremely zero, and you generate very good rates of return. Now, again, this depends on whether you want to look at IRR or DPI, right? So a lot of people will market IRR, which, I think is kind of like a gameable metric, but, those IRRs can be 20, 25%. If you look at DPI, which is really how much cash you get back, private equity firms can generate 1.5 to 2x of the money you give them, but they do it consistently, and they very rarely lose money. So all of that is important into understanding what's going to happen in this cycle. These folks are going to buy a ton of these private software companies. I think that they are going to fire lots of people. I think they are going to make these companies run hyper efficiently, and they will make sure that they generate that 1.2 to 1.7x that has been historical. Very rarely will they lose money in these things. By the way, that's going to mean that a lot of these other companies will have to reset valuation. So you saw yesterday, Checkout.com went from a $40 billion valuation down to 11. You're seeing some companies only go down 10 or 15%. But
it's a process, isn't it, Chamath? Isn't this just like what happens in real estate, where
beginning of this process?
Yes, because in real estate, my understanding, having lived through these boom bust cycles, is the person living in the home still believes their home is worth this incredible valuation, and then the people who want to buy it are like, that doesn't match reality, and then the real estate brokers go back and forth trying to get people to go through this messy middle and come to true price discovery. A private company, it's hard to get true price discovery until they're on the brink of insolvency. They don't have the money.
Right. Well, we just got some data on that, actually. Can we bring this Cooley data
Let's
in?
do it. Yes.
Yeah. So Cooley looked at
a law firm in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, they're a prominent Silicon Valley law firm. They looked at 1,000 deals over the last 3 quarters of this year. And what they saw is that the later the stage, the bigger the valuation correction. So Series D rounds went from $3.5 billion to $527 million. That's an 85%. Yeah, that's an 85% drop. Series C went from $502 million to $130 million. That's a 74% drop. Series B went from 164 to 90. That's a 45% drop. And then Series A went from 58 to 45. That's only a 22% drop. There's just less room to compress there. But the point is that Series B, roughly a 50% drop, Series C, roughly a 3/4 drop, and Series D, roughly a, like I said, 85%, 1/7 drop. So I think founders right now they're just like a little bit delusional about this money they raised last year. They're still way too anchored on last year's valuation. And if only they would think in terms of this capital they raised last year, in terms of its real dilution, in terms of what the company is worth now, I think they'd be treating it more precious. So, for example, example, hold on. If
it's like they won the lottery and they don't realize they won the lottery. I had this conversation with the founder.
This is the only money they're ever going to see, is the bottom line, and they're spending it like they're going to win the lottery every year. So, for example, let's say you take a company. Yeah, let's say you take a company that raised 200 million last year at 2 billion. So it was 10% dilution. So in their heads, they're thinking, oh, well, this isn't that expensive. Like 10% dilution's a rounding error, but really, probably the company is worth maybe 400 million now, right? Because it's gone down 80%.
Yes.
This 200 million of your 400 million is half the value of the company.
Yes.
And you're squandering it. You're squandering it at a rate of 100 million a year. So you're basically burning up 25% of the value of your company this year and then next year. And then, by the way, you're going to be in crisis after that because you're probably
It's
not
like a
gonna win the
lottery
race.
winner buying like a giant super yacht.
I had an observation that a lot of the investors that sit on the boards of these companies, they have an incentive to not see those valuations come down too quickly, do they not? And so there is this sort of like interest in, hey, I don't want you to have to go reprice the company or do a down round because then my portfolio gets written down. And then I'm in the middle, everyone's always in the middle of a fundraising cycle with LPs. And then I'm going to have a tough conversation with my LPs about my value. So do you not see VCs and investors playing an active role in trying to keep the valuations propped up to some extent, particularly where they have big markups?
100%.
Either by extending bridge rounds or doing other sorts of,
Look, nobody likes to go through a down round, and that includes founders and existing investors in the company. That being said, we're not talking here about new financing conversations. What we're talking about is advice that is happening in board meetings. And maybe other VCs aren't pushing as hard as we are, but the advice I'm giving in board meetings is what I'm telling you publicly today, which is this is the last money you may be able to raise on attractive terms, if at all. You need to treat it much more preciously. The world has fundamentally changed. And by the way, we haven't even gotten into what's coming, the demand contraction that's coming next year.
Explain what demand contraction is for the audience, please. Thank you.
Okay, look, there's going to be three major sources of slowdown for software companies next year. Number one, new business is going to dry up. Companies are just going to be spending a lot less money next year because they're all cutting costs. So you should expect your new business to be roughly 50% of what it was. Next year, it'll be 50% of what it was last year. That's my rule of thumb for most companies. New business down 50%. Number two, churn is going to be higher. We haven't seen that much logo churn yet, but next year, a lot of companies are going to start going out of business, and it's going to happen over the next 2 years. So you're simply going to see logo churn rates, say among small businesses, go from like a historical norm of 15% to maybe 25 or 30.
In other words, your customer, the logo
is simply not going
goes
to exist.
poof.
Yes.
That's what a logo means, yes.
Yes. And
the actual entity.
Yes. Logo churn means the entity doesn't exist. Then you've got seat contraction, which is these companies are not hiring as fast. In fact, they're doing layoffs. So they're simply not going to buy as many seats of your software as they need to in the past. For the last decade, we've had a tailwind, an enormous tailwind for software companies of seat expansion, which is every year your existing customers would buy more seats of your product for their new employees. Now they're actually going to have fewer employees or maybe headcount freezes. So they're actually buying fewer seats.
By the way, if you take all those three things, the deal of the century was Figma selling to Adobe for $20 billion.
Sir.
Because if you take those three things, I mean, oh my God, they just absolutely top ticked before any of this stuff was known.
Totally.
So today Adobe could probably buy this thing for like $7 billion instead of $20 billion.
So does that mean they tried to do a breakup fee and get out of the deal?
I don't know, but if I was Figma, I'd try to close this thing ASAP and get that money.
Yeah.
You're right about that. And by the way, what I'm seeing from founders is that they still want to grow 100% plus over the next year. The problem is that the headwinds are going to be intense. So if you're flying a plane and the headwinds are extremely intense and you try to maintain your speed, you're going to burn an enormous amount of fuel. You're going to be incredibly inefficient.
Yeah.
It's better to basically just moderate your speed, let the headwinds basically pass. We're going to have major economic headwinds for the next 4 to 6 quarters, call it year and a half. It's okay to have a slower growth rate. Preserve your cash. Don't burn up your fuel.
Yeah, bunker down.
So what we're trying to
Batten
do
down
is
the hatches.
we're trying to give permission to our founders to grow at a slower rate because they feel this enormous pressure from their VCs to grow at insane rates.
Can I build on this? I think Freeberg said it very well. The scam in venture capital is demonstrated in the following chart. This is using Cambridge, and our friend Brad Gerstner helped put this together. So what is this? This goes back all the way to 1997, and the gray bar is what venture capitalists share with their limited partners as to how well they are doing. What
The
is
top
called
quartile of venture
the top,
capitalists.
and this is the top 25%. Okay,
Yes.
so this is a venture capitalist, and our returns have been consistently top quartile. So instead of cherry picking anybody else, I'll just use us. But it could be Sequoia, Benchmark, you name it. We would
Launch,
go back.
we're in there.
Launch. You would go back to folks. Craft. You would go back to folks and say, hey guys, the total value of our portfolio is 3 times your money in 1997's vintage. Okay, it was 4 times your money in the 2010 vintage. Feels really good. But again, the job of the venture capitalist is to convert the gray bar into the purple bar. And historically, there's been a decay. So for every dollar of gray bar that you show, you typically only get 73 cents actually returned to people. Okay?
The
So
paper value, the book value
Just to be clear,
versus,
the valuations that you get when you sell your company or goes public end up being 73% of what you marked at the peak, what you said they were worth.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And the actual value of this purple bar, going back, 30 years, is 1.7x. So just to put numerical numbers on this, if you were a venture capitalist, you would raise a $100 fund. At the peak, you would actually show that $100 became $200 and about $28. But when push came to shove and when it was all said and done, you would return $170 back to your investors. That's the rough equation. So what's the problem? Well, the problem, as you can see in this chart, is right around 2015, which is all of a sudden, what we've started to see are these continually elevated gray bars. Yes, this stuff is worth 7 times, 6 times, 5 times. But we have not seen the purple bars catch up. Now, some people will say, well, yeah, but you have to give it time. And, this is
It has to
probably what
bake. That's
other vintage
reasonable.
look
Yeah.
times. And all you need to do is do what's called a regression. And you need to regress these things to the mean and make the following assumption. Assume for a second that this time is not different. Assume that these historical averages, 2.2x, 1.7x holds. Well, that's what the black line here shows. You can calculate the area above the curve as the value at risk, right? The amount of money we will destroy because of all these shenanigans that Freeberg just talked about. Propping up marks, not willing to look at actual market clearing prices. Well, if you do the math, the sum of the area above this black line is almost $1 trillion around the world. And it is about $600 billion for U.S. venture capitalists. This is the dynamic that the private equity industry is going to prey on. So if you saw Thoma Bravo just closed a $32 billion round, Vista's raising a $20 billion round, everybody's stepping into tech. They are going to destroy those gray bars.
Would you describe that as bottom feeding?
No.
No,
They are the rational actor who is finding the true market clearing price. Again, I will say this. I think the private equity industry is unbelievably precise and talented in being dispassionate and telling us what these things are worth.
They're cutthroat. They're logical.
No, it's not cutthroat. They're just smart.
That opportunity for the private equity industry is going to be created by profligate founders. And look, you could blame VCs for the high marks last year as well. They were profligate too. But look, if you're a founder, if you don't start acting in a more capital efficient way and preserve your cash, your company is ultimately going to be owned by a private equity firm, and they're going to make all the money.
Well,
Because when you sell to them at a low price, all you're going to end up doing is paying back the liquidation preference, and then that private equity firm that was willing to do or less, but that private equity firm will be willing to do what you were not willing to do, which was simply cut your burn, cut your costs, and act in a more capital efficient way. And they will end up making all the upside for your decade of hard work because you got basically addicted to venture capital and the high valuations and refused to, again, adjust to the regime change that we're describing.
I'll give you an alternative. The alternative is that the majority of acquisitions made by private equity firms are not actually pure acquisitions. They're bolt-on acquisitions, meaning that these are companies that are added to existing platforms that they own. So this acquisition they're doing of Coupa, I think it's very likely over the next couple of years, you will see like the playbook in private equity includes not just cost cutting, but also synergy building. And they typically do bolt-ons and add-ons, and this happens across all private equity platform deals of new products and services that can be sold through the existing sales channel, the existing customer base, and as an add-on to the existing service or product that's already offered. So one of the things that I think you may see in Silicon Valley over the next couple of years is a rationalization away from funding feature companies and thinking much more carefully about what can be true standalone product companies.
Sure.
And many of these companies that have raised a ton of capital and have gotten crazy valuations, at the end of the day, they're more likely better equipped to be a feature of another platform than they are to be a standalone platform company of their own. And that's where the majority of these acquisitions will likely end up going in the private equity landscape. And they will be vacuumed up and attached to existing platforms that these private equity guys are building out. And by the way, just look as an example at what Oracle did over the years, what Salesforce did over the years, what Google did. So many of these companies
bolt-on acquisitions,
by building a sales channel, building a platform, and then adding on top of that. And I think that's what a lot of these guys are going to try and mimic.
Two critical points. Number one, what about the bottom 75% of VCs?
If you show that chart just for one more second, I just want to remind everybody, that is the absolute cream of the crop VCs.
Top
this
25%.
is the best of the best. These are folks, I mean, again, I'll just say, us, Sequoia, Benchmark, we've consistently been top quartile.
Thank you.
Launchcraft, these are top
Chef's
quartile
kiss.
return streams.
Thank the Lord.
What about the bottom 75%?
They're not going to be able to raise funds, man. It's over. A lot of these people who raise first-time funds in the last 3 or 4 years.
It's also the companies, as Zach said, because it's like now is the moment for the sober founder and the sober venture capitalist to sit and say, what is the real valuation? What do we need to do to make sure that this company has a chance? Because what Zach said is so true. Otherwise, all these profit dollars will be made by the private equity firms.
In order to win today, you're going to have to grind. You're going to have to work 50, 60 hours a week. You're going to have to absolutely embrace the age of austerity, and you're going to have to focus on your customer, your product, and your bottom line. The age of excess is over. If you're not working 50, 60, 70 hours a week, you're not going to cut it in Silicon Valley. Also, key second point, profligate. Extravagant or wasteful in the use of resources, just so we get the word of the day from David Sachs. That's David Sachs's word of the day. After a very powerful bull weevil. Bull that went crazy. Did you see that, Chamath? Bull weevil went...
bull weevil.
Went viral.
This is, I think, Elon's biggest non-obvious impact in this moment.
JCal, here's your one answer to your question about what happens to the bottom 75% of venture firms. It's equivalent to what happens with the, this is the bottom of the top, the slide that I just shared. It's the one we looked at a few weeks ago. And I keep referring to it because it's just such a staggering demonstration of what people call the power law, which is how, kind of excess returns accumulate to minority of investments. So just a few investments make up the bulk of value. That the, market cap of 43% of companies that have gone public since 2020 is $750 billion. The market cap of the other 300 is only $26 billion. And the cash that went in to the $750 billion is 136. And the cash that went into the 26 is 107. And so the cash that went in to generate that 26 billion, that 107, that's your bottom 50%. And the top 50% put in 136 to make 750. And I think it gets even narrower as you move further up to that top quartile. So, it's just
I can tell you what LPs are saying because it's
a hard business to
try.
try.
And by the way, this is the companies that went public. So this is also of the top company, of the top funds and the top companies that were actually able to IPO. And so it highlights how much of a power law actually plays through. And so the majority of these companies, Chamath, even in your chart, you show the top quartile. The bottom 75% or the bottom 50%, I've looked at this data as well, of those various vintages are below 1.0. They lose money for their LPs.
Oh, consistently.
And it's a cycle. And so what ends up happening is the next generation comes through, and LPs, they make a portfolio of bets, and they hope that they make enough bets in the right VCs that their portfolio generates greater than market returns, greater than, call it 15, 20% target, 15% target. But they're going to expect that the majority are not.
I have an LP report. I'm out there raising Launch Fund 4 right now, and I moved from the accrediteds, the individual investors.
Are you allowed to say that? Oh yeah, because you're
I'm on 506C. Yeah. So I'm publicly raising it, and I've moved on from individual investors, $45 million in commits after 5 webinars. Amazing. Now I'm talking to